Hello everyone, no mai haere mai ki te komitia putia a mahi hoki. Welcome to Finance and Performance Committee meeting. It's one of two meetings today, and whilst your diary says that the governing body or the second meeting of the day will start at 11:30, I'd bet paying for the budget myself, we will not be on governing body by 11:30. I'm not going to make that bet actually, in case you all just prove me wrong. But I just will remind you that this committee goes through until it's finished, and then it will be followed by a governing body meeting at whatever time it finishes. Okay, me tima ta tātou, let's get started, and I will call on Sandra to take the role. Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mayor Goff.
Kia ora, tātou.
We may have an apology from Councillor Cashmore and Dalton for lateness. There is another meeting on council business. Councillor Cashmore, are you present?
I can see him.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Right, Madam Chair. Well, and Andrew should be right behind me. So.
Thank you. Councillor Bartley. IMSB member Blair.
Morena.
Councillor Casey.
Morena, Sandra.
Councillor Collins.
Kia ora, Sandra. Kia ora, Chair.
Councillor Combe.
Ke kone. Kia ora.
Councillor Cooper.
Kia ora.
Councillor Dalton.
Morena.
Councillor Darby.
Morena.
Councillor Filipina.
Talofa, Sandra.
Councillor Fletcher.
Morena.
Councillor Henderson.
Good morning, everybody.
Councillor Hills. Councillor Mulholland.
Good morning, everyone.
Councillor Newman.
Good morning, Sandra.
Councillor Sayers.
Good morning, present. Greetings to all.
Councillor Stewart.
Good morning.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson.
Good morning.
IMSB Chair Taipari.
Ngā mihi.
Councillor Young.
Kia ora, tātia tau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Back to you.
Thank you, Sandra. Can I just check Councillor Hills and Councillor Walker are still not here? Right, so I'll move apologies for lateness for both those two councillors. Do I have a seconder, Deputy Chair?
You sure do, Chair.
Right, thank you. All those in favour say aye.
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 Thank you. Right, there are no declarations of interest that I have been made aware of. Because this is an extraordinary meeting, we have no petitions, public input or local board input. I have been advised of no extraordinary items, so we will go straight into item 7, which is the annual budget overview around our decision making, and I welcome Tamsin Matchett to open this item for us. Tamsin?
Ngā mihi ki a koe, Madam Chair. Tēnā koutou ngā kāwana o te konihera o Tāmaki Makaurau. It's a pleasure to be here with you today and to kick things off this morning. The overview to decision-making report details the annual budget process to date and what is required between now and adopting the final annual budget for 2022-2023 in June next year. The recommendations in my report note its contents as they relate to the wider context of today's agenda and the other reports that will follow. Decisions relating to the reports on today's agenda will enable staff to produce a consultation document and supporting information, which is the next step in the overall budget process. The consultation material, along with the feedback form, will be presented to governing body at a workshop on the 2nd of February, ahead of the meeting on the 8th, seeking formal adoption. The governing body will also be asked at that meeting to agree to the consultation and engagement approach. Public consultation will then run from the 28th of February through to the 28th of March. This is a minor amendment to what was originally planned for the timeline, taking into account a change to the process for revaluations. We will present consultation feedback to you in May, and this will include feedback received on the Tupunamonga draft operational plan, as well as feedback on proposed changes to the curbside policy and the proposed changes to local board decision-making that relates to the governance framework review recommendations agreed to by the governing body on the 28th of October. During April and May, we will hold workshops to discuss budget options and implications, and local boards will provide input on regional issues. You will be asked to make decisions in early June, which will allow staff to produce the final budget documents. Adoption for the annual budget 2022-23 is scheduled for the 29th of June. That concludes my summary for this report. Ngā mihi kia koutou, happy to take any part, Madam Chair.
Kia ora, thanks Tamsin. I'll move this recommendation and Deputy Chair will second. Is that fine with you, Shane?
Yes, wonderful, thanks.
Thank you, and open for questions. Any partai from Tamsin? To Tamsin, I should say. There we go, Tamsin. It means you've written an extraordinarily good report. So it's been moved and seconded, and I'll take it to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
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 I take that as carried unanimously. Thank you. Now we move on to item 8, the annual budget, regional topics for consultation from our local board, a very important part of Team Auckland. And I welcome to present this item, to start with Louise Mason, who's the General Manager of Local Board Services. Louise, over to you.
Kia ora, Madam Chair, and morena to committee members. I also have Renee Burgess with me as well too. So this report summarises the feedback received from local boards on the regional items proposed to be considered on for the Finance and Performance Committee. Local board chairs have been invited to workshops on F&P to consider these topics, and there have also been 5 briefings for all local board members so that they do have a full understanding of the topics. In summary, the report highlights that there's generally a high level of support for the areas to be considered, and these include the fees and charges proposals, various policies needing to be reviewed, the curbside refuge charging policy review, the domestic curbside food scraps collection and standardisation package and targeted rate. Now, as you know, all of the matters considered by local boards aren't able to be included in this report, but attachment A covers the formal resolution. I'm now going to hand over to Renee, who will just cover some of the main highlights from those resolutions. Over to you, Renee.
Kia ora, thank you. Renee?
Kia ora koutou. I'll just run through the findings of the local board report. So local boards agreed both their local content and consultation on their and their feedback on the regional items proposed to be consulted on at their business meetings from 30 November to the 2nd of December. So all 16 local boards who gave feedback on fees and charges support the proposal for consultation. On the policies, all 16 of the boards who gave feedback support consultation on the proposal, on the proposed changes to the Māori land rates remission and postponement policy. 15, all of the 15 who gave feedback support the consultation on the proposed changes to the revenue and financing policy and the rates remission and postponement policy. Sorry, 14 of the 15 support the consultation on the proposed changes to the revenue and financing policy. One board stated there needed to be some more work to take place on this policy. Moving on to waste, for the curbside refuse charging policy review, all the local boards have previously provided feedback on this topic in their September 2021 business meetings, and this is provided in attachment B to the curbside refuge charging policy review paper also on this agenda today. Of those who gave feedback in this report, 13 out of 15 supported the proposal for consultation and 2 preferred to stick to the current status quo hybrid model. Of the 15th who gave feedback on their preferred method for charging, 8 local boards supported a rates funding model and 4 supported pay as you throw model, and 3 supported this 2 supported the hybrid model. 14 out of 16 local boards who gave feedback on the domestic curbside food scraps collection, 14 out of 16 supported the proposal. 1 local board does not support due to affordability in their community and that it does not create incentives to use alternative ways of recycling food waste. And 1 board commented that there should be include an element of choice in the consultation. For the multi-unit developments with 10 or more resident dwellings, the multi-separate use or inhabited part of rating unit properties with 2 to 9 residential SUIPs or non-residential properties, the majority of the boards support all 3 proposals for consultation. And for climate action, 18 out of the 19 local boards who gave feedback on the introduction of a climate action targeted rate support the proposal for the consultation. 14 of the 15 local boards who gave feedback support the 4 key principles used to develop the climate action package, and 10 out of the 11 local boards who gave feedback on whether the climate action will help support the outcomes and priorities of the local board stated that this will support these. Franklin Local Board does not support the proposal. The board considers there needs to be more balanced approach to the climate action targeted rate by introducing it for a set time to coincide with the completion of the City Rail link and the introduction of congestion charging. Rodney Local Board also recommended a shorter 3-year period to allow for congestion charging. Both Rodney and Franklin Local Board stated the use of the target rate removes the use of this mechanism to deliver targeted outcomes at a local level to respond to local issues. Both Aotea, Great Barrier and Waiheke commented on the lack of inclusion of smaller rural and isolated communities in the package, and both Mangere, Otahuhu and Otara Papatoetoe local boards note that the 127 million of the climate package will be funded by new transport revenue over 10 years, and are concerned that that higher charges for the public transport will limit public transport uptake. And the last issue is the budget pressures. As this is a bit more of a complex issue with multiple levers, there was a less agreement about the use of the budget levers. Most local boards suggested a balanced use of the levers or supported the levers generally without providing feedback on specific levers. Should be noted that the Mayor's proposal detailing the government's recent announced 3 waters reform support package for councils was not taken into consideration for a lot of boards, as the availability of this was only identified in the Mayor's proposal and was not included in staff briefings provided to the local boards prior to their business meetings. Of the 8 local boards who gave feedback on higher than planned general rates increase, 4 local boards supported the use of this and 4 did not. Of the 8 local boards who gave feedback on reduced operating costs with associated impacts on service, 1 supported the use of this lever, 1 stated it was their least favourable option, and 3 suggested more information about possible cuts to service and local impacts is needed. And 1 board suggested that if there were to be cuts to services, an equity lens should be put on any reductions, particularly in the south and west. Of the 9 boards who gave feedback on the medium to long-term deferral of capital investment, 2 boards supported the use of this lever and 7 did not. And of the 11 boards who gave feedback on reviewing ownership of strategic assets, 3 boards supported consideration of this as a lever and 6 did not. 1 stated it was also their least favourable option, and 1 said they preferred not to sell assets. That is the summary. Thank you, Chair.
Ngā mihi kia koroa to both of you. I have a question for you, Renee, first up though, from the Deputy Chair, but before I ask him to ask you that question, I'm happy to move the recommendation, and Deputy Chair, will you second?
Delighted to, Chair, thanks.
Thank you. So over to you, Councillor Henderson, for your question.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a really quick question. I wanted to just clarify how many local boards wanted to swap the method that they were currently using in terms of curbside rubbish collection?
Sorry, I don't have that information at the moment, but the report on the curbside charging policy review does have does go deeper into that analysis. They provide that in full in their report later this morning.
Ah, cool. Yeah, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions on their local board input to Renee?
Oh, Madam Chair, sorry.
Councillor Hills?
Sorry, didn't have time to write it. And just a quick question. I'm trying to find their minutes, but I had thought Kaipātiki had supported the change to rates funded for the curbside refuse, and it's just not listed in the resolution.
Yes, so the resolutions that I'm referencing are from their business meetings from the 30th of November to the 2nd of December. Kaipātiki did not comment on it in that meeting, but all local boards have provided feedback on the curbside refuge charging policy review, and this is on the paper later this morning. Specifically on that review, they adopted their views at the September 2021 business meetings.
Okay, so that okay, that's not what is on the screen is not actually a resolution. It's just noting the errors. I just wondered, Madam Chair, with listing the local boards but not listing one that in a different part of the agenda actually said they did support the rates funded, is that an issue, or should we just leave it?
I think this is the more general comment. I think, Richard, Councillor Hills, we might leave it until we actually get to the item. I think this is a omnibus of the collation of all the material, and there was a bit of a clarity or just a slight change. And
I can talk to the correction if you would like.
Yeah,
no, it's fine. It's fine if it's not relevant to the. I'm trying to confuse people now, so thank you. Sorry.
Yes, let's just leave it at that, I think. Is that all right, Richard? Councillor? Thank you. Any other questions? No questions. I have a comment from His Worship the Mayor.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Look, really good that 18 of the 19 boards have been supportive of our climate action targeted rate. I do notice that 2 of those that supported it, Mangari Otahuhu and Otara Papatoetoe, seem to have the perception that the 127 million of the $1 billion package would come from increased fares. It will come from increased fares, not because the fares have been ratcheted up, but because more people, an estimated, additional 15 million people or 15 million passenger trips will take place. And I just wanted to put that on the record, because I think maybe the boards had a perception that we were going to raise this money by jacking up fares, when actually we're raising the money by getting more people sitting on buses and using buses because they're convenient, accessible and frequent. So that's my brief comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Your Worship. Look, I've gone a bit out of order. I'm going to ask a question to Louise. Louise, I thought, although the resolutions are 18 out of the 21 local boards in support of the climate change targeted rate, were two local boards came back yesterday, didn't they, to say they supported it going out for consultation. Is that correct?
That's right, Madam Chair. We had Kaipātiki and Devonport Takapuna are happy for the proposal to go out for consultation. They did reiterate that obviously once consultation is back in, they would then look at that and consider their position, but they are happy for it to go to consultation.
Thanks for that clarification. Right, any more comments then? With no more comments, it's been moved and seconded that we consider this input when making our recommendations to the governing body. So I will take this to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Unanimously carried. Thank you. Now we move on to item 9, the Tupuna Monga Authority operational plan for the 2022-23 year. I acknowledge Chair Paul Majuri is online, and I believe, though, that this item will be presented by Dominic Wilson, Head of Co-Governance, with Nicholas Turoa. So, Dominic, welcome. Kia ora tātou, and over to you. Thank you.
Kia ora. Before I start, though, I did want to obviously offer the opportunity to the Chair if he wanted to mihi or any comments he wanted to open with.
O tēnā koe te hiamana tātou mā, tēnā rā tātou I runga te āhutanga te wā. I'll keep it brief. I'm conscious of time and I'm out in the country a bit, so my bandwidth isn't that great. But just want to acknowledge all the mahi that's gone on and appreciate the time our team had with the committee and workshop last week. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you for that. So, Dominic?
Kia ora tātou. If I may speak to the report, Madam Chair. Everyone will be aware that every year the Tupuna Maunga Authority operational plan is developed. It provides a framework for the council to carry out its functions for the routine management of the Tupuna Maunga under the direction of the Tupuna Maunga Authority. And this plan must be prepared and agreed concurrently with the council's annual budget, and then it's included in summary form in that budget. And of course, the operational plan needs to be agreed by both the council and the Tupuna Maunga Authority. Just to highlight the history to where this plan got to, of course, the council's long-term plan budget envelope for 2021-2031 was adopted in May this year, and this included the Tupuna Maunga Authority budgets. Just after that, in June 2021, the Authority and the Auckland Council agreed last year's plan, the 21-22 operational plan. And then in November this year, the Authority adopted as a draft this forthcoming financial plan, the 22-23 draft operational plan was adopted as a draft by the Authority. And I just want to point out, of course, that this draft operational plan fits within the council's long-term plan funding envelope, and the only changes to this operational plan 22-23 from the previous year are to reallocate some internal line item figures to reflect the updated costs. And I'll probably conclude with the next steps that if the council resolves today, then the draft operational plan would be included in the council's consultation package. And then, of course, consultation is done by both the Authority and the council through separate and independent processes. I think that's quite a positive, that both parties do their own consultation. And I think they're just slightly different too in the way the consultations occur. One, of course, the council is very broad, and the Authority's perhaps more targeted as well, to make sure that it picks up particular interested parties in the Maunga. And looking forward into the next steps, early next year the council and the Authority meet, hold a joint workshop, and they consider the feedback, and then following consideration of that feedback, the council and the Authority must each agree to the operational plan 22-23 for it to become operational. So those are my comments to the report, Madam Chair.
Kia ora. Ngā mihi ki a koe. Thank you for that. Your sound was a bit funny at the end there. I hope everyone was able to hear. I have a question from Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's quite a specific
question on the operational plan as it applies to Mount Richmond. Is that okay to ask a couple of specific questions?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great. So, two questions. The first one's, I noticed at Mount Richmond, there's a number of leases coming up, and this might well go to some of the other maunga as well. In this respect, Northern Sports Club and Otahu Rovers Rugby League. What is happening with those leases that are expiring, or have in fact in one case already expired, and the other one coming up next year? Are they, as a rule, just being rolled over, or is anything happening that councillors should be aware of in terms of the leases to these community groups and sports clubs?
If you could all hear me, because I can see it's breaking up for a number of us. I would say that the leases are coming before the authority in the future, and so the parties have been in discussions about those leases, and there's an anticipation that the authority will consider them early in 2022.
John, did you hear that?
I just got it. I heard it was breaking up a bit. So what I heard is they're going to be considered. I didn't really get the answer to my question as what is generally happening with leases. Are they just being rolled over, or are people, is it coming to an end and they're leaving as a rule? And in one instance here, the expiry date was 31st of October, so I assume a decision's already been made there. So I just want to get a sense of what's happening to these leases, particularly when they go to significant, sporting groups like, the Leopards Rugby League.
Dominic, maybe just turn your video off.
Chair.
That might hear. Yeah.
Chair, can you hear me?
Oh, sorry.
Is that you, Paul?
Can you hear me, Chair? Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Sorry. Over to you, Paul.
I just wonder with Dominic's perception whether I come in.
Thank you for that. Yes.
It's not appropriate for us to talk about the merits of decisions, given those are statutory matters, and we have to follow that process. But what we can say is, as a general approach, in terms of applications being made, the statutory purpose of consistency with the values of the tupuna maunga are the paramount considerations. For the most part, rollover isn't the right word, and I think that was meant in a general sense, because oftentimes these are legacy leases granted under former regimes by the legacy councils, and with our separate statutory regime, different approaches occur. But if we think as a more recent one, for example, on Mangere Mountain, the sports club lease was applied for there and granted, and in terms of the background and length of association with the tupuna maunga, those are very relevant and important matters. And so we have no general approach of saying that activity shouldn't continue. If there is that consistency with the values of the tupuna maunga and support for the work of the restoration of the maunga, those are important considerations. So I'm being generic and covering the general matters at this time, just because we can't give definitive answers, and appreciate the nature of the questions.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. And Councillor Watson, are you all right with that?
I understand the points that's been made. I guess my question was a generic one in terms of what happens with the leases. It might be more fruitful for me to perhaps try and explore this in a more case-by-case basis to get a better understanding. But I guess just what I'm signalling is that it would be useful to have some sort of feedback at some point as to what that translates into in reality when these leases come up with individual entities. My second question, also going to Mount Richmond, I noticed that in the budget there's a couple of items there in terms of one for investigating sports fields, investigating opportunities and implement suitable facilities for sports programs, 300k, and then the track network, develop the track network in Mount Richmond, roughly 500k over a couple of years there. So I'm curious to know what is it in terms of the sporting infrastructure program that's being identified through that funding, and what does the track network upgrade involve specifically in at Mount Richmond?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Three things. The first is very happy to pick up individual discussions with governing body members to give an update on where matters are at. The second, this is a general one, just to remind ourselves, these matters have all been approved in the long-term plan, so there's nothing new here. On the specifics, the investigation is with the former bowling club having decided to move, that space has become available, so there's opportunities there. And in terms of the track network, for those familiar with the Tupuna network, and a few examples come to mind in terms of what's been happening there to Tātua Rukuita, Kings, Mangere, Mount Wellington, Mangere Mountain. A big program for this term, the Tupuna has been the track upgrades because of the impacts of the heavy foot traffic. And again, if you've been up the Tupuna during the lockdown, the Tupuna have been very important places for the people of Tamaki Makakoto to connect with during those difficult times. And so a lot of damage actually occurred in terms of the fabric of the Tupuna. And that's why the track upgrades are so important.
Okay, Councillor.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I've got in the sidebar Councillor Casey happy to second. Councillor Filipaina, are you happy to move? I've put a second Chair's recommendation, just noting the financial budget envelope hasn't got any change. And if you're happy with that, would you like to move? Be the mover?
Kapai, thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you. So we have a mover and a seconder, Filipaina Casey. Any other questions? I'll now open for kōrero, for comments. Any comments? Councillor Walker.
So my main comment, Madam Chair, is around the removal of trees as part of the operational plan, particularly the very large number of very mature trees that are a very significant carbon sink across the region that are on the Monga. And while there may be some merit in the removal of those trees over time, we're in the midst of a climate emergency, and anything that is fixing carbon at this point in time, from my perspective, has got considerable merit, particularly given the very difficult issue around revegetation with small plants and the high death rate. So I have an ongoing concern around the retention of mature trees, irrespective of whether they're native or exotic, noting that as much and all as some of the trees may be exotic, they are actually present and endemic in New Zealand at previous points in New Zealand's past. So I have a real concern around that, and I'd like to vote against the operational plan on that basis, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Filipaina, you have a whakaaro comment.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And if there's nobody else, is this where I can close it now, Chair, seeking your guidance?
Well, I've got nothing on the sidebar, so I'll give it your famous 3-second rule. Any other comments?
Yes, Madam Chair.
We have a comment from Councillor Bartley. It's okay, Councillor Filipaina, I'll let the other comments go first and I'll put you last. So Councillor Bartley, your whakaaro.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Filipaina, for letting me go now. I just wanted to speak in support of this. I want to commend the Te Puna Maunga Authority for their work throughout the year and for this operational plan. Definitely agree to recommend this to our governing body later on today. But also pointing out for councillors or for governing body, or for this committee anyway, the educational work that's going to be increased through the Te Puna Maunga Authority, which is going to be vital for everybody, because it is about educating people around the maunga, around the background of how the Te Puna Maunga Authority came to be, around Māori, around mana whenua, around co-governance, around the maunga being ancestors, not just a place to play sports or to drink and have a good time after your game, or a place where you can have whatever trees or whatever structures you want on there. It is ancestors, Te Puna. So the more that understand that, the better, and that will help us as a city, I think, to understand what the Te Puna Maunga Authority is there for and what the maunga actually are. And that might help influence some of the questions that we are putting forward as well. So, my thanks to the Te Puna Maunga Authority, especially the education work that's going to be amped up in the operational plan, because it is greatly needed. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Just reminding everybody, this is going out for consultation. It is not a final decision. It is going out for consultation. So now I will hand the next comment or whakaaro to Councillor Hills.
Kia ora, Madam Chair, and just want to thank the Te Puna Maunga Authority, and just, once again, this is a repeat basically of the plan we've already approved, and I think that might have been unanimously at the time, but the long-term plan for the maunga and what the Te Puna Maunga Authority is doing, restoring the mauri of those amazing taonga in our community, and just want to thank them for the work, especially for Mangawika and Takarunga in our area, the tracks, the planting, the artwork, the fact that the first time in decades and decades, the Pākehā historical World War I and II buildings and the tunnels are being restored really amazingly by the authority as well. So not only are they restoring the original mauri of those areas, they're also respecting and building on and appreciating the history as it went on within the last 100 years as well. So I just think that there are more people flocking to our maunga than ever before. The track upgrades on other maunga across Tamaki are pretty phenomenal. And I'm only hearing positive things, plus the 40-odd thousand trees that are being planted each year to create those urban forests that were there long before we've been here, that are coming back, and we're going to see over the next couple of decades those significant forests on our maunga, and bringing back those native forests that would have originally been there. So just want to thank everyone for that, and the fact that we probably don't appreciate this budget of how much work goes into it, and what we're actually approving here benefits not only us but the wildlife and birds as well.
Kia ora, thank you for that. Any other comments? I'll just add an official comment from me before I hand back to Councillor Filipaina, and that is I support this going out for consultation. I support the summary of the draft plan for inclusion in the consultation material. The second chair's comment, as I mentioned before, just by way of clarity, is just noting from a financial perspective there wasn't any increase to the budget envelope requested from the Te Puna Maunga Authority, and I thank them very much for that. I'll now hand back for closing comments or whakaaro from Councillor Filipaina.
Tēnā koe te hea mana. Thank you so much, Chair, for this. I'm not going to repeat what everybody has said because I know that time is precious. But tēnā koe te rangatire pō ngā mihi ki a koe. Tēnā koe, Dominic, and to our whānau, tūpuna whānau online, ngā mihi ki a koutou katoa. All I will say is that I endorse all the comments around acknowledging our staff, and for those elected members, can you please also bear in mind that there are elected members on the Tupuna Authority, so if you do have any questions, just contact us. I want to acknowledge those elected members on the Tupuna Authority along with the chair for the work that has been put through in this term. And thank you so much again, Chair. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. With no further comments and closing the debate, it's been moved and seconded, and I will put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
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 Against?
Against for the reasons I gave.
Against,
Abstain, thank you.
against from Councillor Walker, and abstention from Councillor Fletcher.
Against the same as Wayne, thank you. Sharon.
Against from Councillor Stewart. So 2 against and 1 abstention. Noted. Thank you. Right, now we move on to kia ora, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dominic and Nick.
Hold on.
Now we move to item 10, which is probably the main attraction of the agenda today, the mayoral proposal. So this is our opportunity to consider the mayoral proposal for the annual budget and determine the key items in his proposal for consultation. So, Your Worship, the floor is yours.
Kia ora tātou, tēnei te mihi nui kia koutou. Good morning, everyone. And first of all, I just can't help but notice the Mission Bay fountain playing behind you, Madam Chair. I'm sure that's there for strongly symbolic reasons. I look forward to this item going through just as quickly as the last three. Look, before I get underway, I just want to make some introductory broader comments, and that is to acknowledge that this year has been a long year and a tough year, and for a number of people on this call at the moment, even tougher because of their personal circumstances. So I hope that at this point of the year, when I glance out the window and see the harbour and the blue sky, and our minds are starting to turn to other things, that we can maintain the sort of qualities that we talk about in the affirmation for our our governing body meetings, and that is that we have insights into the views and circumstances of others, that we maintain patience, good humour, tolerance and courtesy. And, I am thinking of those of you that I know have been under particular stress, and acknowledge that, and hope that the coming summer gives everybody a chance to recharge their batteries, to meet with friends and family, to enjoy the sunshine and to travel outside of Auckland. So that's something to look forward to. But we've got a few days of work left, including this budget. Madam Chair, look, COVID-19 obviously has dominated the last 2 years of our council. 2 years ago, and acknowledging your role as chair of the Finance and Performance Committee, we passed an emergency budget. It was really tough. We had a shortfall of $450 million that year, and we wondered how the hell we were going to deal with it. But we did deal with it, and we worked together to make sure that we had a budget that responded appropriately to it. And then, of course, last year, we had the recovery, or this year actually, the recovery budget, our 10-year budget. And again, we had a ongoing loss of revenue of about $300 million that we had to cope with. We dealt with that as well. And at the same time, we invested, $31.8 billion into infrastructure for the 10-year plan that the city badly needed. And that was a great achievement on the part of this council. So coming to the last budget of this political term of council, the ongoing effects of COVID are going to be felt once again. We know that we won't be getting probably the dividend from Auckland International Airport Limited, $60 million. The revenue from the port will be reduced in large part because of COVID. The Auckland Transport faces revenue losses of about $100 million overall, and Auckland Unlimited likewise from a range of different factors. So the context of our budget is that it's another tough year, but equally the context is working together. We can find a way through those tough challenges and we can deliver for the people of our city. On top of COVID, but maybe related to it because of the stimulatory packages that the government rightly brought in to deal with what was expected to be a deep recession because of COVID. Far from having a deep recession, we've got very full employment and unfortunately we're also suffering from a higher level of inflation, which the Reserve Bank says will come back down to 1.9% in a year to 2 years' time, but is currently high at 5%. And higher interest rates. And it was ironic that a year ago, or was it 2 years ago, people were saying, why does council hedge its debt? It's costing you hundreds of millions of dollars. Guess what? As interest rates go up, we're saving hundreds of millions of dollars. But we also have additional costs because not everything is hedged. So there'll be additional costs of about 15 million in interest rates. And costs that of inflation that are likely to be workforce cost rises of about 23 million and non-staff inflation costs of about 19 million. So not an easy year, not a year in which we will be able to splash money around. Not that I believe council does splash money around, but it does mean that some of the things that we'd love to be doing, we can't be doing because we're dealing with those immediate pressures. So where does this leave our council fiscal position for 2022-23? Well, the rise in costs and the fall in revenue potentially leaves us with an operating deficit of around $85 million, some of which is ongoing. That's about 2% of our projected operating deficit. And, it's very hard to say whether the sum will be lower than that or even potentially higher than that because of the incredible uncertainties that exist in this COVID-related age. Really fortunately, because of the prudent approach that we have pursued in the last two budgets, we have some headroom to deal with those costs. Officials will tell us in the next paper, and have told us already, in fact, that if we were just to take that at face value and say that is an operating deficit, our rates would be going up by 8% in the coming financial year. That is not an option that I am choosing to present to you because I believe that we have other and better options. And what I'm proposing to you is that we simply maintain the 3.5% rate increase that we set out in our long-term plan, recognising that last year, or this current year actually, we were at 5%, it will come down to 3.5%. So how do we bridge that gap? Well, I thought long and hard about it, and to a degree there didn't seem to be any real solutions to that. We were given pretty late notice actually because of the emergence of those inflation and interest rate costs at late notice. But being involved very much in the Three Waters negotiations with government, I was aware of the fact that last year Auckland Council got a fairly miserable $3 million out of a $761 million package that the government has already paid out. $3 million out of $761 million, though we're a third of the population. That will, to a degree, be remedied in the coming term because the government has announced a further $2 billion package, and of that $2 billion, Auckland gets $509 million. The government has also announced, and I have confirmed by telephone calls and correspondence with the Minister of Finance, that from the 1st of July 2022, Auckland will be eligible for $127 million and a few dollars in excess of that. That can be used by us for either OPEX or CAPEX. And there will need to be a funding agreement with government. Government doesn't simply throw the money at you and say, spend it as you wish. Won't be going and increase councillor salaries. You'll all be disappointed to know. But the criteria are very broad for the use of that. Not only can it be OPEX or CAPEX, but it can be for a wide range of things that involve well-beings of council. They specify some areas where you could put it towards the three waters, housing infrastructure, and other areas. But there's some very broad terms that are set out in the criteria for which we would receive that money. And I'm told by the Minister's office that our needs would fit within that criteria. So it seems to me that this enables us to have some time before we address some underlying problems. That time is really valuable because a year hence, we will know much more about what, if any, the ongoing effects of COVID will be. We'll know much more about what the projected level of interest rates and inflation might be. And it gives us a full year in which we look at a range of sustainable long-term measures to deal with an operating deficit. And we need that time. 4 weeks ago, we were told, well, if you have to react now and it's an 8% rate increase, that doesn't give us time to talk to our public. It doesn't give us time to look at all of the options. This money from government does give us that time, but we will need to use that time, and we'll need to be aware that it would be imprudent of us not to use that time to address the underlying issues. They do need to be addressed with a long-term solution. So we will continue to follow a prudent approach, which has been the hallmark of our council in our recent terms, and that will be it's not just a case of, look, costs have gone up, we'll put that on the back of the ratepayer, and it's not a case of costs have gone up, let's borrow some more money and cover that. They are not prudent approaches, and we need to look at a range of other things that we need to do. Amongst those will be continuing to press the value for money initiatives that I put great emphasis in the last term, and the chair of the Finance Committee is very supportive of. It will also look at what we actually do as a council, and the chief executive has come to us and said we need to have a look at optimising our service delivery, because you can't keep adding new functions but never say, look, there are some other functions that are now lower priority and may not be important. And we've already authorised the chief executive to come back to us with a list of options as to how we can reduce services that are low priority in order to fund services that are high priority. And I've not asked for further savings above the money that we will build into this budget, which will be $90 million in savings ongoing. We're doing that this year. We're more than halfway towards that goal. The year before last, we saved $126 million. When we put our mind to it, we achieve it, and we do it on behalf of the people that we represent to show that we are prudent in how we manage their finances. So we will be doing that. But I'm also conscious that apart from COVID, our council now has an asset base worth more than $60 billion. $60 billion. Now, that's great because it shows that we're adding to our asset base to deliver the infrastructure that our people need. But what's kind of less great about that, I guess, is that when you have an asset base of that level, you have to depreciate it, you have to meet the interest costs on it, you have to maintain those assets, you have to renew those assets. So we do need to look at underlying ways where we make long-term and permanent savings, and I'm recommending that that is the path that we follow, with at least $15 million of permanent savings in the 2 years following the budget that I am now proposing. I want to emphasise that in this budget, I am sustaining the commitment to fully fund the depreciation of our assets that we will do by 2028. I think that is important. We'll also need to continue to look at the sale of non-service assets and non-strategic assets. And we've done a lot of that, and I think we've done the right thing. We've got some big projects coming up around car park buildings and around other buildings, major buildings that council owns, and we've discussed that in other places. I want to deal next with a proposal that, at the request of some councillors, our officers came back to us to discuss, and that is the potential sale of Auckland International Airport Limited shares. I want to put out straight up front that I said definitively at the last election I did not support that. Now, I'm a vote of one around this council table, but I said that I would not support it and I won't support it, and that is not in my proposal for this budget. And there are good reasons for that. I've talked to a whole lot of you, and I know there is a majority of councillors that don't want to sell the shares, and the reasons for that are obvious. First of all, we have an operational budget deficit, and you don't sell assets to pay for an operating deficit. That's like any one of us selling our home in order to pay for our groceries, and that doesn't make sense, and I don't think anybody believes that it does. Secondly, I've just got to say, and I want, hats off to the old Manukau and Auckland councils who decided to keep their airport shares. And that investment has delivered hugely to our city. Right up until COVID, we were getting $60 million a year in dividends. Now, if we weren't getting that, to have the same revenue, we would have had to have put rates up by another 3%. And I certainly don't support doing that. Secondly, we had something called the Cameron Partners Report back in 2015. Some of you will remember that. And they said, sell the shares now. If we'd followed that advice, we would have lost the appreciation and value of shares of $1 billion, which was a bonus to Auckland ratepayers in the next 4 years alone. $1 billion. If we'd sold in 2015, that value would have gone to the long line of people that are queuing up that would be queuing up to buy our shares. So, if you look at how our airport shares have performed in terms of dividends and in terms of rising value, they've outperformed the vast majority of any other shares on the share market. The report, and this is my final point about this, the report by our own officers, and again, looking back to the EY Cameron Partners report, showed that, yeah, there is a short-term benefit when you sell shares and you could pay down debt or pay for something else. But there is a long-term cost, because once you've sold those shares, they can never be sold again, and you lose the ongoing revenue. And within a half dozen years or so, the net loss to council would be greater than the net benefit that it had received from it. So that is not on the table in terms of my mayoral proposal. I want to now look at the issue of increasing costs of our capital projects. And, I keep coming back to COVID. It's unfortunate. And I'm looking out the window at the CRL project. And because of COVID, level 4, for 10 weeks, that project could not work. For a much longer period of time under level 3, they were working at a lower level of productivity because of the impact of the precautions that they had to take. That will undoubtedly, one, delay the project, but not hugely, we hope. But secondly, it will add to the costs. And that may apply to some of our other major projects. We don't know what the additional cost will be at this stage, and CRLL have told us we won't know probably until the end of next year. They've also told us that the costs won't come to bear on council in the coming financial year. That may more likely be, 24, 25 or somewhere thereabouts. That's not absolutely clear yet. But we can't ignore that. The first approach to dealing with that problem has to be, the first approach will happen naturally. Because of COVID and because of supply chain difficulties, that will slow down the delivery of our capital projects, which ironically will defer the costs, the operating and interest rate costs that fall on council. So in the short term, it supposedly helps us. In the long term, it won't. And the first thing you'd have to say, if those costs went up hugely, what we would look at doing is saying, what are the lesser priorities of those projects? And we may need to put them back for some time. There is another ironic bonus from the government's Better Off package, is that there is another $375 million that the government will deliver to our council under what they've already announced as part of that package. And what I would urge, we don't do it now, the new council will need to look at it, but I would urge the incoming council to say $375 million a very good use of that money would be to cover the increase in capital costs of the projects because of higher inflation, higher interest rates, and the COVID delays. I think that would be prudent. Councillors, I want to come now to the last item, but certainly not the least item on my mayoral proposal, and it's in relation to a climate action targeted rate. While we've been overwhelmed with dealing with COVID, we know that in the longer term, a far costlier and more serious crisis that we will face on an ongoing basis, it won't come and go like COVID will, is the issue of global heating. And, you know, I don't need to go through all of the details. There once was a time when there were a lot of climate change deniers. There aren't many now, but replacing the climate change deniers are those that say, yeah, it's happening, but no, we won't do anything about it now. Look, I think most people on this call know that that's totally unrealistic. We have set ourselves a target for what we do with global warming, and that target is to reduce our global emissions by 50% by 2030. 2030 is only 8 years away, 100 months away, and the target is a really tough one to achieve. It's a target that's based on what our government has set for itself and what the international community at Paris and more recently in Glasgow have reaffirmed for themselves. And we can see now what the costs of climate heating will be. We can see it in rising sea levels, which is already starting to happen, and we can see it even more so in the more frequent occurrence of severe weather events. We've been through the worst drought that we can remember in Auckland's history, and we've seen in other parts of the country the worst flooding that they have ever had, and that included in us in the northwest being affected somewhat by that. So the situation is serious now. It needs to be acted on. It's going to be more threatening for our kids and our grandkids. So we need to act, and not only do we need to act now, but we're told from everybody, from our own council officials that have really worked hard on this, the change needs to be not incremental, but transformational. And in this budget, while we're dealing with the immediate pressures on us, we've got to think for the future and the future vision that we have for our city. We've got to think about the legacy that we want to leave for those that come after us and our kids and our grandkids. And, you know, we won't be remembered for the fact that we unanimously passed a climate emergency declaration, that we unanimously passed a really good climate action plan. They are, you know, that represents the good intentions of our council, but we won't be remembered for our good intentions. We'll be remembered for whether we acted when we needed to. And I know there is no good time to put in a targeted rate. There'll never be a good time, but it is the time to do it now, because time is not on our side, and the longer we leave it, the larger the costs that we will leave to coming generations and coming councils. We've walked the talk. We've now got to act and honour the undertakings that we've made in the declarations that we have passed. The hardest of those is transport, because we've said we'll cut it by 64%. 64% cut in emissions in the next 8 years. Now, did we say that not meaning to act on it? No, I don't believe that anybody behaved in a way that was insincere about that. We said transport is where we have to act. 43% of our emissions are from transport. We need to do it. And our officials have said, yep, this is a huge challenge, but it's possible. But it's only possible if we put our money where our mouth is. And that means that we need to be able to fund the changes that we're making. That funding cost, everybody's familiar with the figure now, for a medium residential property in Auckland, the cost would be $1.10 a week. Now, I'm not making light of that. I've seen people say, oh, it's a quarter of a cup of coffee, or it's the cost of a single cigarette. For some people, every dollar counts. But what I am saying is that could there be a better investment of $1.10 a week than to help secure the future for our kids and for our mokopuna? And my belief is there isn't a better investment. The co-benefits of this package are really big. Buses. there will be another, according to Auckland Transport figures, another 15 million passenger trips a year as a result of this package. 15 million passenger trips a year on public transport. 1 million people across the city will benefit from having improvements to the bus services within 500 metres of their door. And 170,000 Aucklanders, for the first time, will have a frequent transport network within 500 metres of their door. And the really great thing is that while it benefits the whole of Auckland, in particular, it benefits low-income areas that have been really poorly served in the past by transport services. We know that the costs of transport are going to go up. There'll be more congestion. There's in the wings in Parliament a congestion charge that will be introduced. The cost of petrol is at a very high level, and the cost of maintenance of a car. This falls really heavily on those people at a low income. And we said that we'd support a congestion charge. We agreed that as a council, provided we looked after the equity issues of low income people and provided there were alternative services to choose from. This package enables us to take the step of embracing a congestion charge for the future when the government brings it in. If we don't do these things, I couldn't support a congestion charge. Not if we were going to cripple low-income people that come in to work at low wages in the city from the south and the west. And, you know, we've also got things like our Community Connect card that will help in that regard. As well as the buses, we know that ferries produce 21% of our emissions from public transport. We need to replace a half a dozen of those ferries now. We're going to replace them with new diesel ferries. No, we're going to replace them with electric ferries and the infrastructure electric ferries need. This package covers that. It covers much more safe walking and cycling opportunities. And that's really important because, again, the best advice that we have, how do you get down emissions? The very best way of getting down emissions is by persuading people that it's more convenient, accessible, affordable and reliable to travel by public transport and to leave the car in the garage. So this is the area we need to act, and it's really important. On top of that, we've got the urban ngahere, the canopy cover. Oh, I sound a bit weary here. How many times have we talked about the fact that our lowest income people have the lowest canopy cover? That when we need protection against the increased heat that comes with global heating, we need shade. The people that will miss out most will be those that have the least canopy cover. And this enables us finally, it's not a huge sum of money, but enables to plant 15,000, mature native trees, up to 2 metres high, and to green and make more pleasant those places of our city that don't enjoy that at the moment and have the lower incomes that they have to live on. So what all this adds up to is 574 million that we as Aucklanders will produce, 127 million more from additional fares because more people will be travelling by public transport, and 344 million from government matching funds that are not just likely but necessary and will be there because the new regional land transport program will require our options, and so $1 billion package, we can make a real difference in this budget. And I want just finally on that to say, why a targeted rate? Because on the two occasions that we have taken major targeted rates to our public, the water quality targeted rate and the natural environment targeted rate, 2-to-1 Aucklanders have told us, yes, we support that. Yes, we're going to get behind it in both Colmar Brunton polls and in the submissions we received. And why do they support that? Because they said it's transparent. We know what it's going to be used for, why we need it, and we know that it's guaranteed to be spent on the area that you say that you're going to spend it on. And that's why a targeted rate is the option. And the public have told us two things. 89% of the public we surveyed, I think 2019-20, said council needs to be doing more on climate change, and an almost as high figure, over 80%, in a Colmar Brunton poll said council really needs to provide more regular, reliable and frequent public transport. So this proposal meets what Aucklanders have told us they want. So in conclusion, and my apologies for the length of the discussion, budgets are never easy, and this certainly isn't an exception to that rule. However, when we were elected, we weren't elected just for the good times. We were elected to deal with the hard decisions that have fallen on us because of the circumstances of the time that we are serving the public in. So we need to rise to meet those challenges and to make sure we have a responsible budget. But we were also elected. Why did we stand for office? We stood for office because we really wanted to make a difference. We wanted to make this a better city for our people. And what this budget has the potential to do in this climate action targeted rate is to be transformational, to lay the foundation for dealing with global heating, playing our role in our country and our world, leading by example, doing what we've pledged to do in the resolutions that we've already passed by this council. So I commend the budget to you. And I would like at this point, Madam Chair, to move the recommendations in my name and ask you if you're happy to support those recommendations as the seconder.
Absolutely, thank you.
So we'll move and second those recommendations. And please, can you just note in red, there are a couple of small changes that have been made after I've talked to other councillors and they've indicated a desire to have those there. One is to include with the operating cost reductions and capital deferrals, the possibility of non-strategic asset sales. And finally, in a discussion with Deputy Mayor Bill Cashmore, thanks Bill for your help on this, that when congestion charges come in, we need to review the system to find out, when we know how much money will come from the congestion charge, how we would rationalise a congestion charge and a climate action targeted rate. So I'm happy to absorb both of those recommendations and once again commend them to you. Madam Chair, back to you.
Ngā mihi kia koe, Mr Mayor, thank you for that. This is not the first time we've asked you questions or the first time we will have further discussion or whakaaro on this. But for the sake of public record and the order I've got with me, I've got 3 questions so far. 3 people wishing to ask questions or partai. I've got Councillor Sayers, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Darby. So that's the order I've got so far. I've got a separate comment list. So if you could, councillors, please respectfully put your name in the sidebar should you wish to ask a question or note a comment. And our first partai or question is in the name of Councillor Sayers. Councillor Sayers, over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Worship, for your detailed and passionate presentation of your mayoral proposal. Now, my question may not be directly answerable by you, Your Worship, but I suspect that you've got other officers that might be able to answer it because it's an economic question. But if you are able to answer it or need support from other officers, I understand that and I'd welcome that. So it's really around my question is around the climate action targeted rate, and because we tossed around politically last year of its possible inclusion in last year's annual plan, but it wasn't included in it. And to my understanding, it was because we felt that due to COVID and the impact on family budgets, it wasn't good timing to put it through at that stage. It wasn't that wise because of the general hit that people had taken. And so what's the economic situation for families across Auckland this year as compared to last year? I assume after 107-day lockdown that family budgets would be more tightly squeezed now than they were last time during our annual plan setting processes. So can someone comment on that?
I'm happy to have a go at it. And
sorry, Worship, I'll just can I just have?
Yes, sure, please.
Someone
sorry,
comment.
just let Councillor finished.
Sorry, I thought he had. My apologies, Greg.
That's all right. That's all right. Worship, no trouble. I'm just trying to make it as clear as possible that if just comment from yourself and anyone else about the impact on the hit of family budgets being any worse or not as bad relative to last year.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting question. And last year, you'll recall, we did put some climate action into our 10-year plan. It was $150 million, and that's $15 million in expenditure a year, which was helpful. But as we all recognised, excuse me, at the time, not enough. I said before, there's probably never a good time to introduce any increase in rates, and we have, for that reason, balanced out our ambition to do a whole lot more about climate change with not wanting to impose too great a burden on our ratepayers. And I'm conscious that one thing that will, I think, make it easier is that we have managed, despite the difficult times, to keep our rate increase at the level that we projected way back in earlier long-term plans and in the most recent long-term plans. How are people being impacted by COVID? Well, I think it varies. I mean, there'll be some individuals who during COVID, because they lost their job or they were only getting 80% of their income, found it really hard, and that's why we had the demand for food packages. There'll be some businesses, if you relied on tourism or you relied on the hospitality market, that have been hit. But the truth is that the economy overall is a whole lot better than what we feared would be the case when we first confronted COVID. I remember sitting around the council table and some councillors getting really emotional about the fact that we were projected to have 15% unemployment. Did we get 15% unemployment? Nothing like it, not even a third of it. And now we've got the highest employment level and the highest wage rises that we've seen in a decade. Are we getting feedback from our council officers that people are finding it difficult to pay their rates? Well, we put a package in the emergency budget, set aside $50 million to help people who wanted to defer their rates because they were suffering hardship. A tiny fraction of that was taken up. I heard a Radio New Zealand report saying, there's more delay in people paying their rates. Actually, I checked that out with council officers. They said, no, it's about the same level as it was pre-COVID. This is not to deny that some low-income people are finding it tough, but the lowest income people, of course, in our society don't pay rates, or they don't pay them directly because they don't have the privilege of owning a home. They don't have the privilege of gaining the huge capital gains that we as homeowners have earned, but they are not directly affected by rates. And those that say, well, they pay rates through their rent, they do. But rent isn't based on the costs facing the landlord. It's based on what the market is prepared to pay. So I think our most vulnerable people are shielded from that. Our most vulnerable people have benefited from some of the central government initiatives to lift pay. And for most of us, certainly all of us sitting around this table, there's not one of us that would say that $1.10 a week is going to cripple our budgets. Obviously it's minor to us. It might be more important to others. But I do believe very strongly that it is affordable, and the work that Andrew Duncan has said, and I'll finish on this point, is that we are well under the level that is widely regarded as being the threshold above which you can't go to keep your rates affordable. That's regarded as about 5% of income, and we're down at the 3% of income level. So I don't make light of any rate increase, but all of us want to go to heaven and nobody want to die. All of us want the great things that we've done in infrastructure and that we'll do on climate change. And, natural human thing is we'd rather somebody else paid for it, but there is nobody else to pay for it. We've got to take responsibility. We've got to rise to the challenge. We've got to do what's right for our kids.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Sayers, just to add to that, you might want to just check that affordability memo. It was sent to you dated 23rd of November from Andrew Duncan.
All right, well, thank you. Okay. Oh, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Worship. Look, Madam Chair, I'm just going to digest what the Mayor said. I'll just foreshadow that I might put up an amendment. I'll just give it some thought and come back to you or your staff, Madam Chair.
Right, thank you for that. And that's all your questions though, Councillor? Right, my next question, thank you for that then. Ngā mihi ki a koe. Pātai question from Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to your worship, I thank you for the breakdown that you've given us today. I've got two questions, but in terms of context, I do recognise that this has been an enormously difficult budget, and I also realise the inherent risks ahead of us as a council. Even if we get to next year, we're not out of the woods. So this is a time that we do need to be pulling together, and I also appreciate the fact that you have recognised the hardship that many families might face in terms of rate increases. So my question goes, firstly, that Auckland has never had a fair share from any government, I think, and you talk of the 127 million Better Off payment. That is, of course, linked to the Three Waters. And I'd like to commend you for your negotiation. That's not negotiation that the wider council are involved in. It's negotiation that you have done directly. But what I want to know and have clarified now, does that come with no strings attached? Because there's a lot of people who are very unhappy about Three Waters, and does, the acceptance of that sweetener come with some ongoing perhaps commitments, and does it in any way negate your ongoing negotiations as part of the group that of other mayors that you're involved with the government? So could you just tell me that it is a gift from heaven and it doesn't have strings attached?
Not heaven.
It's a fair question, councillor, and no, it doesn't come with strings attached. Look, we've been told that the government is going to mandate the Three Waters change, and the government has the power to do that. I don't agree with them mandating it, but they have the power to do it, and they've shown a very strong inclination that they will do that. And what we're trying to do in terms of the working group that I'm on, and that's going to be a painful exercise for me over the summer period. We're trying to make that fit as closely as we can with the concerns we've expressed about accountability and responsiveness. And I've led that charge, as you're aware, and I will continue to follow the mandate that you all have given me, and follow the mandate that will arise from what people tell us in the consultation process that we're undertaking. So this is not a way of buying my support for those aspects of the reform that I don't agree with. As a council, we've said, look, there's a lot of things in the reform that we like: uniformly high water standards across the country, the chance to invest more in infrastructure, etc. And we'll even go along with amalgamation if that is required, even though we've got the scale we need. But we do not agree with giving up our ability to require the water services entity to give effect to our broad strategies. And we do not agree with being a minority governance body for assets to which we have contributed 94% of the total. So those are, from my perspective, well, I've got to show some flexibility in the working party, and because if we all go in with a totally closed mind, then the working party will go nowhere. But those are really critical issues to me that I regard as bottom lines that you have mandated me to follow, and I'll keep doing that. But the second part of the answer to your question is, if the government, as I said before, has paid out over $750 million already, we got practically none of that. Am I going to say, as a matter of principle, I won't touch the money that you are paying us to do what you're going to do anyway? Well, no. I think the ratepayer would think I was a mug if I didn't take advantage of the funding that government was providing to us that we'll put to very good effect. So I have no compunction about using that money, but nor does it buy my soul in terms of my views on the precise nature of the water reform that they're putting up. We'll go in there, we'll negotiate on your behalf. What comes out of it, I don't know yet. I always go into these things in good faith and with high expectations. I'll maintain the good faith. Whether the expectations are maintained, I'm not quite so sure.
Okay. My second question and you've heard me harp on about this for a long time, is around the desperate need that we have for congestion charging. And again, we're reliant on your negotiations with central government, because that's where mode shift will really occur. And so initially with your proposal, I was very sceptical. So I welcome today's 2D, but I'd like to do a little bit more of a deep dive in terms of my understanding, where you're saying that the council is in support of congestion charging. We know that legislation will come, but Christmas comes and it takes a long time, although we're nearly there at the moment. I want a little more comfort than just saying the regional fuel tax and the climate action targeted rate will be reviewed. I guess I was looking for you to give us the comfort of knowing when we get the congestion charging, which will have the biggest impact in terms of climate change, in terms of mode shift, and all of those outcomes that people want, that will bring an end date to the two measures that we've currently got in place. So can you give me a better understanding of your 2D, of how you see in practice? Because this, if it's passed, this resolution will be to a degree binding on incoming councils, and I don't want any ambiguity on that.
Yeah, well, just to take the last point first, obviously we just as Parliament can't bind a future Parliament, we can't bind a future council, and it'll be a decision that a future council will make, and the elected representatives around the table will be the ones that are mandated to make that decision. But first of all, congestion charging. You've seen the submission that I presented on behalf of council to government on that. I worked with all four political parties, and I was delighted that all four political parties agreed that demand management through congestion charging was really important for the future. And that was a huge step forward, because my big worry, and I've expressed it to a few of you, is that it's really tempting when you're in opposition to say we're going to oppose congestion charging because it'll cost you this much to drive down the motorway to work in the morning. And all four parties, when you get the Greens Act, National and Labor all saying the same thing, you know that it's a pretty substantial ground that you've got for needing this form of charge to get mode change, to get people to change their behaviour. Now, the challenge that we've got on this is, Bill Cashmore and myself and Chris Darby have all looked at this and worked through with officials over probably going back 3 years now. First of all, until you've got the legislation actually enacted, you don't know what the precise, what the congestion charge will achieve and what revenue it will raise. Secondly, all of the indications that I can get from central government is that legislation won't be in place to the extent that a congestion charge will be out there probably ahead of 2025, which is 3 years out. 2025, of course, is only 3 years off 2028, when the regional fuel tax runs its course and will no longer exist. When they bring the congestion charging in, a critical thing in the congestion question, the first report was, in those cities where it really worked, it worked because it was introduced carefully and thoroughly and carried people with it. Exemplars being, particularly Stockholm. And they've said that don't rush into it, do it all at once. Maybe the first step will be a cordon type system around, people coming into Auckland Central in peak hours. But it may take, and our officers have talked to us about this in recent days, it may take years after that to fully implement the system. So the wording of D, which the Deputy Mayor and I worked on together, is very carefully worded, because yes, we need to have a rationalisation of how we fund the measures to get mode change, but we can only do that when we actually have actual legislation in place, and and specific knowledge about what revenue will be raised and when it will be available. So the commitment is there, not to have 3 separate systems operating, but probably one. But we can't go beyond that wording because at the present time, we simply don't know. What we do know is that we will support congestion charging, provided the prerequisites that councillors put in place are met. Those are equity, and those are having suitable alternative transport means. And this package actually allows us to put those alternative means in place, particularly for the lower income. And the other package that I've worked on with Michael Wood that I think is really good is the Community Connect card that will slash by 50% public transport fares for our most disadvantaged people. Sorry, it's a long answer, Chris, but hopefully that covered the question you gave to me.
I won't monopolise time, Madam Chair, and I'll let it go at this point. But thank you for those responses.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Your Worship. The next question is in the name of Councillor Chris Darby. Councillor Darby. Councillor Darby, you are on.
Yeah.
Can you? Yeah.
Now it's unmuted. I think I'm with you now. Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Mayor. Look, just continuing, just an inquiry on the 127 million Better Off funding package. And I can see that we could continue to access that in coming years as well, most of it kicking in 24. So I'm assuming that the 127 being used as revenue is not specifically allocated at this stage, because that the conditions, the criteria state that there needs to be a funding agreement. And one of the conditions, the further conditions, is that the development of that funding agreement needs to be in consultation with iwi Māori. So is there a risk in that 127 million funding package that the final agreement with Crown and then also agreeing with iwi Māori might identify projects that are not being consulted on in this draft budget? Is there a risk there? That's maybe a question for both Mayor and possibly the Chief Financial Officer.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's risk in everything, but in my view, it's a very low risk because as I discussed with you earlier, I went through what the Minister of Finance has indicated in the budget. So one, is this in any way a contestable fund? No, this money is earmarked for Auckland. 2, when will it be available from? It'll be available from the 1st of July next year, though it may not be in one lump sum, but spread through the year. Thirdly, is it available for OPEX and CAPEX? Yes, both, because we're talking about OPEX here. And I specifically asked that question to the Minister, and he specifically gave me the guarantee that it can be used for OPEX. And then will it be subject to a funding agreement with government? Well, of course. And that funding agreement is, what that requires is set out in this document, which, I don't know whether you can see it on the screen, which is the heads of agreement that was signed between local government New Zealand and the government. And the Better Off package is so I'll just go through this with all councillors, is in recognition of the significance of the local government sector and intended to demonstrate central government confidence in the future of local government by providing the sector additional funds to invest in local community wellbeing outcomes in a way that aligns with the priorities of central government. And then they go through some of those priorities, and they include, support local placemaking improvements and community wellbeing. But the Minister's office did make it clear that this could be used for the purpose for what we were intending to do. Do we need to talk with iwi further about that once we've got to that point in the process? Yes, that will be a requirement. We have the Independent Māori Statutory Board at this meeting now and aware of the discussions that we are having here. Is there a risk that money wouldn't be available, if this is the nub of your question, for what we intend to use it for? I think a very low risk, because not using it for the purpose that we're intending to would impose additional and immediate costs on other sections of the community. I'm confident that we would all work together collectively for the common sense outcome, that the best thing we can do is ensure that we're not prematurely placing on our ratepayers a burden of a very high rate increase, which we need to work through to find out a range of alternatives to imposing high rate increases, and we need to work out in terms of a whole range of sustainable ways of dealing with the cost pressures that we have. So I believe, just as this governing body will be supportive of using the money for this purpose, that will also be true of our partners in mana whenua.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. That's good. And thanks for the discussion yesterday. I think we agree mostly, and we challenge each other in some other parts. And one of the areas I want to constructively challenge is and probably just ask you a question. We have discussed this matter in public excluded workshops, but for me, it's not just about concluding whether we sell in full or part our shareholding in Auckland International Airport. The question for me is having the inquiry. Now, is it important for you as Mayor for the council to have an open and really fully informed discussion about the shareholding and the value of it, or otherwise, as opposed to what's really occurred to date that has been a suppressed and partially informed closed workshop discussion? Is that important for you, that we do have an open inquiry about the airport holding? And if so, when do you think that might occur?
Well, I guess I'd refer you to the document that we've got in front of us, page 195 to 219, where there's a 60-slide presentation by our officers based on the work that has already been before Council before and debated publicly before, which was the Cameron EY Partners report. And we had that discussion. That discussion, in fact, during the workshop round on the mayoral proposal, was probably the dominant discussion that we had. And I think that the officers laid out all of the arguments. We had a pretty robust and sometimes passionate discussion. Not everybody agrees on this, but I believe that we've had that debate. We had it in 2015, and we had it again 3 weeks ago. And I didn't stand in the way of officers bringing the material that they thought should be considered by councillors and by local board members who all attended that meeting. And at the end of that debate, I talked around to a whole range of councillors, and the very clear impression that I had was that there is a majority of councillors that aren't in favour of utilising the sale of airport shares in this budget to deal with the immediate problem of a deficit in operating funds. And beyond that, there was also a commitment by a whole lot of our councillors that they felt that the return that we got on this shareholding had served council well. So look, I mean, the debate probably won't ever go away. It will come back, but it would be wrong to say that we haven't actually had a pretty thorough debate around this issue. And all of the documents that the officers have given to us are now in the public arena in the document that we have in front of us.
So just on that note then, Mayor, the legislation actually determines the airport as a strategic asset, not council. I can't find any record at council that identifies the reasons why it's a strategic asset other than the legislation from, I think, late 90s determining that. So are you aware, or are you open to the council actually having an inquiry to determine what the strategic outcomes could be of the airport holding, rather than assuming outcomes? Because at the moment, there's not a single strategic outcome identified for the airport holding, and for a $2.1 billion investment, I find that just an outrageous gap.
Well,
are you open to having that discussion to identify what the strategic outcomes of the strategic asset might be?
The term strategic is the term that applies through legislation, and the government puts that in place, and that's in some ways it doesn't matter. You can sell strategic assets. You have to go through a consultation process, as we do with the sale of any significant asset. I'm not so worried about the word strategic. My focus and the focus of my comments in my proposal today have been around whether this asset has given a good return to the people of Auckland, both in terms of the accruing of capital value of those shares. And I mentioned that, if we'd followed the earlier advice, we would have lost the $1 billion increase in asset value that accrued in the next 4 years. And the ratepayers would be looking at us and saying, what a pack of monkeys. You sold it cheap, and 4 years later, if you'd held on to it, we would have had $1 billion more in value as the ratepayers of this city. I'm also looking at, the return on the dividend, and that has been a pretty handsome return. The figures, we went through the figures, and I asked the question specifically, leaving aside COVID, which, closed down the airport and it ceased to be profitable for the period of time, understandably, how did our shares perform on the share market? And the answer that officers came back on me was it was spectacularly better than the average return on shares on the New Zealand Stock Exchange. So, over the years that I've been mayor, time and again I've had people coming to me saying, why don't you sell the airport shares? And I says, well, why do you want us to? Because we want to buy them. And why do they want to buy them? Because I think it's widely recognised across the community that these are very good shares to have a big shareholding in. And I know, North Shore Council and the Waitakere Council sold their shares years ago. Did that provide long-term solutions to long-term problems? No. It's just that we'd have a much bigger dividend if we'd kept the shares that were sold by those legacy councils. And, once again, I just want to acknowledge Manukau and Auckland, who didn't sell those shares. And the whole of Auckland is getting the benefit now of the fact that they didn't sell them for a short-term gain, but kept them for a long-term revenue source.
Look, thanks, Mayor. It's very much a reply like parliamentary question time. My question was, and look, I say that with great respect, Mayor, but I guess I go back to the question because you haven't answered it. Are you willing to enter an inquiry and undertake a deliberate process to identify what the strategic outcomes of the strategic investment, $2.1 billion in Auckland International Airport, might be? What those strategic outcomes might be?
Let me be totally blunt in answering that question. No, because I don't believe that the value in holding them is strategic, but rather it's financial.
So you're saying it's not a strategic asset?
No, it's a strategic asset because the legislation says it's a strategic asset. To me, it's an asset worth keeping because it produces a really good return for the people of Auckland.
The shareholders of A2 Milk thought that about a month or so ago too.
Yeah,
we'll pick it up later on. But thanks, Bear.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Darby. The next question I have is from Councillor Walker.
Amendment from what?
Sure. I have some questions, Mayor Phil. You may be in a position to answer them, or alternatively, it may be the officers. The first question I've got just goes to the information that we're providing now about Auckland Airport. And my question is around how much better off we would have been if we had have taken up the share offering and what the value might that have been. And I would like to know this, and I think Aucklanders need to know this, because I would suggest that it adds to the $1 billion quite significantly. So if you can just give me some assurance that we'll find that information and make it available, that would be useful. The reason I'm asking it is it goes to our decision making around the airport, because I would not like to be in the situation where the council is not available, is not able to take advantage of a prudent investment decision when that decision comes up. that might enhance our strategic position, but also, more importantly, following on from your comment, might significantly enhance our financial position?
Yeah, thanks for that question. We made a decision as a council where we were offered the choice, did we want to receive a dividend, which was, as I mentioned before, about 60 million a year, or did we want to transfer that to simply increasing our shareholding? And we made the decision that I think that Aucklanders would have endorsed. We wanted the dividend because we wanted to invest that money into infrastructure and other ways of improving the well-being of the people of our city. I think Aucklanders would probably support us maintaining our shareholding, but they wouldn't support foregoing a dividend that would be spent on their behalf in order to increase that shareholding. We are an owner of those shares as a historic legacy of the city, but we don't go out and we don't work the share market. I know the suggestion was made that maybe we should buy up more shares, etc. But I don't think that the majority of councillors believe that a priority for the expenditure of our money or the foregoing of an income from that shareholding should have been to acquire more shares, but rather to spend the income that we get legitimately from those shares for the well-being of the people of the city.
Sure.
So it is a choice. If we were speculators and we were into this as a business arrangement, we might have made the decision to use the dividend money just to buy more shares. But we're not. We're a council that provides services and infrastructure for our people. And I think our people said, yeah, it's good that you've got the shares, but please use the benefits of those to improve the life of the people in the city. And that's what we collectively decided to do.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I understand all of that. All I'm asking for is some transparency so we're able to show how much better we would have benefited had we had a decision to add those extra shares. We don't have an investment strategy. I really don't want to go into that, but I'm just asking for that information so it's available. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, look, happy if officers can provide you for that. But if the answer was that we were putting rates up while we were buying more shares, people would say, no, please use the money to deliver the services without putting pressure on us unnecessarily for an even higher rate increase. But I'm happy for officers to come back to you, Wayne, and provide you with that information if they have it.
Sure. The other matters that I'm seeking information on, as it goes to the climate change targeted rate, and that is have officers given us any information on implementing behavioural change measures that could include tactical marketing to make better use, more patronage on our buses, ferries and our trains, more and better use of our existing cycleways and walkways, more and better use of programs like car sharing and our T2 and T3 lanes. And the reason I ask this in part is there was a very small tactical marketing exercise done in Milldale, and there was a 44% increase. A 44% increase in patronage at very little cost, and quite obviously a significant increase in fare box recovery. So my question is, have the officers provided us with that information?
Yeah, I'm aware of the example of Milldale, and I use that myself. When you provide better bus services that are convenient and regular, outside of COVID, people pick up the opportunity to do that. If we want to get behaviour change, there's a push and pull factor in it. The pull factor is if the services are frequent, so you don't have to look up when the bus timetable is because you know they'll be there every quarter hour. If they are accessible, they're within 500 metres of your doorstep. If they're affordable, compared to the alternative forms of transport that you might have, and if they're convenient, people will use it. Now, the push factor is congestion. You know, how many times have people driven down the northern motorway and been at a standstill and watched the busway, the buses along the busway go whizzing by them? I had this this wager with Councillor Hills. I think when I offered to take him back from Smales Farm, he said, "No, I'll catch the bus. It'll be quicker." And he got back to the council offices 10 minutes faster. He was right. So that's, you know, if you provide those services, and if congestion is a factor, and then you add congestion charges, that will start to amend behaviour as well. And if you make it affordable for those that are struggling, that will change behaviour. So yeah, all of the work that was presented to you and me and all of our colleagues at those workshops around climate action targeted rate were based on the very factors that we were talking about now.
So my question is, have we received any advice, any proposals for the budget around modest expenditure that I am putting up that could attract a very significant return on investment and drive reduction in emissions? Have we received any advice?
The advice that we've got, when I went to them, I said, if we were to have a climate action targeted rate, what are the best things that we could spend money on in order to encourage mode change, to drive down emissions, and to get real co-benefits for the city? And the advice that they have is the advice that you are aware of and that you've sat through a number of workshops on. I think we've done 3 or 4 of them. Their advice to us is that this is the best way to achieve the objectives that we're talking about.
Okay, so we haven't had that advice that I'm seeking. That's really all I want to know.
No. We have had advice, and I've just explained it. That there is also, and I've raised the specific thing about, you know, do we need to promote our services, advertising spend? Yeah, that's incorporated in the budget proposals as well.
Okay, the other similar question I've got around advice is, have we received any advice on what budget we might allocate to the improved retention and protection of our existing tree canopy? And that would include street trees, notable trees, trees on private property, particularly special ecological areas, areas subject to protective covenants, and the consideration of things like the Kiwi2 Trust. So have we received advice around what budget spend we might require there to actually save what we've got, which is insignificant decline?
Yeah, we have had advice, and again, you're aware of that, and I've acted on that advice. The advice is that trying to protect our canopy cover by scheduling tree by tree is incredibly expensive, incredibly slow, and incredibly ineffectual. And the best thing that we could do would be to regain the powers of general protection that we had until Nick Smith took them away in 2012. That's why I've been on the Minister of Environment's back on a number of occasions, written letters that you have copies of on behalf of councillors, raised it at the Local Government New Zealand conference and got overwhelming support from our colleagues around the country on it. Unfortunately, both the government and the opposition are saying to us, trees come second to providing housing to meet the housing shortage. I don't think that, you know, of course we need houses for the housing shortage. I don't think that should should allow open slather on existing mature trees. Existing mature trees on areas that we're planting on, every one of the, you know, probably the more than 2 million trees that have been planted now under the Merrill planting program are on reserves and public areas where we can protect them. What we can't do is protect trees that are on private property, because we do not have the legal ability to do that. And even if we schedule the tree, that is still open to debate, and to you know, to have independent arbitration on, you know, the value of the tree as against the value of the housing, etc. So, you know, yeah, it breaks my heart when I see some beautiful trees cut down, but actually we don't have the power to save those trees at the moment. We could have the power if government and parliament determined to give it to us, and we will keep pushing for that as the government works through its Resource Management Act changes.
And the last question I've got, and thank you for your leave, Madam Chair, and that is around Have we received advice, contestable advice, around other funding tools other than general rates for climate change initiatives that may well be a better match? And they may include carbon credits, regional fuel tax, green bonds, new funding tools that the government might make available to us, enhanced fare box recovery along the lines that I've been suggesting, and increased NZTA subsidies from government that we might achieve if the government takes a stronger implementation line than what it is doing around reducing carbon emissions. Have we considered those other funding tools and whether they might be a more appropriate match?
We've considered all of those things, and the problem with most of the things that you raised, they depended on government agreement in order to put them into place. You know, I'd love to be able to say to government, look, it'd be really nice, instead of us paying for any of this, for you just to meet the full bill and to do it by this mechanism or that mechanism. That's not the world we live in. What the world we live in says that if we put money up, we can expect to get matching government funds. But if we're not prepared to come to the party, then it's unlikely that the government will want to come to the party either. So, you know, it's a little bit like the regional fuel tax. For every dollar that Auckland has paid in a regional fuel tax, we got another dollar out of government. So it doubled the benefit of what we ourselves were paying for. Had we not done that, we wouldn't have been, you know, we might... we wouldn't have got the I think it's the 4.3 billion that the regional fuel tax will actually finally put into our transport infrastructure system. Likewise on this, if we didn't show that we were committed to doing this, then when it comes to the next regional land transport plan and the Auckland Transport Alignment Project, the government would say, well, we'll only give you money if you are prepared to put this as part of our priority in place. And what we're doing, we've talked to the government, of course, about what a range of options would be. The government has been fully supportive of this and fully supportive of this being in alignment with the sort of funding that they're going to bring in the future that we will gain benefit from. But if we're not prepared to do anything, it's a whole lot harder for us to say, then you should do it all for us. So that's why we are where we're at, but we did look at all of those options, and this is what our officers who have been working at an official level, well, we've been working at a political level, have come back to us with and said this is the best way of getting the money and getting the change that we need to deal with global heating. So this isn't something that's just straight off the top of our heads. This is something that, you know, obviously we as a council and our officers have been working hard on now for 3 years, and what I've got in this proposal is the best advice that our officers have been able to come up with in order to achieve the objectives that we've set for them.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks,
Mayor.
Wayne.
The next question I have is from Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. And I won't be long. I don't want to prolong this any longer. There's more substantive issues to debate. But Mr. Mayor, firstly, thank you for spelling out your position on the Auckland International Airport Limited in your mayoral proposal. You do that in quite a significant section there, and not least of which in the conclusion that over time the cost from the dividend that would be foregone outweighs the benefit from the interest cost saving. So I think as far as any inquiry goes, you've very clearly articulated the requisite points there. My only question would be, though, if we're to pursue this line a little bit further, certainly in terms of your predecessor, Mayor Brown, the clear understanding or expectation, certainly from the council at that point, was that any substantive move to dispose of strategic assets, such as the airport shares or the port, for that matter, would be sought through an electoral mandate, and that was certainly the basis on which Mayor Brown operated in the first 2 terms that he was mayor. That would be sought, through an election, which of course one conveniently is coming up next year. So I would just seek your view that such an inquiry or such a mandate, that would be the appropriate means by which to seek a public endorsement of such a significance would be through that electoral mandate. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, well, you'd have a mandate, either the electoral mandate, and I believe that I have an electoral mandate because it was a major issue of debate with my opponent at the last election, who was keen on selling water care. Events have kind of bypassed that debate now, but also before we sell any substantive asset, you'd have to go through a process of consultation. But I simply, from talking to those of you that I've had the chance to talk to about this around the table, I don't believe that there is an appetite to do that. And a whole number of us actually went out at the last election and said we were not in favour of selling those assets that are termed strategic assets. And I nominated those assets as being airport shares and water care. So from my point of view, I made a commitment to the electorate, and they gave me an overwhelming mandate as a result of that election. And I'm not about to turn around and say to them, look, I've changed my mind. What I sincerely promised to you then, I don't believe in any longer. So that was never an option for me. But as I say, I'm one vote around the table at that council. But my very clear impression is that a majority of councillors around the table are not keen on selling those shares for all of the reasons that I've elaborated and that you and others have touched upon.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. Maybe just a suggestion that any councillor of that view can maybe seek the same mandate in a few months next year if they want to.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further pate or questions for the Mayor? Well, councillors, I'm going to take a 5-minute break before we go to comments, and then when we come back, my comments will be, so far I have Councillor Cashmore and Councillor Cooper. So it is midday, and I will reconvene at 5 minutes past 12. Thank you. Your Worship, welcome back. Right. Thank you. I think that's been a good break. We've got to keep lots of breaks. We've got to keep smiling, everybody. All good. And I will lead off now into our whakaro, or our kōrero around the discussion on the mayoral budget. And my first comment...
Point of order, Madam Chair, please. Councillor Sayers.
Yes, Councillor.
I did foreshadow that I'd be putting up an amendment, which you have received. Should we not be entering into the amendment before we go into comments on this substantial, Madam Chair, dealing with that first?
We can do that. I just haven't got it. So apologies, Councillor. Can we just, Sandra, can we bring it up, please? Sorry, Greg, can't do 15 things at once.
I totally understand.
Only 14, all right? I'm good at 14 things at once. 15 is a bit more challenging.
I also have some amendments, Madam Chair. Councillor Walker.
Right, well, let's just take another couple of minutes, please, just to get all this sorted. All right, can I just give me 3 minutes, come back at 12:10. Sandra, I just need to get all these things together, please.
Sandra will be putting the minutes on the screen.
Yes, Councillor Watson. That's indicated in the email.
Right.
Yeah, I've seconded that.
And through you, Mr. Chair, I'm more than happy to.
Mr. Yes.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm more than happy to defer to Councillor Sayers. I think his amendment is more substantive than mine.
On your amendment, Councillor?
No, I'm just suggesting that I'll go after Councillor Sayers. I think that's more appropriate, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, it's Sandra here. Procedurally, you need to take Councillor Walker's amendment first.
All right, thank you, Sandra. I will take Councillor Walker's amendment first. Could someone please bring up onto the screen Councillor Walker's amendment? Councillor Walker, this is by way of addition.
That is correct. And
points of clarification, please, Chair, if so.
Yes, Councillor Collins.
Sorry to do this, Chair, but I can barely see it. Is it possible to have it read out?
Yes, I'm sure we can. I'll ask Councillor Walker to read out his amendment by way of addition.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so request officers to prepare budget advice on the costs for improved retention and protection of existing tree canopy, including street trees, notable trees, and trees on private property, with special emphasis on special ecological areas, areas subject to protective covenants, and the application of protective mechanisms such as the QE2 Trust. I can read that out again if you'd like, Madam Chair. I went slowly.
You did. Any councillor wish for that first amendment to be read out again? Right. Could you please read your... Is it one at a time, Sandra, is it? Or are we going to take them together?
Yes, please.
Did you want one at a time, Councillor?
Yes, please.
Cool. Sorry, Chair. Just another point of clarification. So should this be an A and a B, just so that we can vote on one or the other or both?
Yes, please.
Cool. Thanks.
Right, Councillor, I'll invite you to talk to A.
So the reason for asking that officers prepare this budget advice is, on my part, I haven't received this information. We know that there is significant tree loss occurring across Auckland. We know, for example, that in many instances we are experiencing significant loss of street trees, and that the maintenance of street trees, I would suggest, as it stands, is not great. We know that for budgetary reasons, we have not promoted the protection of notable trees. That is occurring through budgetary reasons. We know that there, or I would suggest there is no budget for promoting the QE2 Trust, for example, for protection of trees in areas on private land. I don't know of any budget there. We know that there is significant loss of trees in special ecological areas that is occurring. We know that there is an absence of monitoring and enforcement as it goes to loss of trees generally. And I would suggest that the carbon that is locked up in the existing canopy cover is significant, and that we need to protect that now, and we should be receiving some budgetary advice around how we can best do that and what the cost of those measures might be. So that is why I'm moving A. Yes, entirely supportive of planting additional trees. Great. But if we are losing the trees that we have, and I reference, for example, the letter in today's Herald by Dennis Trussell about the massive loss of trees that that will occur in Kohimaramara, we're not doing our job. And it's those special mature trees that are most important. So hence the request, Madam Chair.
Right. This is, of course, we're talking about the mayoral proposal. I just wanted to clarify that. But
point of
I'll
order.
have
Point of order, Madam Chair. I just wanted a clarification as well. So this item is the mayoral proposal. This item isn't about how we're going to allocate anything that comes from the rate increase of the mayoral proposal. I'm not sure that this is the right place for these amendments. These won't be going out for consultation, of course, these two recommendations if they were to go through, or amendments if they were to go through. So is this the right place, this item?
Potentially. Yes, Councillor.
Can I speak to that, Madam Chair?
Could I have an answer to my point of order, please, Madam Chair?
I am just looking at that, Angela. I'm dealing with your point of order. Sandra, would this be better the next item?
Madam Chair, we may need to defer to the Chief Financial Officer for the best place for this to appear in the budget items.
Thank you. Mr. Goodsall, are you online, please?
I am indeed. Hello, everybody. I can probably talk to advice from the Central Planning Office around this amendment, and then consider point of order. So we do have the resolution from 25 May 2021 this year. That's still active, and pursuant to that, scoping work programs are underway to look at providing greater protection to notable trees, including actions from Council itself and from the government in terms of restoring provisions for comprehensive protection for notable trees. And that work is progressing, notwithstanding the lockdown restrictions. Further budget advice on the costs for improved retention and protection of existing tree canopy, including street trees, notable trees, in addition to those nominated already, and trees on private property with special emphasis on special ecological areas subject to protective covenants and the application of protective mechanisms such as the QE2 Trust, is complex and will take significant staff time and could be provided to decision makers ahead of the annual plan decision making in June 2022. Members will note, as we have already, that some of the protective mechanisms are outside the purview of Council. I would make a further last point If the costing of this amendment is brought forward so that it has to be ready for the consultation, it'll mean that the same staff who are busy doing the next phase of the notable tree schedule work will be pulled into scoping this, i.e. it will compromise the work that is currently underway. It is a significant amount of work when we have scant staff resources anyway to do the work we are doing. So that goes to the substantive question and amendment and staff advice that we're able to achieve at this time. Without the presence of the Chief Planning Officer at the meeting at this time.
Thank you for that. Sandra, so we've heard that staff are a bit challenged on this time-wise. Sandra,
sorry, Chair. I didn't. Apologies for not completing the answer as well. Given the purpose of the mayoral proposal item is in relation to items for consultation, we think Councillor Dalton is correct that these amendments are probably better considered as part of item 11, which is the budget item report, and not recommending items for consultation as such. So that should be the complete answer. Thank you.
Happy to defer to item 11.
Right, thank you. And I'm happy for that to occur then. So we will remove the amendment. And we will go back to, if I'm not mistaken, the amendment by way of, is it addition? Councillor Sayers.
Yes, it is, Madam Chair.
Councillor Sayers, for clarity, could you please read your amendment?
Yes, certainly. That there be an option provided in the consultation document for the climate action program to be funded through the general rate and other funding tools, with the prioritisation of capital and operational budgets over the next decade.
Thank you, Councillor. Does anyone want that read again, or can anyone see it on the screen? If there's any problems with that, can you speak now? Right, I think people have understood what you're saying by way of the words. Would you like to speak to it, please, Councillor Sayers?
Yes, of course, Madam Chair. Could I just by way of clarification before I start, how long do I get to talk to introduce this amendment? What's the time frame, maximum time frame, allowable understanding orders?
Sandra, is it 5 minutes?
Yes, it is, Councillor Chair.
5 minutes, Councillor Sayers.
Whew, okay. Okay, let's see how we go. All right, well, look, obviously the world knows that we're having drier summers and wetter winters, and climate change impacts are here or are coming with unwanted consequences. I agree that we need to address climate change for future generations, and I'm as concerned as anybody else in this meeting about the effects of climate change. It's a global emergency and every country can contribute towards addressing it. But how should Auckland tackle this and fund this? As to putting the rates up and adding another tax, I think it's time for the Mayor to realise that people are losing their businesses, their homes, their jobs, they're struggling to pay their rent, their mortgages, even feed their children. So it's not the time to be reaching for ever deeper into ratepayers' pockets, Madam Chair. It's exactly the wrong time. It's in fact the worst time for council to be increasing taxes. Why would council now suddenly support a new tax at this time after the worst lockdown in our history, with even harsher economic impacts compared to last year? And that includes a rural community who would be being asked to pay more tax but not receiving any direct benefit. So what I'm proposing, climate change prevention should be part of Auckland Council's everyday business as usual practices. In fact, all that the proposed climate action tax will do is paying for business as usual projects such as buses, cycleways, electric ferries and some tree planting. This is all business as usual stuff. They are projects that should be funded from within the existing budgets in the general rate take. Thus, I support the $150 million already budgeted in the 10-year budget for tackling climate change. Aucklanders also pay an additional regional fuel tax, let's not forget, to help deliver these types of projects. The council needs to stop double dipping. We've heard that Aucklanders want climate change addressed and they want their public transport systems improved. However, Aucklanders expect this should be part of Council's business as usual, not an opportunity to tax them. And if you think I'm wrong, let's just simply test it, support this amendment, and let's find out if the Aucklanders would prefer delivery from an alternative funding source of the general rates and within the existing 10-year budgets. The proposed 5.9% rate hike is a broken promise from the Mayor. As the Mayor indicated, the Liberal elite who sit around this table are insulated from this tax increase. The hypocrisy is that they say that they defend the most vulnerable. They are prepared to vote in more and more taxes upon the Aucklanders they represent. The new climate action tax will mean next year's overall rate take hike will be 5.9%, even higher than last year's promised 1.5% increase. But the most critical question will be, will the climate action targeted rate actually help reduce emissions, or is it really a way of bringing forward already planned for projects? And I'd ask this of the press gallery. The question that needs answering is, will the climate action tax and its associated projects actually reduce overall net emissions, given that the emissions trading scheme is now capped? And this seems to be receiving very little media coverage. Transport emissions are already capped under the New Zealand's trading scheme. That means emissions saved from going from diesel to electric ferries, for example, will only free up carbon credits for emissions to be produced elsewhere in New Zealand. So overall, while Aucklanders are asked to pay more, the country's no better off. The idea of a climate change tax to me is a Ponzi scheme. Another example is the largest chunk of the spend in the proposal is $228 million on walking and cycle paths. That won't help overall emission reductions. It may have other benefits, such as reducing traffic congestion, but it can't lower total emissions, which is the only thing that matters when it comes back to what will actually combat climate change. Let's call this tax what it really is. It's a disguised rate hike. It's a disguised rate hike to fill in Auckland Council's whole financial hole left from COVID. So look, just to conclude, the climate action tax is simply a way of filling a hole in the Auckland Council's bank account caused by COVID. And it's time for the council to tighten its belt and cut operational spending and reprioritise spending priorities within existing budgets. This administration believes it will be leaving a legacy of the biggest cost savings ever. It believes it will be leaving a legacy to grandchildren, future generations, about dealing with climate change. It's actually leaving a legacy of taxing more, borrowing more, and creating more debt for our grandchildren, a bigger burden upon them than ever before. Half of the fuel tax collected is unspent. It's been used to prop up debt and fund operational costs. As I said, look, I'm concerned about climate change as much as anyone else. Look, and look, even the planting of $13.3 million worth of trees is frivolous spending. It's mitigation. It does nothing to reduce the production of pollution. Raising money for mitigation is just deferring a problem, not dealing with it. So funding from the general rates would mean avoidance of the 2.4% target rate increase, but it would require reprioritisation of Auckland's 10-year capital spending priorities, along with cutting operational costs. So because time is tight, I think I should probably speak directly to the wording, Madam Chair. So the wording specifically refers to, with the reprioritisation of capital and operational budgets over the next decade. This is to encapsulate all of Council's funding levers beyond just the general rates, those being operational savings, debt levels and asset sales and those type of things. The amendment also says, and other funding tools. The climate change program doesn't have to be continuously supported by rate increases. There are alternative revenue streams other than rates available, and these take pressure off ratepayers. And I think the Councillor Walker spoke to someone, as the Mayor spoke to, there are other revenue streams. Today isn't about trying to define what might need to be deferred or dropped from the 10-year budget if Council wants to put more into the climate change program. But if we got the message from Aucklanders that they prefer to fund the climate change program from the general rates rather than a new climate change tax, then we would need to have the courage to make tough calls about what councils call businesses and what council can actually afford. So to quickly finish, this amendment is simply giving Aucklanders visibility that there is another way to fund climate change. Why wouldn't we let them know that? Why would we not ask for their opinion on an alternative option, Madam Chair? I would like to hear from the people of Auckland if they would support funding climate change through the general rates rather than the new climate change tax. But it is current. But as it currently stands, that isn't in the Mayor's proposal. It's silent on that. So, fellow councillors, I'd ask that you support this, and ISB members, I'd ask that you support this amendment and give the opportunity to Aucklanders to feedback to you if they generally feel climate change and that it should be funded from general rates and through existing budgets as business as usual, or would they rather prefer that it's from an additional climate change a targeted rate. So I would like to commend this amendment to you, colleagues, and ask that you support it to be added as an additional support of the Mayor's proposal. Okay, I hope that was 5 minutes, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Look, what I've got is some questions from other councillors as to your amendment. And the first question is to you from Councillor Hills, then Councillor Henderson, and then the Deputy Mayor. So, Councillor Hills, you're first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess, as always has been in my experience, that if an amendment is put up, especially at this point, that wasn't raised previously, we need to provide where the money is going to come from. So I do need to know what the mover is willing, where is the $1 billion coming from, and what operational and capital budgets is he?
Point of order, Madam Chair. Sorry to interrupt.
I've got a point of order from Councillor Watson.
Councillor Watson here, and point of order, I'm just looking at section 1.5 in our standing orders that go to amendments. Although there has been a practice where people moving amendments have been questioned, the debate has started. And at any rate, there's no requirement from a mover of amendment to answer questions. And I would suggest that in instance, the questions that are being raised here are debating points and should be brought up in the debate. So I just think the debate has started. It should proceed, Madam Chair, or otherwise we get into this situation where debating points are being used as question where they should be addressed by members in their speech. And that's what's reflected in standing orders. Thank you.
I'll take that then. So, Councillor Hills, do you want to take your time then to speak?
Madam Chair, could I just have a ruling on that? It has always been the case that we were able to, if we are supposed to be voting on something, I can't possibly vote on something I don't have information for. So, in the past,
clarification, please.
We've got 5 guys remaining.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is correct. Previous meetings, we have allowed questions for clarification. So it would be your ruling, Madam Chair, whether you accepted a clarification question or, as was said, basically to allow the comments to be made and not have questions.
I think it would be most unfortunate if we broke practice at this particular time, bearing the importance of this matter. So I will move that you can ask your questions. If you are going to vote on the amendment, I believe that you should have the confidence to know, have all your questions answered first. And I'm sure the mover can provide that. So I will go back to Councillor Hills and we'll...
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that call of keeping the practice we've had in place. So yes, Councillor Sayers, so just where is the $1 billion coming from? Because I would have to have confidence, especially through a submission process when we're asking the public to have a fair understanding of what they are submitting on. Where would the $1 billion come from? What operations and capital budgets would you be cutting to allow that $1 billion of public transport, walking, cycling, tree planting?
through you, Madam Chair, thank you, Councillor Hills, for your question. And look, I hope you will support this in terms of just adding it into the as another option for us to take feedback on. That's all I'm asking for. In terms of like the recommendation, I just listened to the Mayor's presentation and asked a question this morning, and decided to put this up, Councillor. So what I'd like to signal is that it talks about reprioritisation. So we'd have to work through that. Hopefully, I mentioned in my words, I can't remember everything that in the order in which I said things was. If I reflect back to what the Mayor said a bit earlier, we've given the mandate to the Chief Executive Officer to go away and come back with like how we can cut our cloth to fit our budget. Depending on if we as a group decided that the feedback that we got from this was worth exploring, adding that into that exercise, then we would, Richard. So I can't tell you, sit here right now and say it's coming from X, Y, and Z. We'd have to get that information prepared, presented to us. So I understand your concern about that might be missing from the paper going out. Yeah. And I'd hope that the way that we would frame it is that it would be, if we have to cut our cloth to fit our budgets, and if you felt that there was overwhelming support to do it that way, then we could. If not, we wouldn't. So so Richard, I can't tell you exactly where, but I can tell you that's how it worked. I would predict that's how it worked.
Okay, and just my second question, Madam Chair, your comments on the ETS, Greg, under the new cap that has been placed by this government, so we still have to dramatically reduce emissions even with the carbon credits. So don't know if you have been quite got that right, but I guess in terms of what did you mean under the new cap? Because the new cap forces us to reduce our emissions quite dramatically even without the carbon credit. So just want to understand your comments on that.
Okay, Richard. Hopefully this helps. I understand there's even a sinking lid on it, Councillor Hills. It's being pressed down. So what I'm saying is that really that's a government initiative. It's forcing to happen at a government level for us, and the whole purpose of it was to take that burden off local government to produce them. So it's going to happen by 2050 that we should be down to net zero emissions. So if Auckland pushes down on one side, it's going to be bouncing out somewhere else. So the overall emissions don't decrease for the country. So I think my point was that it should be business as usual. I mean, in all our papers, we have a climate change section. We've got your committee, all the work programs through Healthy Waters, Auckland Transport, whatever projects go through, they get analysed for business as usual to address climate change. We're doing it in a bigger and bigger way. And all I'm saying is we should continue that to reach that objective rather than bringing another revenue stream through taxing ratepayers to do that.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor, did you have a comment or is it a question? Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, sorry, mine's a comment, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'll leave you for comments. Councillor Filipaina, Patai.
Thank you, Chair. Just to our officers, I'm assuming we can ask our officers a question in regards to this amendment.
Yes, you can.
So to our officers, in regards to this amendment, for what we would get from a targeted rate, how much would the general rate have to be increased? My understanding could be increased from our indicative LTP to maybe 2.4%.
Hi, it's Andrew Duncan here. Yes, that is correct, Councillor Filipaina.
Okay, so thank you, Chair. I just wanted to know whether that's what the mover and the seconder are putting on for consultation, that the general rate gets increased by 2.4 on top of the 3.5. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. My next question is in the name of Councillor Dalton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Sayers. My question was just around the other funding tools. My concern around the budget is more around years 24, 25, 23 possibly. And so what we do now will have impact on that. Now, you've spoken about other funding tools. We've talked about congestion charging in the time frame, and we've talked about airport shares in this term. But what are the other funding tools? Because I'd need to understand that, how that's going to work to fund, because you're not talking about an increase to the general rate, are you? You're saying let's do it within the rate that we've got now and other funding tools. So what might they be?
Thank you, Councillor Dalton, for your question. I also hope you might support this as well, if I can answer your question well enough. The other, obviously, the alternative revenue streams or those funding tools, the idea of that is to take pressure off ratepayers, and they include alternative revenue streams in my mind that I'm aware of, that I can answer your question with, around the regional fuel tax, carbon credit, perhaps green bonds. And as the Mayor spoke to, a lot of those are government orientated funding tools, so we would have to advocate for some of this. And importantly, there may be even new revenue streams. We haven't asked a pool of talent out there, being our ratepayers, about what their ideas are, initiatives, innovations. We've actually pre-decided that in this paper. So I would hope that we would go out and beyond what I've just spoken about, and there are some others as well, that there may be initiatives from Aucklanders and the talent and research teams out there that might offer new ones for Councillor Dalton, ones that we're not even thinking about at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Councillor Newman, and then His Worship the Mayor.
Oh, look, thank you, Greg. Look, I don't want to use questions to try and batter down your arguments, because that's not something I'd be comfortable doing. But my issue is, and I personally don't have an issue with increasing the general rates to fund what is, in my view, an appropriate level of service, as opposed to a targeted rate for a radical suite of activities. But my question, I suppose, is that if we're using the general rate to fund new activities, my great concern, obviously, is meeting the operational cost of councils through the renewals program. Would you foresee that the renewals budget and the need to fund for the depreciation of existing assets could be compromised if we were to fund the climate action program through the general rate with no further adjustment to the general rate to reflect the increase expectation of how the general rate money will be spent? And if so, what is the risk for the renewals program under this model? Thank you, Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Dan Newman. A very good question. And I guess my thinking around that is, like, everything could be a compromise. That's the reality of it. We'd be going back and looking at what our priorities. Along with you, I've stood by your side in terms of the importance of the renewals program and getting towards that 100% depreciation. We wanted to retain that, and I'd be keen to retain that. Other things would have to be examined and cut, deferred. Some other recommendation come through from our chief executive about how we balance the books at the end of the day and what stays and what might have to go.
Okay, Councillor Newman.
Yeah, it's not. Sorry, Greg. It's a no from me, but I appreciate the consideration.
Thank you, Councillor. His Worship the Mayor, you have a question.
No, mine's a comment, Madam Chair, so I'll wait for comments. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher, do you have a question? Yes, you do.
Yes, I do. In reading this amendment, which is by way of addition, not substitution, as I see it, you're not Greg, Councillor Sayers, proposing a cap on general rates, as I see it. So what I'm trying to understand is, it's a good thing to go up for consultation, and it's a good thing that you give the public as wide a scope as possible on something that I think the majority of people agree with. But does this then enable the consultation to include those who would prefer a general rate increase, if that was required, vis-a-vis a targeted rate? Is that the thinking behind it?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Fletcher, and I'd hope that you might also support this amendment, because the answer on satisfaction of my reply to you, my recommendation is not seeking to seek that feedback. It's specifically seeking to feedback to remain within the current fiscal envelope of and deliver our any climate initiative programs, work programs through the existing budgets. And what I'm trying to emphasise is that we should be able to do that if we continue the terrific practices that we already are learning to do about treating climate change as business as usual.
But just so I understand, that if it went out for consultation, which is what we're discussing at the moment, it would give the public the opportunity to support a targeted rate or otherwise. But I mean, what I am loath to see is people just throwing out climate change mitigation. It's just the vehicle, I guess, that is used to deliver it with the most integrity. So, yeah, if you want to comment further on that, that would help me make my decision as to what I do.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. It's we all want to see the climate change. I'll try and answer it best that I can, Councillor. I don't know if I fully understand the question, so if I haven't got it right in terms of addressing it, please let me know. But I'm not sure how to. Look, if the question goes out there as per the resolution, the amendment, and which is just complementary to what the Mayor's trying to put out, look, people can create any other feedback that they want around it in terms of if they want a general rate increase or not. What I'm saying is that now's not the time to be dipping further and deeper into ratepayers' pockets either way. I imagine there's going to be general comments sections in the feedback documentation, as there always is. People could express preferences. It might make them think about it. It might make them consider, is that another option? But that is not the intention of this amendment.
Okay, Councillor. But before I go to comments, I'm just going to ask you a question myself, Councillor. So, because I'm not quite 100% sure of your amendment as well. So, if we go out for consultation on the climate change and it's a targeted rate, Aucklanders can say yes, and Aucklanders could say no. All right. If you put up your amendment, you're saying there is an option for us to address climate change as we are now, i.e. the 150 million that went in the recovery budget as part of the general rate and the work that we are doing. But you're saying that there be an option provided for the consultation for the climate change program. So we know what the program is. The Mayor's outlined what the program is. It's about $1 billion. And that can be funded through the general rate. So my question, and other funding tools, my question to you is, how do you take all that money off our operational expenditure and still pay for all the things that we're supposed to be doing? Because quite frankly, Greg, climate change aside, our biggest problem is actually what we can fund within the general rate. So you're pulling out of the general rate, the whole climate action program, it won't leave much else. So wouldn't you be better just going yes or no on the climate change targeted rate? You want to pull out $1 billion out of the general rate. Is that correct? Is that what you want to do?
Well, what I want to do is if people agree with the work program, they have the choice whether it's through the targeted rate, but also through this amendment expressing if they wanted to come out of the current budgets, as you're alluding to. Now, it's probably about $500,000 we're talking about, right? Because the other half is government elsewhere, right? So, and it may be when, as I addressed with Councillor Hill's question, when the chief executive have to work through this, are there other ways of addressing this? Are there smarter ways of delivering through business as usual? Is it going to cost that much? And are there other what we're alluding to there, and other funding tools? Are there other ways of doing this in a smarter way? I understand what your concern is. I mean, you work very hard on these budgets to understand them inside out, but I think the public needs to know that there is another way of doing this. They might not agree with it, and they can be all the pros and cons obviously would be outlined in the paper, I suspect. And let's get the feedback.
Okay, I just have to ask my next question then to our Chief Financial Officer. Peter, if we took the $574 million over 10 years out of the general rate, would we balance a budget?
Thank you, Chair. I have been considering this since the amendment has been coming up. And the first point, I guess, is this targeted rate doesn't fill a hole caused by COVID. It is targeted towards that new spend and is ring-fenced for that new spend. So to achieve a balanced budget, you would have to find operational cuts, reductions, and we already know that the operational savings targets within this year is 90 and ongoing is 90, and that there are further reprioritisation frameworks that are in the mayoral proposal to be consulted on that will lead to reductions not next year but the year after and the year after that. To go out to consultation on a without knowing the consequences of that cut on the service levels and OPEX would not, I think, allow for an informed position to be taken in that consultation. And without having identified a funding stream for that, it would increase the pressure on the operating position and our call on debt. Increasing debt would be imprudent in my professional position at this time. I would also mention the green bonds. It's come up a couple of times. We're doing really well in that space and continue to push that space. It is more of a funding tool than a financing tool. It's part of our borrowing set, which we have to pay back. But we are over $1 billion in that scheme now, and it's going really well. So my balanced answer, I guess, Chair, is without understanding where the funding or cost reductions would come from, it does look like it would put call on debt, which is already at levels we want to reduce. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillors, I have no further questions, I don't think, so I will move now to comment, and I have comments from Councillor Cashmore, Henderson, the Mayor, and Councillor Watson. Councillor Cashmore, you first.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I understand what Councillor Sayers is trying to achieve. Basically, we'd have to reprioritise $58 million a year out of existing budgets. We already know how stretched that is. And I also think, Madam Chair, with all due respect to you, you actually nailed it when you said, because people who vote, if they don't like the idea of a climate change target rate, they just put in their comments form no, or find it from somewhere else. So what's actually been asked for here by Councillor Sayers is actually probably going to be included indirectly in the consultation documents. Do you support a climate action targeted rate? They could write no and explain their reasons. So I think this is surplus to requirements, and the probability of trying to find the additional $58 million a year over 10 years out of existing budgets would be highly problematic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Whakaaro, Councillor Henderson, Deputy Chair.
Yes, thanks. I wish to speak against this, and with all due respect. But if it's addressed through the general rate, you're losing the benefit of a targeted rate, which is a ring-fenced fund that you're going to the community and saying, we've collected this off you, it's clearly defined, and we have to legally spend it on the money that we've asked for. Reaching deeper into the pocket to the ratepayer will be exactly what is needed if you're folding this into the general rate. And with respect, I do disagree with the view that we shouldn't be identifying cuts at this stage. I think we should, as part of this conversation, if we want to pass it. The onus is on those that say we should just reprioritise our existing spend to define what we should be cutting so that we can be open with Aucklanders. What current public service should be cut or lowered? In a pandemic, what service can't Aucklanders rely on to be there? I have to say I do take exception to the comments about being called a liberal elite, being called a hypocrite. Those hardest hit by climate change are the poorest areas of our city. The loudest voices in my ward are in the Pacific community. They're seeing their homes go underwater. They won't appreciate those that are trying to raise awareness and work on their plight being called such things. And if we're talking about finance, I'll also remind all of us of the amount of savings that have been made over this term already, the work on value for money that has been done. I think there is an easy way to address the concerns that are within this amendment, and it's exactly as the Deputy Mayor has said. Put the targeted rate out for consultation as in the proposal. Let the ratepayer tell us that we want you to cut this and that in favour of funding the work. The other thing I'll just alert councillors to the fact is that if we're getting less revenue in, this also means less debt headroom and even more cuts to vital capital work that people rely on and people expect us to deliver. So I'll be voting this down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Mayor Goff.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think your questions and what the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Henderson have said sum it up pretty well. Look, Councillor Sayers is not arguing against the reality of climate change. It's impossible to argue against that. But as Simon Wilson said in his article the other day, opposition to climate change action has moved from denying that it exists to simply don't do anything about it. And if we're talking about affordability, if we don't do anything about it, as time goes on, the costs of climate change go up and the ability to reverse it diminish. I don't think you can say, yeah, we should do something about it, but we'll find cuts elsewhere without specifying what. Peter Gutzel has made it pretty clear, and in the officer's report, our budget's hugely tight. We're already finding big cost savings. And if you were to rely on finding cost savings, it wouldn't happen. If you were to just rely on the general rate without increasing the general rate, none of this program will come about because there isn't the money to do it. The whole point of a targeted rate is to find the funds to carry out the things that we say are critically important. And to say that it's a disguised rate, actually it's the exact opposite, Madam Chair. It's a transparent rate, just like it was with the water quality targeted rate that we passed and the natural environment targeted rate. Why do people like those things? Because they know why the rate's being struck, what it will be spent on, and that they have a guarantee that it will only be used in the areas that they want it to be used in. So this is not disguised. This is not new. This is a mechanism that the public have supported in the past purely because of its transparency. To say there are other funding tools available, green bonds, for example, green bonds are simply a form of debt raised for environmental purposes, but still debt. So what you're saying there, if you want us to use more of that, well, more debt, but no more revenue. And as Councillor Henderson pointed out, if we don't have the revenue, that limits our ability to raise the debt anyway. And finally, is the question of unaffordability. I'm finding that the biggest opponents to this are the people who are the wealthiest people. And for the wealthiest people to say that $1.10 a week is unaffordable, I just don't accept. Yeah, it's tougher on people on the bottom, but for most of us, it's absolutely affordable, and it's a whole lot more affordable than doing nothing and finding that the cost magnifies by 3, 4, 5 times as much, and that we actually get to the point where we can't do anything about it. So actually, it's not a case of not just denying climate change, it's are we ready to raise the funds to turn our words into actions. If we're not, why pretend that it's that we're against climate change? It's not about good intentions. It's about actions, and actions have to be funded. Thank you.
Thanks, Your Worship. Councillor Watson, your comment, please.
Yeah. Thanks, Madam Chair. I guess if it's talking about action, well, I guess it's probably worth noting that since we declared the emergency, it's taken us 30 months to get to this point. By the time some of these new bus services are up and running, it'll be another 2 years, possibly 3 years. So if we're talking about action, it'll be about 5 years since declaring that emergency that something's actually happening on the ground in respect of what's being proposed here today. I certainly don't want people to confuse or have any notion that this amendment has anything to do with challenging the need for action and actually implementing this program that has been put up. I and Councillor Sayers and hopefully some other people support that absolutely. It is a priority, and we're saying it is the #1 priority. What we're putting up as an alternative, and I think one that is worthy of consideration given what happened with another targeted rate, and that's the accommodation provider targeted rate and the trouble we've got into there, is really putting out the question as to whether a targeted rate or the general rate is the best means to fund this work that needs to be done and needs to be done quickly. A targeted rate by definition has a set program of works over a defined period of time. So if we take the Rodney transport rate, for instance, which deals with putting on extra bus services, it has a set time. In actual fact, if the patronage reaches a point, that targeted rate then essentially disappears because AT takes up funding. My concern is that we have a number of mechanisms now, including largely the general rate, but also in some cases targeted rates, which are going to fund basically the same sort of services, in this case bus services. In our long-term plan, as people will have seen from the LTP mix between the targeted rate and the RLTP provisions, we are putting out 3.3 billion towards public transport, 600 million on active modes. So we have a rather unusual combination of an existing targeted rate, a general rate, and then in this particular instance, then yet another targeted rate. Now, that might all be fine and dandy if this was the first targeted rate, but we all know it's not. This is just one in a series now that are used, that are being used to fund activities which in some way really mask the true cost to the ratepayer. So currently we have a water quality targeted rate, we have a natural environment targeted rate, we have a regional fuel tax that goes towards bus services or bus provision and bus facilities also, which is probably the most significant cost in terms of targeted rates or additional charging mechanisms that we have no analysis of in terms of what that is actually costing those same poor people that some people were referring to earlier on in the piece. We also have a water care rate different from other councils that's also going up by 10% per annum for much of the next decade. Now we have the climate action targeted rate on top of that. So they're all charges to ratepayers. They're all cumulative in one way or other. And I guess what this motion says that in some respects, in this latest addition to it, there is a kind of lack of transparency in some ways. I mean, if we're talking about the shock horror of an 8% general rate increase, well, if you look at this, we've got 3.5, 2.4. If we add in the residential differential, it'll be up over 6%, following on from the 5% last time. So I think that cumulative addition of rates within a very targeted rates within a very short space of time, in my view anyway, in some ways makes the climate change targeted rate, climate action program, in some ways more vulnerable than if it's in the general rate and prioritised as an absolute priority for delivery, which is what we're suggesting in this amendment. If you have already 4 or 5 existing additional funding mechanisms that have all just come within the last 4 or 5 years, if the council's position continues to deteriorate as a consequence of not just COVID, but decisions made in terms of borrowing levels and selling off diversified assets portfolio, and any number of specific decisions along the way, including 50% funding of the CRL, that puts us to where we are now. And I suspect that going forward, a targeted rate might not be the securest mechanism of safeguarding the priority of that work in a rapidly deteriorating council financial position. So if we look at this targeted rate, the lion's share of this of it is going to do with bus enhancements, over 600 million out of the billion. The bus service improvements generally are funded through that general rate. And I think what Councillor Sayers was really alluding to in a reference to that general rate is that would be his preference, and no doubt a preference of a number of people in the public, that this could be done within that current 3.5% envelope. It might well be that it isn't. We all recognise that. But that's not to say, like in the past, where we've gone out with a variation of options rather than just take this or leave it, that there is work that I assume's already been done, what the various computations would be in terms of keeping that combined targeted rate and general rate increase of over 6% to the average residential household to be lesser than that, while still maintaining the priority of the climate change action that's taken will take the best part of 5 years by the time it starts clicking in. So I think that far from being an amendment that isn't based on a sort of realistic perception of the moment, I think it does provide a transparency of cost rather than seeking to somehow pretend that having to pay a targeted rate, especially when you're doing 4 or 5 of them already, and a general rate, that somehow just doesn't add up to an overall rate increase that goes a lot more than $1.10 a week. It provides a safety of the climate action program in terms of having it prioritised within council spending as of right. It does perhaps provide the opportunity for reprioritisation within the budget. I mean, I look at the regional fuel tax spending, for instance. We're looking to gain $574 million over 10 years through this rate. The regional fuel tax within 3 years, even COVID-affected years, that spent $539 million. Now, I know the argument will be put up there, well, which projects are you taking out? Well, the reality is that there's already been projects taken out of the regional fuel tax. Penlink has been taken up by NZTA. I don't think Mill Road's in there to any extent now either. So the reality is that things do need to be reprioritised. Things will change. So this amendment points to that need for reprioritisation, to put this sort of work first and foremost, but to be mindful of the accumulation of costs that have occurred with this raft of targeted rates that make people's rates bill now looking like reading an annotated version of War and Peace. They're lining up one after the other. So as much as they're going to good causes, that's the reality that we're looking to confront here. And we're suggesting that we can make more of an effort to reduce that cost, to make more savings, to reprioritise, to put more pressure on the people who should be leading this, and to a certain extent aren't, and that's the government. And I think even James Shaw in his commentary, more or less, although he's got to be careful, is making that same point. So a little bit like the CRL, by us jumping into the fray, and we need to jump into the fray, and we should have jumped into it long earlier, in some ways it has the perverse effect of taking the pressure off the government too, to start helping out or being more assertive than it has been to date, where its performance is less than inspiring.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Sorry, I have a point of order.
Just for clarification, I really didn't want to interrupt Councillor Watson, but it's been over 10 minutes, and I just want fairness for all times. Is that the normal? You just said 5 minutes at the beginning, and I was just checking. I didn't want to interrupt, but it has been over 10. That's all.
Okay, well, nice to know I'm being timed. If that's the case, I've had my say, Madam Chair. I hope I've made my points clear, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak to that.
Thank you, Councillor. And I believe Sandra has been ringing the bell, but there's something wrong with her sound, so I didn't hear it either. Councillor Newman, comment from you, please.
Yeah, look, thanks very much. It's an interesting discussion that's being had. Look, Greg, if the wording of this had read by addition, funded through a consequential increase in the general rate, and then instead of the proposed climate action target rate, I'd support that. But it doesn't say that, and my concern is that and I mean, I know the cost savings are already coming, but the priorities for me, which are non-negotiable, but which wouldn't be protected in the amendments, is the renewals program, the fully funding depreciation, and the need to move to an equitable funding mechanism, which is going to require more money. And I think about some of the calls on the existing budget, rates funded budget, and in particular renewals, which can't be funded through contributions or other activities. And it just frustrates the heck out of me I've had to sit through many workshops where some colleagues unwisely try and game the renewals budget to pay for non-renewals related activities, which can't be done, but they still try. And too much work is going on trying to push the definition of what we can achieve within the existing rates envelope. And I just worry about the wording here, because whilst I am prepared to go out to the public for a conversation, a consultation on going above 3.5%, because I think we should be doing that. There's just not the appetite around the table for us to go out on a significantly higher rate increase proposition. What we're going to do is have it at 3.5 plus all these target rates. I mean, I take the point that John Watson's said, and he's right. I mean, when I go to the supermarket and I look, I'm not there looking primarily at the cost of laundry detergent and eggs and milk. You're sort of looking at the bottom line figure on the receipt and saying, well, how much did that all cost? And so, yeah, I mean, I don't really think that people are going to be too grateful when they look at their rate invoice and annotate it all down and say, oh, well, look, this is how much this costs and this is how much that costs. But Greg, there's no protection for the renewals for depreciation. And look, I absolutely expect that we'll be back at this again next year and the year after that. I think that the inflationary pressure will continue to eat into the council's purchasing power for its capital works and consequential OPEX. I think that some of the comments that Councillor Darby's expressed around the shares in the airport are well founded, actually. But I can't support this amendment because I think that without clarification as to how the opportunity cost of the activities would be funded through the general rate, without that being acknowledged that it would require a consequential increase, I just think that to require the new activities around climate action to be absorbed within the existing general rate increase without a consequential increase in the general rates is going to be very bad for my ward. And therefore, if the amendment was, if the wording was different, to give a completely clear intent to raise the general rate beyond what is proposed, I'd be up for that. But that's not what's provided for here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Newman. Next councillor for a whakaaro is Councillor Kuhn.
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair. Ngā mihi kia koe, Councillor Sayers. Thank you for the opportunity to to discuss this. I am going to speak against it, and it's going to just cover some of the comments that have already been made, but I do feel I just need to make this point, and Councillor Newman has really covered it as well. But, you know, I'm all for an amendment and talking this through as an option for raising the general rate and for climate action for coming out of the general rate. But I think Councillor says your whakaaro has been different from that of Councillor Watson in terms of what this is actually saying and what it's doing. And it's really not clear. It's not clear whether you're saying that we would consult on having the whole program funded through the existing general rate and the proposed rates increase in the LTP, or whether it would be funded from an increased general rate. And so it's a shame that that you didn't take up the opportunity of putting through the amendment sooner, so it could actually have been worded in a way that made that really clear. And I think Councillor Newman very eloquently put it in terms of what's problematic about the amendment, because I do think it is valid to ask the question around, do we increase general rates to do this program and this very vital program? But that's not what this amendment's saying, and you and Councillor Watson seem to be saying something slightly different about the intent of the amendment. So I did just want to make that point, Madam Chair, because you did give all councillors, all members of the committee, plenty of opportunity to put forward amendments, and the Mayor's been very open to talking through everything that's in his mayoral proposal, which I'm very supportive of and look forward to it going out for consultation. And as the Deputy Mayor said, those who do answer the consultation question to say they don't support the targeted rate are effectively saying they either don't want the program of work or they want it to be funded some other way. And I hope that will be drawn out of the consultation analysis. So, I think it is all covered, and I'm hoping that I won't need to speak to the Mayor's proposal when we get to that item, because I think that his I do support it, but I will just see how that debate goes, because I appreciate everybody's wanting to move things along. And Madam Chair, you're being very generous with the time that we're having to talk over this amendment and asked Pātai on it as well. So a final point I just wanted to make too on this notion that we should just cut operational budgets when we've gone through this amazing piece of work with the recovery budget and all of the cuts that were made in the emergency budget and all that, huge amount of work that has been done, is, putting forward that there should be cuts to operational budgets without actually suggesting what they're going to be, and taking all of the expenditure for our ward areas, I just find a little bit disingenuous. And I just would love to see, we've had all these workshops, heaps of opportunity to put up what could be cut, and I haven't seen any concrete things on the table, but I think we've all had a really good opportunity to talk that through. So that's another aspect that I find problematic with this amendment and the way it's worded as well, that it's just not specific enough, not clear, and 3 councillors had to ask for clarification on it, and Councillor Alf in his question got the response that this would actually take a 2.4% general rates increase, but I don't think that's the intention of your amendment, Councillor Sayers. So that's for those reasons I can't support it at this late stage, but would have welcomed the discussion a lot sooner and how it could have been worded differently. Thank you, Madam Chair, for that opportunity. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor, and I think the last comment I have is from Councillor Walker.
Sure, Madam Chair. I've got some sympathy for this amendment, particularly around the consideration of other funding tools. The concern that I have on an ongoing basis, having attended conferences, overseas with other cities and workshops and the like around climate financing and a whole range of tools that other cities employ, that we continue not to give adequate time and effort to developing those tools, irrespective of whether they're tools that we might have or tools that government might need to give us. So the consequence is that our city, compared to other cities, is falling further and further behind. And when I raised some questions around these matters, I really did not get sufficient answers. So I just want to put my ongoing concern around this issue on the table. When I look at other cities that have got dedicated climate funds, for example, to fund projects, we have none. When I find other cities like Tokyo that has got a dedicated cap and trade for its own city, for example, we give no consideration to that. And I could list off a whole range of alternatives that go to funding that we do not even bring to consideration in terms of advice from officers. So I continue to be deeply disappointed in this area, Madam Chair, because I do not think that rates generally, and general rates for that matter, or even this targeted rate as it stands, are the best match for initiatives in this space as compared to the likes of the regional fuel tax, which is somewhat appropriate, far more appropriate than anything else. But there are other tools there, Madam Chair. So that's my ongoing disappointment. I understand the sentiment that Councillor Sayers has got around much of this. I do think that we need to make a financial commitment around climate change, no question about that. The way we're doing it is not necessarily the best way. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think you'll find that I've been more than generous, Councillor Sayers and Watson, into asking for comments. According to standing orders, I believe now that I take this to the vote. Is that correct, Sandra?
Yes, Madam Chair, it is.
Right.
So could I just procedural, if I could, I thought I might have had a right of reply, or is that not correct?
I don't think so. Sandra, is that correct? There is no right. It's one standing order 1.4 something or other. I haven't got it here.
Yes, Madam Chair. Standing Order 1.4.10, the mover of an original motion has a right of reply. A mover of an amendment to the original motion does not.
Right.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you for that clarification, Madam Chair, and I've really appreciated all the questions and comments from the colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I've given you pretty ample time. Right, I'll take it to the vote, though. All those in favour say aye.
By division, Madam
Aye.
Chair. By division.
I've called the vote. Sorry, Councillor.
By division, Madam Chair, you were in the process of putting the vote. You hadn't completed it.
Is that correct, Sandra?
Yes, Madam Chair, we can take a division on the amendment.
Good. Then I can see. Oh, I know who they are anyway.
Mayor, turn your microphone off. Mayor, turn your microphone off.
I have, Madam Chair. I've just turned it on again to reply.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members are voting on the amendment, which is shown on the screen. So if you could vote yes or no when your name is called, please. Mayor Goff.
No.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
No.
Councillor Bartley.
No.
IMSB Member Blair.
No.
Councillor Casey.
No.
Councillor Collins.
Against.
Councillor Coombe.
Against.
Councillor Cooper.
Against.
Councillor Dalton.
Against.
Councillor Darby.
Against.
Councillor Filipina.
Against.
Councillor Fletcher.
For.
Councillor Henderson.
Against.
Councillor Hills.
Against, thank you.
Councillor Mulholland.
For.
Councillor Newman.
Against. Sorry, Greg.
Councillor Sayers.
For, thank you.
Councillor Stewart.
For.
IMSB Chair Taipari.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Against.
Councillor Watson.
For.
Councillor Young.
Sorry, no.
Chair Simpson.
No, sorry, Greg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is the amendment is lost, 5 votes to 18. So now we move back to the original motion, and you have the comments list.
Thank you. Right, back to the Mayor's proposal then in its original form. And the first comment I have is from Councillor Cashmore.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr Mayor, for your proposal. And I do apologise for annoying you so much over the past month around trying to get an item around congestion charging included into it. Madam Chair, just before I start, to say thank you to you and my fellow councillors for all the time and effort that have been put into these budgets. You know, the past 2 years have been problematic, challenging and difficult for us all. So thank you to you personally, Madam Chair, and your deputy, and also to all the staff, finance team especially, but to all the staff who have put input, data, resource, energy into this budget. There's no, I guess no surprise to anyone that I don't favour targeted rates that are based on property values, and I've been consistent with that all the way through. But I do strongly support what this targeted rate is putting in place. Better transport options, more active modes, urban ngāhere, and just quite frankly, putting PT and options into communities where there are few options now. There are places in Auckland that do have good PT now, which make themselves perfectly applicable for a congestion charging or a smart transport pricing system. The Climate Change Action Programme is exciting, and I believe it goes a long way in providing better alternatives for public transport for all Aucklanders. My preference was to accelerate the introduction of a congestion charging system, which has the effect of incentivising people to change away from their cars into general public transport or active modes. However, for that to happen, the government has to put legislation in place. And I've been pushing our staff and the Crown to say, okay, can we advance this? The answer has been that there has been a universal approval, as the Mayor said, on a congestion charging system, and the different agencies of the Crown and Auckland Transport and Auckland Council have been working together collectively to deliver a program of works that the government can then put legislation to. However, it takes time, and the Mayor is logically probably correct saying it's going to be mid-25. I'd like the idea of the rollout of a congestion charge into areas that I've already said already have good PT, and then over time into other areas as the new PT services and active modes get delivered. The climate change action rate will be paid by everybody, but not fairly across everybody. And if we had a system that phases the targeted rate and the fuel tax out as the congestion charging comes in, then you got the best of both worlds. We need to deliver the capital programs, but we need to fund them in a fair and rational manner. Basing a targeted rate on capital values hits those people who are doing the most right now for climate change the hardest. I'll give you three cases in point. The first case is the steel mill in Glenbrook. Has spent literally tens of millions of dollars on mitigating its climate change measures and improving its energy systems. And yet they're going to be hit with a $20,000 additional bill. Now, it's a big business and people can afford that, but it is another straw on a business that's had a struggling time for several decades. The Quartus Hotel has likewise spent tens of millions of dollars in its recarpeting programs, its new installations, and its new 660-room hotel addition on measures that reduce heat transference out of rooms and into rooms, hold heat or expel cold, or vice versa, winter to summer. And yet they're going to be facing approximately another $10,000 a year in rates. And I'd have to tell you how much the hotel industry has been hurting during COVID. However, a consoling factor I'm seeing is that we are seeing a migration of change. I was involved when we brought in the interim transport levy back in 2015. It wasn't particularly popular, but it brought the government of the day to the table so we could land CRL and the Auckland Transport Alignment Project, which between those two items are going to be game-changing in how Aucklanders move. The interim transport levy then moved into the regional fuel tax, which is probably an effective way to raise funds for transport initiatives. But it too will have its time as we migrate out of fuels into new energy sources for cars and industries to move in. The congestion charging is obviously next cab off the rank. And as I said before, if we phase down the climate action targeted rate and the transport fuel tax, regional fuel tax, we will be in a position where we have tax neutrality and still delivering a real incentive for people to change how they travel. Congestion charging rolled out, RFT and the climate action targeted rate phased out will reduce carbon emissions and more importantly almost, free up our motorway networks, our roading arterials for reduced congestion, which will add even less carbon to the environment and improve productivity and our economy. So it's for those reasons I am supporting the climate action target rate and the Merrill proposal in general, so that we can start the process of delivering less carbon for Aucklanders and start the process of accentuating that via a congestion charging system that truly incentivises real change in mobility systems around Auckland. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The second comment I have is from Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first of all, I want to reiterate all the thanks that the Deputy Mayor gave to our staff who've worked tirelessly, and to you and the Mayor as well, in providing the workshops and everything we've had that comes to today to make the decisions to put these proposals out to our public. And first of all, I want to thank you, Your Worship, because I was very concerned on hearing of quite a high 8% rate rise. And we promised our community last year that if they accepted a 5% general rate increase, that we would go back down to 3.5%. So I applaud that is what we're putting out. Though it's a little bit ironic that a kind of a compensation for losing our water infrastructure assets is now going to pay for the groceries, as you said before. And of course, hopefully we'll get the other money going onwards, trying to deal with what we need to deal with. Of course, we must play our part in climate change, but I do support the Deputy Mayor's comments. I'm not really sure this is the way to do it. I really support his approach, but we know we couldn't get that across the line. And so, you know, this is a practical plan, especially public transport, reducing emissions, increasing our carbon sink with planting trees. They're really practical things that our community can see we're doing. What's really important for me is that, and I've never been one to promise reducing rates. What I've always promised is to try and offer value for money. And I know the Chair of Finance, absolutely, that's her mantra as well. And I think that if people can see what they're getting for a rate, then they will support it. However, for me, it needs to show a clear community benefit, and a targeted rate must benefit everybody. That's part of the premise of it, and hopefully it isn't challenged, but we've got to really show each of our communities what they will get for that, what benefit will accrue to them. And as Councillor Watson said earlier, some of these public transport benefits won't be evident for quite some years. And so that's going to be a hard sell for people, especially in my area, especially in the northwest of Waitakere, in the eastern part. That has been really difficult. We have a metropolitan centre with no rapid transit network, and that will still not come to pass for some years, even with shovel ready. And so I'm going to be listening. I'm not a climate skeptic at all, but where my skepticism lies is the affordability for our communities. And we don't even know what effect the revaluations will have yet, because we haven't had those back to us. but I absolutely support this going out to consultation. I cannot claim to know what my 180,000 constituents think. It's just not possible to just make that up. So I'll be looking very carefully at the feedback, very carefully at the consultation we do, the traditional consultation and the Comar Brunton polls to see what my community think. I know a lot of them do support action for climate change. It's critical, but it's whether they can afford it. And so that's what I'll be looking at, but I do support this going out to consultation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and thanks for your comments as well. Councillor Henderson, Deputy Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just very briefly, it's a very exciting day, actually. Climate change was a subject of my maiden speech, as some of you might remember way back in the before times. And as you guys know, I'm a father with young kids. And I say today as I did then that I worry about the place that we're going to be leaving them in their generation. You know, a generation of life today that have lower quality of life than their parents, and that's every parent's nightmare. Just briefly, you know all the severe flooding and the weather issues we've had in this term, a historic drought, 2 heavy storms in the northwest. Just before, I think it might have been just before, the Newland Town Centre was underwater. We had a tornado that saw loss of life in Papatoetoe. So this sort of stuff is actually already here. We talk about planning for the future. We should be planning for the now. But the other thing about this targeted rate for climate change is not just pain. Sometimes we have to spend on significant things where the ratepayer doesn't physically see the difference. So, for example, when we increased our water infrastructure so that we actually had more reliability, that we could rely on water, no one saw the pipes. You know, you don't see that as a ratepayer every day. But in this case, we are going to see more buses. We're going to see cleaner ferries. We're going to see more trees with better air quality. It's a spend that's always been necessary anyway. It's to invest in more productive time and more time with family for those that have to commute to work, especially for our suburban areas. As I've said before, in terms of my ward, the city has currently 1 frequent bus service by AT's own definitions for 250,000 people in West Auckland, which is absolutely unacceptable. This proposal will make that 7. And finally, on some sort of par with the rest of the city, the sort of thing that the super city was supposed to be fixing a long time ago, in my view. I do want us to look a little bit at tinkering and improving the spend here, getting under the hood, and I look forward to submissions on that effect. So, for example, I think we should be running buses to places with high regional and national interest, like Piha Beach, for example. I think that in procurement, we should be looking at smaller buses to give more flexibility on suburban routes and actually options for routes into more rural areas as well. That's a very exciting future for many in our city that currently don't have those services. But I think that's a discussion for later. And I'm really excited to hear from the community on these points. But for now, and I'll wrap up here, I just want to congratulate the Mayor. I want to congratulate you, Chair of Finance, too. Fantastic. Congratulate our staff on a proposal that keeps our strategic assets. That will mean more money in the pockets of Aucklanders over the long term. A proposal that keeps our promises on keeping rates affordable, and a proposal that does what Aucklanders have actually asked us to do. I look forward to hearing from them and being led by residents in the next discussions ahead. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I now hand over to Councillor Paul Young.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. I want to speak briefly in supporting of the proposal going out to public consultation, and in particular support for asking our Aucklanders what they're thinking about the climate action target rate. Thank you to the Mayor, Chair Simpson, and the finance staffs again for the hard work on another tough budget. Thank you to the Mayor for avoiding immediately project delays and the service cut in his proposal. That's important. We know once COVID-19 is stable, the climate crisis will be still here and getting worse. We know the hardship and the difficulty in our community. Therefore, we need to ask our Aucklanders for their feedback. However, not only through the consultation, I also recommend that everybody ask the young people in their family about the climate change. Do they know about the climate changing issues? What do they think about it? And what sort of the future do they expect? I have taken the opportunity, and I personally found it very interesting. Young people's understanding is very high. In our society, we already see many issues relating to transport, housing, and the environment. We can see the past decision maker did not solve those issues properly, and maybe they didn't have the right information. We do have information, and we know climate changing will be much worse. We want to do all we can reduce those costs and the impact on young people and the future generations. This climate change package will help start to give our city options. I do hope council support it going out to consultation, so we have all options available when we make our final decision on behalf of current and future Aucklanders. Kia ora, 谢谢。
谢谢. Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Mulholland, you're next.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. I'd like to acknowledge His Worship the Mayor and the proposal that is before us for a decision to go to consultation with our community. I do support the proposal in principle going forward. I have commented to some degree with some of you in relation to my views on targeted rates. I think they're specific, I think they're important. In this case, I would have liked to have seen that we include climate change as an important and really an issue that I think is facing all of us. There's no doubt about it, but it should be, in my view, in the annual charges, the annual charge to our people. One of the things I do hope that our community undertake, if this decision is made to go to a full consultation, is to please give your feedback, because we do need to hear what you're saying. It is not about our personal choices, it is about what the wider community is saying. And I'll be looking not just for the general feedback that we get from council. I want to acknowledge all the staff that do work on that, but I'll be looking at other social media and other forms of communication that are out there in the public. So I will say that it has been an interesting time for me to listen to this proposal, and I do want to just acknowledge His Worship and what he has said with regards to standing by his word with regards to the 3.5%, because that is where I also stand. And so thank you for not changing that. But I do also want to comment to the fact that any targeted rate is going to be an increase, and we need to be logical and sensible around the fact that that is an increase to our people. So let the people have their say, and I will take on board the feedback that I receive from them in any form that they are willing to provide it. I still believe that we're facing an incredibly difficult time with regards to the impact of COVID and the cost of living in Auckland. So I think we do need to be sensible, and we do need to be sound in how we make decisions for this city. And it is an amazing city. It's an incredible city. And I do think that people have a right to have a voice on issues. And the issue I think that is probably top of mind is one that has been repeated here by many councillors, and that is affordability. So I'll be looking carefully at that when it comes back to us, in terms of when the feedback comes to us. Chair of Finance, Councillor Simpson, you've done a great job. Thank you for leading this. And of course, it is in difficult times. And for my community, I just want to ask you to also take the opportunity to feedback, not just on the matter of the proposed climate action targeted rate. And I do support the views and principles that we do have to do something about this. And I was very supportive of Councillor Watson's comments with regards to the amendment that was put up by Councillor Sayers. I think we need to be quite realistic in terms of timing. And by the way, I'm timing myself. I'm at 3 minutes 36. And as you will all know, I've hardly spoken during this process. So again, thanks to your worship, I will be supporting that we go to the public and listen to them. But I really want to make sure if the climate action targeted rate is accepted by the public, that we are absolutely clear, and even during this process, absolutely clear about what that is funding. Now, whilst we can say we need to be mindful to share with the public what those items of funding are, because I've already been asked, and I am happy to support that. I would have preferred a transport targeted rate, but thanks again to everyone for your work on this, and I will be supporting the proposal.
Thank you, Councillor. Next comment I have is from Councillor Watson.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try and be a bit quicker than I was last time. I just want to make it clear that I support the program of works that are going out under the climate action package. They're needed, they're vital, and an attempt has been made to make them go across the region as a whole, and I think the officers are to be commended for that. However, I do want to confine my comments to a rather small part of the Mayor's proposal in that climate action package, and it's a small part, but it's an important part, and it's the one that's got administration costs through AT at 7 million and resourcing from Auckland Council at 9 million. And despite seeking clarity on what those costs go towards, I haven't really received that, and I say that because the success or otherwise of this, of what's being labelled quite liberally here as this transformational package, is going to depend on what those small costs actually amount to in terms of promotion of these services that are being put on for people. Last week, less than a week ago, in fact, we heard when we were discussing the transport emissions reduction plan that that an intentional program of intervention through social marketing, campaigns, events and community engagement is critical to help shift social norms. So that's critical, not important or not desirable, but critical. So I want to know if that package of 7 million includes the type of intervention that is required to actually get people going on those buses. As opposed to the buses Councillor Henderson talked about going by, which I see in some parts of my ward, without too many people on them. Why should I say that? Well, I say that because Auckland Transport's own research indicates that more than half of all Aucklanders perceive that public transport does not go to where they need to go, but this has not been tested against the real options available currently. It is likely many Aucklanders have an out-of-date perception of the PT options available to them. And what does that mean in real words? It means it doesn't take into account the radical restructuring of the city's bus services between 2016 and 19. So we've already been through a transformational period in terms of putting on public transport services, but the take-up based on Auckland Transport's own research, despite the growth in patronage, I'll be the first to acknowledge that, and that's great. But if we have over half of Aucklanders not even realising that there's public transport options to them or what those public transport options are in terms of services, we've got a real problem. So there will be nothing transformational in the uptake unless that climate action package that goes to admin costs and resourcing has a very vigorous and well-resourced component to it that is informing the public, but not just informing them, it's encouraging them. The Mayor referred earlier on to the example within my own ward of Millwater, where there was a phenomenal 44% increase in patronage in the first 3 weeks. That was from 3,500 people to over 5,000 people through that sort of intervention. So unless this package has that aggressive intervention, then we are going to be disappointed, because the main thing that has to come out of that is people changing their behaviour and taking a bus or a train or a ferry. If that doesn't happen, then all we have is another kind of utopia that Aussie political bureaucratic satire where we have a big policy announcement and a big judgment, a big budget that goes with it, but not the consequential change in behaviour. So for me, that is the real challenge, to make this transformational in the way it needs to happen. Similarly, along those lines, I would like, as part of this package, is to have a far more personal pitch across the region as a whole to people to reduce their vehicle kilometre travels on a personal basis. And we need to do that, because if we look at the latest census data as far as Auckland goes, journey to work, our public transport share was 10.7%, and even with that massive restructuring of the bus network, it only went up 1.1% between 2013 and 2018. Wellington, by contrast, is 18%, and getting close towards double. And if we go to international cities like Vienna, which has a population not too dissimilar to Auckland, but has a PT uptake of nearly 40%. So why do I bring those examples up? Well, our time and the clock is ticking. If we're to reduce our transport emissions by 64%, by the time these bus improvements come in, we'll have about 6 years to do that, based on the current figures. So our time is ticking by really quickly. So if this is to be as genuinely transformational as we're suggesting today, that communication package needs to go to another level, way beyond anything we've done before, perhaps similar to the COVID-19 push. And we need to get into our communities, and we need to make people take advantage of the offering and to challenge them personally, to contribute personally to reducing their own vehicle kilometres travelled. Without that double combination, then I think we will fall short of the mark. But I commend the people that have been involved in putting this together. It's now over to us to support our current public transport network in Auckland, which has had billions and billions of dollars invest in it, to support it, to encourage people to use it right now and not be waiting 2 or 3 years down the track for these bus services and whatnot to kick in. A lot of these changes should and could be happening right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Our next councillor is Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to start by confirming, as I indicated to the Mayor at the workshop that we had the other day, is that I think it is a really important time for us to go up for consultation, and therefore I will be supporting this going out for consultation. I was a bit cynical last year when we were discussing the LTP because everyone was talking about how hard it is. But today, it is hard. We live in an age where there's absolutely no certainty about everything. For those who sat through the audit committee yesterday, amongst the long list of risks, the fare box and the Mayor's referred to some of these today, the issues around profitability of the Auckland airport, the reduction of use of council facilities, staff costs, wage pressures, construction costs, escalations, inflation and interest rates. The list goes on and on and on. And I don't think anybody, in terms of trying to read the tea leaves, knows yet where we're going to end up this time next year. So it is a time, I think, for some caution, but it's a time to actually consult genuinely with the public. My support for allowing this to go up for consultation is not necessarily around the whole package. I regret that we're not going out, as I understood the wording that Councillor Watson and Councillor Sayers had. I would have liked an option where we could have addressed the climate change issues, but perhaps through the general rate. I'm not sure that would have done too much harm. We've got a bit of a power imbalance at times in that not all councillors have access to the same numbers of officers and helping them craft things. And I took their opportunity for us to consider their amendment in good faith. And I don't, I can see that we can still have some meaningful feedback from the consultation, but there may be those that are opposed to targeted rates, and I would have liked to have given those folk more of an opportunity for expression. In sitting here, I'm not wanting to speak just as an elected member for Albert Eden Puketapapa. I think all of us should be sitting here today thinking regionally. You know, this, of all the times that we should be thinking regionally and not just ward-based, is today. And I'm very pleased that the Mayor has responded to the pleas of some of us. I mean, I fought for congestion charging over the last 20 years. It has annoyed me intensely, the issue of thinking that somehow you can just use property tax and rates to change people's behaviours and nonsense. So I think that we've got the opportunity now, as I have understood the new D under 2D, that we can reassess these things. That doesn't mean that we don't put the pedal down in terms of trying to push the government a little bit faster. A lot of politicians have come very grudgingly to the issue of congestion charging, but I think it is part of our future, and the sooner we get to it, the better. I would like to acknowledge staff through our CEO. He's our one employee, Jim Stabeck. I know that Jim has endeavoured as best he can to make sure there are an array of options available to us, and we'll probably go into a little bit more detail on that on the next agenda item. But I would like to conclude in terms of encouraging the people of Auckland to actually, I know they're suffering from consultation fatigue. You know, we ask so much of them in terms of responding, but now is the time for them to engage in this. This is the first step on the journey. It will come back, it will go out for public feedback, and I hope that people don't just jump on the bandwagon of one particular issue, that they actually engage and understand that we are, all of us, trying our very best in these trying circumstances to try and keep Auckland on a steady footing. And I'm particularly encouraged by the commitment that the Mayor has made today that we are going to continue in terms of that objective of full capital depreciation. That really is a plus. Finally, Madam Chair, I'd like to acknowledge you. Stan, the late Stan Lawson would be very proud of you today. I think you have managed the process very well, and I commend you for it, and I hope that others can support the consultation of this document going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fesso-Collins.
Kia ora, Chair, and thanks. I'll start where Councillor Fletcher left off. I just wanted to say thank you. I think this process has been really good, and you and your very able finance team have been excellent at getting answers turned around and looped in, and I've had so much to read over the last little while that it's been really informative. I want to say thanks to the Mayor. I think these are challenging times, and we all respect that, and I think the Mayor's been able to find a really honest and genuine balance in his proposal, so well done to the Mayor, and for keeping your door open so that you can have pretty robust conversations. I think back to one of our workshops where there was a bit of banter between yourself and the Deputy Mayor, which I really enjoyed, and seeing the change and the amendment that's come through that really robust conversation is really useful. So it was fun to watch, to both Mayor and Deputy Mayor. I know you're both listening, and so thanks for that entertainment, but thanks also for the display of respect, because I think we can have really tough conversations that are held in a very respectful manner. As far as the proposal going to public consultation, my desire remains that we get our communities involved, and I know that the engagement team that Kenneth will be leading have come back with some really good ideas. We've seen an increase in the engagement from more poorer communities, minority communities, our youth, Rainbow, Pacific, disabled communities. And we've heard from some of those diversity panels as well. And I think whilst I agree with Councillor Fletcher, there is a bit of consultation fatigue. It's really important that we continue to work with those communities and those sectors that don't normally come back to us with their feedback, that are so busy providing meals for their families and making sure that there's a roof over people's heads, that this isn't one of their priority things, that they don't have the time for. So I'm interested in how we continue to ensure that we get a wide range of Auckland's diverse communities and Auckland voices participating in this. I'm going to watch the climate action targeted rate with interest, and I think somehow or other we do have to meet this cost. And my personal position is that it's good that we're consulting on the targeted rate. And I have to agree with the Mayor. It feels like it's those who are poorest and most affected are the ones who seem to be most willing to pay. And just on that, well, I wanted to advise people that in the last COVID-affected kind of 18 months, we have seen remittances to Samoa increase by $12 million. And what that shows is that people here in New Zealand and families in Australia continue to use whatever resource they have to support the families back home. And remittances across the board in the Pacific have actually risen by 1.7%. So that's a whole lot of money from families who don't have a lot still prepared to give to those back home. So I actually think we'll be quite surprised by what some of the more vulnerable communities have to say with regard to the climate action targeted rate. And just finally, I think Councillor Watson had a great idea of the around the airport shares. I found that discussion, we had a couple of workshops on this, so I found the discussion really intriguing. I thought it was a fascinating discussion, although there were times where I wondered about motivations for that discussion. And that's just my own personal observation from what I heard in that discussion, but I'm glad it was before us. It was pretty robust, and I enjoyed the way the Mayor held a very firm position, and he sought a mandate on it, got it, and then Councillor Watson had the idea of if people wanted to do otherwise, they could do something similar in a year's time. So I wanted to just reflect on that for a moment and say, way to go, big ups, props to the good people of Manukau who retained those shares, bought them in, and we're benefiting as a city from the dividends that we get from those shares. And yeah, it's been challenging. The airport's been shut down and it's just starting to kind of find its feet again. So there's been challenges in the way we've received dividend, but I think it's an investment that has a long-term benefit for all of Aucklanders. So I'm glad to support the mayoral proposal as it stands, and I look forward to hearing from all the voices of Auckland as to what they think. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Hills, you're next.
Got a Chair, and thank you. And thank you to you, your Deputy and the Mayor for all the work on this. I think coming back from parental leave, that first workshop when it seemed like the rates would have to go up to 8% or more, and there was going to be significant cuts to operating budgets again. And I'm sure staff were concerned about the pain that was taken in the last, or the first budget after the outbreak of COVID began in 2020. So I feel a lot better that the budget we are sitting here to go out to consultation doesn't have the large cuts and the cuts to staff and the more pressure right across Tamaki Makaurau on the services that Aucklanders expect and the services that Aucklanders have shown they will keep flocking to when they're able to. And so I'm glad this is protecting all the things we love, whether it's our parks, our libraries, our community centres, the grants to our volunteer groups, and all the public transport, despite the drop-off due to COVID, is still keeping there for the people who need it most. So I'm glad that you have all been able to put together a budget that resembles something that looks quite different than a few weeks ago. It was looking quite stark. So, we talk a lot about the climate part of this budget, but I think the rest of it, considering what we were facing or what we thought we could be facing, is quite a considerable improvement. So thank you. Just also want to thank the staff for putting this together. I know the Sustainability Office and the Auckland's Council's Transport team and Auckland Transport have done a huge amount of work on what I think is a transformational $1 billion budget. And for those who don't like, the climate change label, and I think it might have been Councillor Mulholland who said this maybe should be a public transport rate anyway, because this is our bread and butter. This is significant. This is public transport services. This is new ferries where our ferries are failing us. We need replacement boats across the network, but to have them EV is really critical. The urban canopy and forest is something that we should be doing as well. And I think I said it last week, this sort of zips into finally with the transport emissions reduction plan work we've been working on. It starts making those big moves that we've all said that we have to do, that we've all passed under Te Taraki a Tāwhiri, and what the community is expecting us to do. Of course, we do not want to charge people more, but the issue is if we keep kicking the can down the road, this cost is going to rise and rise and rise. And we know where we have provided services that people have flocked to them, and with, petrol prices going up 30 or 40 cents in the last couple of months alone, and things becoming more expensive and more difficult to drive, we are going to have to provide these services for people, and the walking and cycling too, when you consider more than 50% of our trips are under 6 kilometres, and that's where the emissions is coming from. So this is a budget for Tāmaki Makaurau. It protects the services that our residents expect us to provide for them, but it also puts quite a rapid investment into public transport, walking and cycling. So I'm keen to hear Aucklanders' views, because we cannot keep ignoring this problem of climate change, but also the accessibility. This will allow 170,000 more Aucklanders to be within 500 metres of a public transport, frequent public transport route, and this affects over 70 services, meaning 1 million people have access to these new improved routes, and that's just the public transport. So just want to say congratulations to everyone, and I hope Aucklanders who have been through a very, very tough time, tougher than the rest of the country, but obviously we've all been through this together, that they speak up and tell us how or what we should be doing in this space. And if it's not the right time, they'll tell us, but we know that they've been telling us in big numbers that it's been the right time decades ago on climate. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, I'm very conscious of the time we have taken. We probably should do a break at 2, but I will try and keep going. I hope some of you are able to keep listening and have a wee break. But I have Councillor Bartley and Councillor Stewart. I'll give a brief comment and hand back to the Mayor, and then we will take lunch. So, Councillor Bartley, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I definitely support this mayoral proposal going out for consultation, and I acknowledge the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, yourself as Chair of the committee, Councillor Henderson as Deputy Chair of the committee, and the Team Auckland approach that you've consistently taken throughout this whole process. I want to quote something on my Facebook cover photo. Those of you that are my Facebook friends and the ones that I've unfriended probably won't see it. But the quote goes, "It is a cruel jest to say to a bootless man that he should lift himself by his own bootstraps. It is even worse to tell a man to lift himself by his own bootstraps when somebody is standing on the boot." And that's how I see the changes that we're trying to propose regarding regarding switching to public transport when you don't have the alternate options available to you, and putting in place congestion charges, and we've done the fuel tax, and for some people they have no other option besides driving, and they're already in jobs that they're struggling to provide for their families. So I see what's proposed here is trying to address that issue and alleviate that issue. I see it as where we want to take our city and trying to not leave anybody behind. I've heard so much in this particular proposal about low-income families, low-income communities, and that's really good to hear, because you don't hear it very often. So I'm glad that we're not taking a token approach to equity or, the voiceless, the ones that won't be submitting, they won't be going on a webinar, they won't be in a residents association putting through their views. They're just struggling and trying to get by. And people say it's hard times, because of COVID. It's hard times forever for a lot in our city. And, you know, they probably won't even take notice of this budget, but what it's going to try and implement will hopefully benefit their lives, because that is what we're trying to do, is make Auckland, make all Aucklanders able to be part and contribute to society, access opportunities, and have the chance to develop to their full potential. I want to pick up on the tree canopy. I think that's pretty cool. I grew up in Mangere. We didn't have trees in our street. I actually first saw a tui and a tree when I moved to Glen Innes, because they had native trees. So I'm really glad to see that we're going to try and balance that out now with the tree canopies to those low income areas, even in GI too. With the tree canopy, climate action rate, I just think the public already told us do something about climate, and now we've got to find a way to pay for it. It makes sense that it is through this rate, but good to take that out for public consultation. It's walking the talk to our climate action plan. In terms of the airport shares, maths is not my strong point, but I don't get it. If you're making money from something, why would you sell it? And then I Googled the airport shares in our past, and people in Manukau are so proud that they didn't sell their shares. And in one article I read, it said, grow our future, don't sell it. So it'll be good to go out for public consultation on this, because you're probably going to hear the same message again anyway. What else? Walk the talk, climate action. Yeah, I think that's pretty much my main points I want to say about this budget. But thanks to the staff for their work in putting this together. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stewart, your comment, please.
Thank you. I won't be taking up too much time, but I also would like to thank the Mayor, and I'd like to thank you. I'm doing what everybody else does. I'm going to thank you, Desley. I think you've done a really superb job. And I'd like to also thank all the staff. It's been very difficult for them working in the conditions that we are. But I also wanted to speak about, and I was going to do it a bit earlier, and I think Councillor Filipaina and I were going to put a recommendation, but thankfully the Mayor is wanting to not consult on selling the airport shares, but just in Sir Barry Curtis's words, you know, the super duper Auckland City Council would have been in really struggle streets if it hadn't have been for Auckland Council and Manukau Council keeping their airport shares when all the other councils sold these, and they had a big knees up above Brown and they purchased a whole lot of things. And I remember being on the Manukau Council at the time, that Sir Barry Curtis and all the councillors around the table, and that was including Councillor Al Filipaina, we knew that we couldn't have a big knees up. We needed to have that money for this new super duper city, and thank goodness we kept that money. And I think everybody's benefited from it, and I do hope that you all remember that for us in the Auckland City and the Manukau, that when it comes to spending a little bit of money some of the time, it would be nice to have some of it come back our way, because we went without an awful lot of things to make sure that everybody else could have the things that they've actually got and achieved. So thank you, and thank you, Desley. I really do appreciate everything you've done for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Darby. Councillor Darby, were you on?
I think it's off mute now.
Yep.
Thank you. Good. Thank you. Look, thanks to you, Chair, and Mayor, and all of us and the staff for getting us this far. We've got a way to go, of course, and there's a lot that's going to happen over the next couple of months. But generally, I just want to express my support for the investment package that is supported by this budget, and the climate change or climate action targeted rate, that package generally. But I also, know that I think many of us have been calling for this for 5 years or more. But I don't have a fundamental, questions about the investment package supported by the budget allocations here. It's probably more around how we are revenuing things to support that expenditure. I do note, though, that the climate action targeted rate does not really have a lot of teeth, and I think we all need to recognise this. It doesn't really have a lot of teeth until about 2026, if you read the detail, because for the next 2 years, the RLTP is in place, and it's not going to be refreshed until mid-24. So the Waka Kotahi co-funding, their FAR rates for any additional programs generally can't be ignored. We're running on our own, which is not a good way of, implementing more bus services with the bill being fully paid for by council. We just are going to have to wait until that RLTP is revised. So too with the ferry procurement strategy, that's not actually confirmed at Auckland Transport yet. So that has to get over the line, and then it has to get Waka Kotahi funding before we can actually get co-funding for the procurement of new low emission ferries. So that's one point I do want to make, just a bit of a reality check. Support the urban ngāhere plan as well. And I am focusing more on the climate action targeted rate component of the overall budget, because it's a much bigger budget. But do stress with the urban ngāhere program, we're going to have to start monitoring our planting. We're not doing that. We've already planted millions of trees. We're not monitoring those. All we do is we rely on a 3-year maintenance contract, and then we walk away. Now, that is a fact. So we have to rectify that. Otherwise, we're going to appear to be doing good, digging holes, planting trees, and just thousands of them die because we don't follow up. It worries me also that we're planting trees and we continue to lose so many trees due to development and the lack of any signals from government that it is really taking the loss of urban tree canopies seriously. No evidence of that in a recent bill, but I won't go into the detail there. Looking ahead, there's a real rough road ahead over the next few months. For this budget, we're not getting anything on the cost overruns, and there will be cost overruns on 2 big projects, the City Rail Link and the Central Interceptor. Everything else in the construction sector is running riot with escalation, and it just absolutely, I just cannot work out why we have not got any early signals from the CRL company. I'm surprised that they could not bring us something at this stage on the escalation there, but I would be readying for a couple of $100 million at least on one, if not, both of those. So I guess I would stress it's time to really put our foot down with government, and I know we've got a very willing Minister of Transport to have this discussion, but I am not prepared to just keep carrying the can at 51% funding assistance rates for the RTN projects, the rapid transit projects that mirror the motorways of Auckland that should be funded 100% from council. Now, I know Mayor and myself and Bill, Deputy Mayor, have been having conversations with the Minister about that, and we do have good listening there with the Minister. I won't mention the airport shareholding, Chair. I think be a red rag to a bull. But we do need to have a discussion maybe later on about understanding, the imperatives of the ownership and understand why we why we have this ownership, rather than, I'm for and I'm against selling, etc. So look, my willingness here today extends to supporting this budget and to hear from Aucklanders, put it out for consultation. I am very cognizant of targeted rates going from, in the first year, from 127 million up to 173 million. That's water quality, natural environment, city centre targeted rates, bids, and even the Rodney transport rate. So I'm getting a bit nervous about those targeted rates, as some of the councillors are expressing, but let's see what the public say. I'm also mindful of the impacts on the public at the moment. So a lot of this budget reset is due to inflationary pressures we're experiencing. The people of Auckland are also experiencing those inflationary pressures. They are seeing it in the debt repayments that they have to pay. They're seeing it in the food that they have to pay. And if you go to the supermarket, you can see just runaway price increases in your supermarket shopping. That hurts everyone. The fuel prices are at record highs as well, and rent increases are going up on the back of skyrocketing house prices. So our residents, they can't hedge like we can. They just juggle the bills, pay the bills. Let's go out there and see what they say and see what they are prepared to pay and for what. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Look, I don't think I've got any other councillor. I'm just checking. I've got no other councillor wanting to make a comment. Right, I'll just make a quick comment then from my own perspective, the penultimate comment before I hand back to the Mayor for your final comments. Look, I want to start by saying, along with everybody else, thank you to you, to Team Auckland, for once again putting in the mahi and attending, contributing and participating on what's been actually just under 30 hours already discussing our financial situation and budget pressures. To Peter, to you and the team, thank you very much. I know that the support that you've put together for all the questions that we have asked as councillors and with the Mayor as well has been significant, so thank you to that. Look, people, our biggest challenge, climate change aside, continues to be the long-term impact of COVID. Our latest and longest ever lockdown, along with the various other impacts of COVID, has again, seriously affected our revenue, debt, and the costs associated with what we do. As we look ahead, there are many unknowns. Our financial prudence to date has ensured that those unknowns have so far been mitigated fairly well. And I say that not just from my own perspective, but clearly backed by our credit rating agencies and their continued confidence in the way Auckland Council has managed its finances. But the challenges have not gone away. Financial prudence and a budget that maintains the confidence of both Aucklanders and our external monitoring agencies is something we need to continue to deliver on. The budget year we're looking at doesn't start at all actually until the 1st of July next year. And over the next few months, we will see the likes of interest rates moving higher, inflation increasing, and the effects of Christmas spend all impacting on our communities across Tamaki Makaurau. By the time we actually go out for consultation, some of that will become clearer. It's the Mayor's job to put together a budget for our consideration. He has, without doubt, pulled a significant rabbit out of the hat in confirming that we will receive $127 million cash from the government, pretty much with no strings attached. That in itself is equivalent to a 6.5% rates increase or more than the total residential rates collected from any one of our local board areas last year. And Mayor, how you did it, I'll never know. I told you to look at some options, but I never thought you'd come up with this one. But I have to say, I'm still nervous. I'm still really nervous about how we're going to do what we want to do. And I'm still unsure as to the impact of more COVID variants on an Auckland population that may be close to being fully vaccinated now, but we will all need a booster before the 1st of July next year. There are plenty of other uncertainties too, including we still don't know from central government whether they will keep putting that tax bill on us of 30 mil for this year. We still haven't had that in writing that that's going to go away. And that nervousness and an intimate knowledge of the problem we have within our income, our debt and our expenditure challenges was the reasoning behind the vote, behind my voting against for the one formal amendment that was not specifically clear as to its impacts. And I want to make that very clear. So on the climate target rate, look, I love that it supports the rollout of public transport to parts of the city underserved. It's all very well to promote public transport and lowering our carbon emissions, but if we have parts of Auckland that have no choice but to use their cars, as public transport is not available to them, we have to do something about that. I also continue to support the work with central government on options such as congestion charging, because the targeted rate actually doesn't change behaviour. And that's one thing that does bother me. And ultimately, that's what we need to achieve. A congestion charge is far more effective in that regard. And arguably, those in higher rated properties are also better placed to reduce their carbon footprint in other ways, such as switching to electric vehicles. But we have to do something. So I do support taking this to the people of Auckland to hear their views as to whether they support that this action by a targeted rate to address climate change issues facing Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland, is the right thing to do. Mayor, I thank you very much for putting this together. It's been incredibly tough, and I seem to have said that 3 times already this term. It's been tough chairing your finance. We're not there yet, but boy, the challenges are Everest in proportion, and I'm no Hillary. But congratulations on putting together this package, and I look forward to asking Auckland what they think about it and commend it to you for final comment and to the vote. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for your comments, which are much appreciated. And thank you actually to all of our councillors who have made thoughtful comments on this issue as we've, tried to tackle the challenges that are in front of us, both short and long term. I do want to acknowledge our officers, all of our officers that have worked on this budget. And it's invidious to single people out, but I do want to single out the people that worked on that climate action targeted rate, because they're the same people that put together our climate action plan. And I know that month after month they've worked extraordinary hours because they believe in what they're doing, and they have come up, I think, with a really competent package of measures that are designed to get the biggest bang for the buck to address an issue that, just like our debate today has been dominated by, climate change will be the issue that we debate over the next decade. And, long after, I hope, the memory of COVID is a fading memory, we face up to the consequences for this, our generation, but even more so for the next generation to come, that will have to deal with the enormous costs of rising sea levels and extreme weather events. This isn't theoretical. It was interesting to see in our debate today, not a single person denied the reality of climate change. It wasn't like that a decade ago. So we're acknowledging climate change and its appalling consequences now, but not everybody is acknowledging that you've got to do more than express good intentions about, we need to do something about this. We've got to back good intentions with hard action. And what we all know about life is that if you want action, you've got to be prepared to meet the costs of that action. So there is no simple way out. I do want to look at it in the context of our wider budget. We are in a very tough position. We've got rising costs, we've lost revenue. So to pretend that somehow we can reorganise our budget and find $574 million, it's just not reality. If we want to do something about climate change, then we've got to be transparently honest that there is a cost to be met, and this is how we're going to spend the money, and this is how we're going to raise the money. Nobody will be in doubt that that is what the money is being used for, which is why I've chosen that mechanism of a targeted rate in the same way that we did, I think 3 years ago now, Madam Chair, for the water quality chart targeted rate. Where would, things that will actually stop wastewater pouring into our harbours. Aucklanders don't want that, and they said we're prepared to pay for it to stop it happening. That's what the Central Interceptor is about. That's what the separation of stormwater from wastewater is about. Natural environment targeted rate. How were we going to get the money to try to stop Kauri dieback and upgrade our paths? The things that we've really done that have made a difference in our city and for the future, we've done to a significant degree through the mechanism of targeted rates. And this area is even more important than the two that I've just talked about. To set it in context, we have set the goal that we want. We said we've got to reduce our emissions by 50% by 2030. 2030 isn't very far away. It's 100 months away. And, I think Councillor Darby pointed out that these things take a while after you've put the thing in place. This budget doesn't go through and for another 7 months. It takes a while then to get things up and running. And the evidence that we've got before us is that we don't have much time. We could put it off, but putting it off would be an expression of defeat and an acceptance of failure. We need transformative action, and we need it now. There's just no doubt about that. What did our officers say to us? Officers usually use their words very carefully. They said we're not even remotely close to meeting the target with business as usual. So either we accept we're not going to meet the target and it doesn't matter, even though we know that it does, or we're going to say, no, this is really important. This is important to us, and it's important to the future of this city and the people who live in it. We're talking about our kids, and we're talking about our grandkids. So, it does, I acknowledge the argument about affordability. None of us like to actually put revenue measures in place. We all like to spend the money. Some councillors are very keen on voting for the expenditure measures, not so keen on voting for the revenue measures. But, we have that responsibility on us. If we want to spend the money and we need to spend the money, we've got to raise it. But how do we do it in a way that's affordable? Look, I'm arguing that $1.10 a week on the medium-priced property, the residential property in Auckland, is affordable. It is not simply a cost. It is a cost, a small cost, but it's a big investment. And I can't think of a better investment to make than to pay that small amount of money to help ensure and protect our future. So it has been a matter of finding that balance. This will not be the last word in climate change, but unless we take this step and we take this step now and we lay the foundation, everything's going to be too late. And the consequences of being late will be incredibly expensive in human terms, in environmental terms, in economic terms. The longer we leave it, the more expensive it becomes. The longer we leave it, the harder it will be to remedy the things that are creating excessive global heating. I just want to look at people in the future in the eye and say, hey, we did what we needed to do at the time. Because I'm not quite sure how I'd explain to my grandkids that, no, $1.10 was too much. So we've left you a rotten legacy. None of us want that. And the important thing is now that if we don't want it and we're determined to make a change that will benefit all of the people of our city, then we've got to grasp the nettle. We've got to take the action. We've got to do what's right. When you think about, when you move on from this place and you think about what you've done, I think you'll want to look back and say, hey, I did make a difference and I did take the hard decisions. I did what was right. So I commend this budget to you. Thank you very much for your resilience and getting through to almost 2:30 without lunch. And Madam Chair, I now hand it back to you to put the proposal to a vote.
Thank you, Your Worship. It has been moved by yourself and I have seconded it, and I will now take it to the vote. There's no division being called, so all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? No dissenting voices. I'll take that as unanimous. Thank you, everybody. It is now 2:30. We will come back at 3:05 after a well-deserved lunch break. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
and reconvene the meeting, as I said, at 3:05. And just to check everyone's back, I will call on Sandra to check the roll. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mayor Goff.
Here, present and correct.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Kia ora.
Councillor Bartley.
Present.
OMSB member Blair.
Aye.
Councillor Casey.
Kia ora, Sandra.
Councillor Collins.
Kia ora, Sandra.
Councillor Coombe.
Kia ora, anō.
Councillor Cooper. Councillor Dalton.
Present.
Councillor Darby.
Kia ora.
Councillor Filipina.
Councillor Filipina here.
Councillor Fletcher.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Henderson.
Hello, everybody.
Councillor Hills. Councillor Mulholland.
Good afternoon. Present.
Councillor Newman.
Sorry, here, Madam Chair, Linda Cooper.
Okay. Councillor Sayers.
Yes, present. Thank you.
Councillor Stewart. Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Watson. IMSB Chair Taipari. Madam Chair, Chair Taipari advised that he would be on the call probably around about 3:10.
Okay, thank you for that. And I see Councillor Cooper is back now.
Thank
You've
you.
got her.
And Councillor Young.
And
He's
Councillor-
in.
Daniel, are you here? Daniel, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yep,
I'm here.
he's back. Okay, awesome. Okay, let's go on to our...
Sharon.
Great, thank you, Sharon. Okay, we're now up to item 11, the budget update, and I will invite Ross Tucker to update us first on the information to inform the mayoral proposal and council decision making on our draft budgets. Ross.
Right, thank you. Thank you. So this this item is just sets out the staff advice, all of the analysis, advice, information on the council's budget position, budget trends, risks, etc., and an analysis of the levers that are available to address those challenges and things that you might want to think about when deciding on what to take out for consultation. So there's no recommendations here. The recommendations for what you will consult on as part of the last item. I think the key issues around budget pressures and levers was going to been well canvassed in that last item. The content has been shared some time ago in draft format, and also it's been workshopped extensively. So I won't go into the detail of the analysis and the advice, but happy to answer any questions about the staff advice related to the budgets.
Thank you, Ross. I'll invite questions. No question from Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair. Look, there's a lot of information there, and thanks for the staff. It's testimony to the amount of work that's gone on over the last several months. Probably a question maybe to Ross or Peter Gudsell, our Chief Financial Officer. One thing that's come out through our work looking at the airport is that we actually have never ever undertaken any to identify outcomes are, Peter, and you've pointed that out, so that we don't understand the imperative of ownership. And I'm just needing to know at this point, at what stage would we have the opportunity to make that inquiry and understand the value or otherwise of the airport? I'm not talking about sale, no sale. One thing that flushed out was we have never ever undertaken that process to understand that shareholding. So, Peter, at what stage would it be helpful for us to undertake that work? Do you need instruction to undertake that work? what would be the timing of that if you had instruction or you required instruction? And also, Peter, probably tell us if there would be benefits or otherwise to undertaking that work.
Thank you, Councillor Darby. To the second point first, I think that depends on what the worker found, really. On the first point, we have the Auckland Airport shareholding policy, and I went looking for it after Councillor Walker's question earlier. That's in volume 2 of the long-term plan, page 291. I'm sure we're all familiar with it. And it's got the piece in there, Councillor Walker, around the dividend reinvestment plan. And actually we set out by policy and adoption there to not participate, but the council may decide to make an exception from time to time. So the shareholding policy, Councillor Darby, and through you, Chair, is one way in which those objectives can be set out, and it does have the objective of maintaining a strategic stake in Auckland Airport and ensuring an appropriate financial return from the investment. The further investigation of that could be done at any time. It wouldn't actually need a resolution. It would just be a request that we could work through with councillors in the normal course of events through workshops, etc., as it would be councillors who would decide and develop those strategic objectives to the extent they're broader than what's already in the Auckland Airport shareholding policy.
Okay, so we don't need a resolution as such, you're saying, because I'm interested in understanding, is it because the investment is in a key economic development zone? Is it because of its dividend potential, its capital growth potential, its contribution to the tourism market? All of that, possibly, but at the moment, Peter, we have not identified any of that or anything else other than what you've just outlined. Probably a question, that is.
Through you, Chair, that's correct as far as I can identify at this point, and the expansion of that is totally within councillors' remit and control.
So I think...
sorry, just a little confused there, Chair. Carry on, Chair, sorry.
So I was just going to say the answer that I think I'm hearing is that it doesn't need a resolution. The work can happen. It's in the part of the recovery budget. So there, it's all right.
Okay. Well, look, I'll hold with the amendment then, Chair. I just think it's something that if we're really conscientious about our work, we should understand what $2.1 billion means to us.
Absolutely, Councillor, and I understand your concern around that. And I think actually our Chief Financial Officer has answered that really well. So thank you. Councillor Coombe.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ngā mihi o te ahiahi. I have two partai, if I may. One is sort of supplementary to Councillor Darby about the airport shares. And I just want to check with Peter that in looking at the strategic objectives, that this also encompasses how our shareholding can be used to deliver on the 4 wellbeings, and that would also be part of the review and advice.
Yeah.
Through you, Chair, if that was to be a desire, then it would come back to the degree of shareholding that the council has in the airport and the ability to influence with that shareholding any outcome on wellbeings. Currently, with holding 18.09%, there are no obvious ways in which influence could be extended to create that wellbeing impact external to what the board itself or the company itself was doing. So it could be taken into account. If it was taken into account, then it would have to be in recognition of the current shareholding and plans to drive that wellbeing.
Thank you. I guess I would hope, Madam Chair, that it's consistent with the Local Government Act, and our holding of a strategic asset is to deliver on the 4 wellbeing. So the fulsome of the full scope of the advice I would have thought needs to cover that, but happy to let's park that as being progressed. Just my second question, and this is in anticipation of what Councillor Walker might want to decide to move as an amendment, although I don't think it's the right time, but just want to make sure you did cover this, Peter, in response to when the question was asked of you when we were looking at this and the Mayor's proposal, but I just want it to be really clear in terms of the action that's already underway and the understanding that the resolution we passed as part of the recovery budget was that over the next year, i.e. this financial year, scoping work programs that will provide greater protection to notable trees, including actions from council itself. So we've already given that direction in the recovery budget. So can you just confirm exactly what is happening this financial year, please? Thank you.
I can probably pass to Megan, who's been able to come onto the call now, given this is a work area outside of my my gambit. So Megan, if you're on the line.
Megan, can you hear us? Can we just come back to that, Councillor, please? I think, I believe our Chief of Strategy might be working on that right now. So can we just hold that question? You okay with that?
Oh, yeah, sure, Madam Chair. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And I'll come back, all right?
Here she is.
Oh, here she is. Talk of the Chief of Strategy. She's here.
Apologies, Madam Chair. I was working on another resolution. Sorry, could you please repeat the question?
Back to me, Madam Chair. You happy for me to do that? So this is the follow-up to the resolution we passed with respect to the recovery budget. We asked that the recovery budget includes, over the next year, scoping work programs which will provide greater protection to notable trees, including actions from council itself and from, there's actually an extra part of it around, and from the government in terms of restoring provisions for comprehensive protection for notable trees. So I was just asking for clarification exactly what work is being undertaken this financial year and anticipated next year.
Thanks, Madam. Thanks through the chair. And again, apologies for not being around. So look, we've already started to undertake that desktop review, which is the first part of those just over 500 nominated trees. So we are getting a handle on where those are, what those look like, and a kind of extent of work that will be required. We'll continue that into next year, and then we'll also have a greater opportunity to understand the amount of work needed and the cost about that. And so that's what we want to report back to you based on that resolution that you've just raised into next year. At the moment, still in terms of both resourcing priority, so people priority, and funding, we don't have the money or the resource to necessarily do that immediately, which is part of the reason for the resolution. But we can come back, and if that is a priority for you as a council, then we'll just need to have a conversation about what we're going to drop off, not being able to do as a result if this becomes work that you need us to do. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. I hope Councillor Walker was following that as well, because I think it just highlights that the work is underway. Yeah, so just would be helpful that we ensure that this work doesn't get jeopardised, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, that's important. Thank you, Councillor Coombe. That was good, and thank you, Megan, for that.
Thank you.
Our next question. All right. Oh, that's all good. Okay. Next question, Councillor Dalton.
Thank you. I think my question is for Peter. Do you believe that there will be enough levers in the consultation documentation to build a pathway for financial sustainability over the medium term rather than just addressing the budget pressures for 22-23? In the context of that is what was in the report, and if we are to stay on track to fully fund depreciation by 2028 and address any shocks that that could be coming from the major capital projects that have been impacted during lockdown?
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. What an insightful question, and quite a difficult one to answer with any degree of clarity, unfortunately, due to where we're at. The Mayor obviously has already signalled the late notice and the period of absolute extreme volatility that we're in, that I've mentioned in the workshop, to quote the Reserve Bank Governor, and things are uncertain and changing very fast. So my professional opinion, and it's in the staff advisors, that we need to maintain optionality to address that structural issue. The Mayoral's proposal builds in the time frame to work through the longer term structural issues. So those longer term structural issues, there's no magic to the levers we have available. We know we've got the funding of depreciation, the temporary use of debt, we've got rates, we've got asset sales, strategic and non-strategic, and we've got cost reduction, and a number of those are included within the proposal to be looked at over that medium term. Where we will actually be is changing every day, which is why I can't give you a straight answer, yes or no. Maintaining flexibility, having as many levers as possible is the way that when we hit February next year, June next year, and onwards, we have as many levers as possible to use. So where we are now has landed us in a space that allows us to get to that next point of understanding the future.
Thank you. It was a difficult question. That's just one of the recommendations from Ross in our workshops. Was a lever, more levers, and just building on what Councillor Darby has said, it's around a conversation, something that has served us well in the past. We're in a very different world, and the wake doesn't make the boat go forward. And I think it's going to be a helpful discussion to have a look at levers as we continue to work through these challenges. Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, and thank you, Councillor. Look, I just put on the table, I'm happy to move. Deputy Chair, you happy to second?
Absolutely, Chair.
Fantastic, thank you. Right, Councillor Walker, I think you're next.
Sure, so I've got a few questions, Madam Chair. I signalled a couple of them earlier. I'll just pick up on the most recent question that Councillor Coombe asked in part. My concern is that the protection and the retention of existing trees should occur before any investment into new trees. And as far as this climate change budget is concerned, the necessity, I'd suggest, for all of us is that that budget allocation needs to be there. So my reason for asking as to whether there is any budget is to establish that there currently isn't any budget, and I think that is the case. And if that is the case, I'm asking that there be a budget as part of this climate change rate. By all means, we may not have scoped it adequately enough, but surely this has been under sufficient consideration for some time for us to have some rough order costs. So what is the cost for promotion through QE2? What is a rough order cost around the notable trees? What is the rough order cost of lobbying the government around tree legislation? What is the rough order cost of enhanced monitoring of the trees that are biting the dust because our compliance and monitoring people aren't resourced enough? So can I get an answer to that? If the answer is that we don't know the budget right now, then can we have a budget by January, February? I do not agree that this requires a substantial amount of work, because I know amongst people in the offices that they already have an idea of how much money is required. So can I have that question answered, please, Madam Chair?
Megan, could I answer that?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Councillor Walker. Well, look, so you heard my response previously. So we provided advice to you earlier in the year that to have a look at those just over 500 nominated notable trees, plus to review and make sure the unitary plan is accurate on the other 6,000 or 7,000 trees, notable trees, is going to cost over $2 million. So my rough order costs for the kind of work that you're talking about is going to be millions more than that. Now, I realise that's perhaps not quite what you mean by rough order costs, but I guess I'm just questioning again. It will take us time and resource to do that kind of order of costs for those various things. And as I said again, we're under pressure with resourcing, whether that's money resource or people resource, particularly in this case. And then the big question is going to be, once we give you a number of multiple millions of dollars, is are you going to be able to either fund that or tell us what we're not going to do in order to be able to fund that? So I guess if you're asking through the chair, my view about this work, I don't think that it is a priority because once we give you a number, it's going to be quite a big one. However, I'm in your hands, Madam Chair, around what you want to do with that. Thanks.
Through you, Madam Chair. So my related question is, what is the carbon cost of the destruction of these trees? And I would suggest that cost is significant relative to immediate gains, of which will be very low from some form of planting. Can we have those numbers? We have a climate change emergency. We've only got 100 months. Another year, 2 years is going to tick by, and we will have done precisely nothing. So it does concern me that we need to have advice, we need to have some budget, and the public of Auckland deserve to be able to make a choice around this, which is what I'm asking. We see the death on a daily basis of trees in almost every ward, some of them significant, and it makes a mockery of the climate change targeted rate if we are not going to have this information and give the public the choice in a process to have their say.
So I disagree that we're not doing nothing. We are doing something, and we're starting with notable trees. And at the end of the day, I think that is a good start. The issue that I'm hearing from our Chief of Strategy, and sorry, we don't know what your title is in this capacity, but that's the one I remember, is that we are unsure of the budget and we have a challenge around staff availability to do the work. So I am happy that we've made a start. We potentially we can and should do more. But in this particular environment, unless you have got an option on where to find the many millions for the rest, it would be unwise of us to put it up as a recommendation. I think we will be doing the work, but it's going to take time and money, Wayne. And we've made a start. We're making a start on it, which I think is really...
Through you, Madam Chair, I've heard some figures. At least the public of Auckland could have the option of being consulted on those figures so that they can make a determination as to whether they want to see the loss of their landscape or not. We're not even giving them that choice, and they deserve it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I don't believe the figures are confirmed. Is that correct, Peter?
I can't actually talk to that. I'm not aware of costs being any more than very rough stabs in the dark.
Yeah.
And I would just confirm that we are tight, and additional costs need to come from somewhere. And at this stage, if we don't have the funding for them, it would be imprudent to take additional cost on.
So, correct me if I'm wrong then. So effectively what I'm hearing is we don't go out with something because we don't know. We don't know because we don't have the money to invest, so we do know. So we lose another 1 or 2 years. That's what it amounts to, because we're not committed to saving trees. That's the bottom line. Otherwise, we would be prioritising this ahead of planting these additional trees.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
I have a point of order, and I will call for that. Yes, Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. There are actually two, but just what has just been said now speaks to disrespect, saying that we're not committed to saving trees. And so I would ask you to rule on that and apologise, because a lot of the things we do, we've got a proposal here that's actually talking about planting hundreds of thousands of trees. So
Please
Wayne,
have a rule on that. Yes, I accept that. Wayne, I think
not hundreds of thousands.
And
of
the
trees.
other one, Madam Chair,
Wayne,
was around relevancy. Given this is just an update, I'm just wondering whether it's relevant to pursue this line of debate when we've already got a proposal in front of us, and the members asking to add a whole lot more in with no information, and it's it's unfair for the staff to be actually able to provide that on the moment, and unfair for us to be able to debate that without all that information, and we've got to make a decision today. So I'm just wondering whether it's relevant to pursue this line when it actually isn't feasible.
Through you, Madam Chair, I've been asking for this information for some time now.
It's up to you, Wayne, not the member.
Excuse me, please. I have been asked to rule on a point of order, and I think I will ask you just to rescind the way that you referred to this, Councillor Walker, if I may, please. And let's keep us all above board and polite. So if you could do that, I'd be ever so grateful.
Through you, Madam Chair, the facts are that we are losing immense numbers of mature trees across Auckland. That is a fact. I'm not going to rescind that. The fact is that we're not doing enough. And Megan knows that, because there isn't the budget allocation, there isn't the staff, because there isn't the budget allocation. They are facts. I'm trying to remedy that, but it seems we have a hiatus and we cannot move forward.
Councillor, I just think it was the use of words. No one is debating what you're saying, it's how you're saying it. So on the issue, we did discuss during the Mayor's proposal that we would just debate this item in this particular agenda item, and that's what we are doing right now.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I didn't see the amendment up on the screen. I just saw the substantive, and that's what I was confused about.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Councillor. So we will continue with the debate. I think the issue we have around the debate, however, is Councillor Walker is requesting something that staff are not sure as to how much it will cost, or how much it will cost to fund, and therefore what has to be taken out of the budget or put aside and not done to make room for it. We know it'll be many millions, but that's all we do know. So I think we have an amendment up on the screen. We also have, if I can just get my a comment from Councillor Coombe, to make a note that there will be a tree update coming to everyone following your question that you gave at the Environment and Climate Change Committee. So I think that might give some clarity around that. Would that assist, Councillor?
Everything assists, Madam Chair.
Well, that's what we're trying to do.
But it's way too slow. Thank you.
It's very hard to do anything faster when it comes up on the day, Councillor. I will just say that. So let me just hold that thought around that, and I will move. I've got my next. Who's on the next question list? Councillor Newman, is that you? No.
No, Chair. I was just trying to.
Yes, I know. Thank you.
Address the point that this is questions and.
Yep.
Gosh.
Councillor Simpson, I believe Mayor Goff is the next question.
Thank you, Sandra. Mayor Goff, you have a question.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Look, it's a little bit confusing because the motion on the screen deals with behavioural change and public transport, and we were talking about trees. So can you help me out? Is there an amendment on trees that I should be aware of, or are we... I've got a question on trees, and maybe I can just ask that. But and my question is to Megan, if we've still got Megan here. Could you please just confirm my understanding that when we last discussed this in another committee, the cost of individually notifying trees was something around the $1,200 a tree mark, and your advice to us was this is slow, expensive and ineffectual in terms of protecting trees overall, and that what our decision was at the meeting on this, I think it was a governing body meeting back in May, was that what we needed to do was continue to push government hard on a general tree protection, such as we had before it was removed by Nick Smith in 2012, which would then allow us to provide some meaningful protection to trees on private property. That's where we'd got to, I thought, and that's part of what our work program was, but you might like to confirm that for us, please.
Through the chair, thank you for your question, and yes, you're right. So the advice we gave at that governing body meeting in May, but also the subsequent memo and things was the costs are quite high. They're about $1,200 to kind of assess each tree. And then, of course, there's a notification process with submissions, hearings, decisions, possibly appeals. And that's where that over 2 million comes from if we did the 500 or more, 550 or so notable trees, plus the making the unitary plan come up to speed and be accurate as well. So the focus really coming from that resolution was to focus on the notable trees, to understand what the resourcing might be for that work or other options that we have, and that more general tree protection or trees on private land that through you in particular, but other councillors would continue to work and commit to work with the government to get some change there to legislation, particularly through the resource management reform process that's happening now and over the next couple of years.
Right, that gives us all a bit of confidence in there, I think. Right, now do we want to talk about the public transport patronage behavioural change measure? Who would like to?
Yes, I did want to address that, Madam Chair. That was the amendment that I was proposing to put.
Yes, and I'm happy to have it as part of the substantive.
My particular concern is that we need the budget information around how we can increase patronage on our existing services for buses, ferries, trains, cycling, walking infrastructure, and so on. I gave the example of the case study up at Millwater. We know that we have a largely sunk cost across our bus, ferry and rail fleet, and what follows is any increase in revenue is a recovery over and above that fixed cost, which is precisely what we need in terms of improving our revenue line. Unless we know what the costs are, it's very difficult to allocate money. I would suggest, based on the Millwater and other studies, it is very cost effective. And coming back to my comment that went to trees, if you were going to spend money, therefore, you'd spend money making better use, far, far better use of what you've got than actually investing in new services, and that changes years off. So my concern is, can we get some of this happening now? We have a climate emergency. How long is it going to take us to actually do some of this work? And can we have some budget information on it so that people in putting in submissions can say, yes, this is where they want money spent for climate change?
So, Councillor, in the recommendations, we put up a recommendations that has budget. It's got 9 million in there, and that will be reported back to us in 2022. Are you happy with the recommendation? I'm happy to have it incorporated as part of the substantive.
Well, yes and no. I'm happy, but I would still like to see some information supporting this. And so, for example, should we be spending 20, 30 or 40 million, which might significantly enhance our patronage, give us maybe a payback that is far more than that in terms of revenue, but until we've got that information, we're in the dark, and so is the public. They deserve to know those costs now, so we can actually stop emissions going up and reduce them now, not in 30 months or 3 years or 4 years or 5 years. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that came from the TERP recommendations last week that were in the recommendations. But I think the resolution that we've got up there will assist you, Councillor. Hopefully there is budget for that work and there is a report due back at the beginning of next year. So if I could just ask staff to bring that recommendation up, which I'll defer to my deputy, who's the seconder of this motion to accept.
Yeah, most definitely.
Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair, it's Sandra here. Could we just take a 2-minute break, please?
Oh, sure. No worries. We're just
Thank you.
Okay, let's make it a 5-minute break. 3:45. Thank you. No
Thank
pressure.
you.
Go and get a glass of water, everyone. now? Is that good?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we're good now.
Right. Thank you. Right. So, Councillor Walker, we have a recommendation for you that I'm happy to have as part of the substantive, and so is Councillor Henderson as the seconder. Have we got any questions?
Through you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Councillor.
I mean, the sentiment of my amendment still stands. I understand that we're doing work, but the purpose of my amendment is to actually bring some budgetary figures forward that we can then go out with so that people can genuinely consult.
And my understanding is the trouble with that is that work has yet to happen. We have budget and there, but it will need to be reported back in 2022. And this recommendation that is there will allow that to happen. I have a question from Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was just around I might have missed it in all the palaver going on earlier on. The 9 million figure that's put in there, where does that come from? I'm just wondering whether it came from, I mean, we were told by AT last week that they have work going on in promoting public transport already. And I'm uncomfortable with 9 million if we don't know what that means and where that is. So,
which is
why I can support this. I'm just not sure about where the 9 million comes from.
Thank you, Councillor, which is why the 9 million is now removed from the resolution.
Oh, still sitting there, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
So that will be removed. It's just still there. Thanks.
No, it is there. Are you happy with that, Megan, to have it still there?
Through the chair, yes, we are. All we're reflecting here is rather than needing, in our view, needing to do a lot of work, the fact is we are doing the work. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to have time to do it by, the February date in terms of this annual plan consultation. But we're doing the work as part of the transport emission reduction plan. And as part of the targeted rate that you've also just made a decision on, there is money that will contribute to all of this behavioural change, but there'll clearly be decisions that will be coming back to you next year and probably into the years into the future to fund this behavioural change once we are clear and provide you clear advice about what that could look like and what's going to be best to do. Okay. Not everything is going to help. So we're just really reflecting that there is some money around and we're doing the work already.
Okay. Councillor Cooper,
I'm just not clear, Madam Chair. So are we saying, is Megan saying that there is 9 million to do this work, or that's a ballpark? Because she's also saying they haven't done the work yet. So that's why I'm uncomfortable with the figure, but that's what I'm not clear on.
Megan?
Through the chair, no, we're not saying it's going to cost 9 million and that's that. All we're trying to reflect, and we're happy to either remove it or change it, is that there is work that we're doing to understand what that behavioural change kind of methodology could be and what the cost could be. There is money available to do some of that, notwithstanding how much it might cost overall. We already have some money to contribute towards that. So we can do some work, but actual physical work on the ground behavioural change, but we also need to do the work to determine overall what that cost might be and what's best. So if that's confusing, we're happy to change that.
And Madam Chair, so that's the other thing. Is it for our planning department to be doing this, or is it our strategy, or is it for AT to be doing this work? Where does the cost lie? So that's what's confusing about this to me, and I can't support it with a number in there. I can support budget, but I also want clarity that we're not duplicating some work that AT's doing, or is this doing work together? Because it's just, I hate the thought of us spending staff time and money duplicating something that's already been done by AT, which we were told, I think, last week when they spoke to us that they were doing.
Okay, Councillor Hills, you've asked me if you can clarify this. Would you like to make a statement around that?
Yeah, it's just that there's two things. I guess the long list of things Councillor Walker is asking was in the resolutions for the transport emissions reduction plan last week that we all approved around transit lanes, around behaviour change, around budget. AT said, as Councillor Cooper said, they already have a big budget and a advertising campaign and everything going forward, not just based on COVID, but based on this. But also the 9 million that's listed there is in the spreadsheet in the attachments on the climate change targeted rate. The 9 million says it's on the promotion of all these new routes, the behaviour change and understanding, and all the brochures and everything that go out over the 10-year period. That's listed as part of the budget. So that's probably what that 9 million is alluding to. But if it's confusing, then remove it. I guess the general details of what Councillor Walker is asking was approved last week, but there is also 9 million as a part of the climate change targeted rate that we just approved for consultation. It's on.
Thank you, Councillor.
I can find the page and send it to Councillor Cooper. It's on page 143 of the agenda.
That's okay, Madam Chair. It's just no point. I just don't see any point.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that.
If we're just repeating what we already did last week.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and that's kind of what Councillor's saying. So you're happy, Councillor Cooper? Councillor Dalton, that is clarification for you as well. Is that correct? Right. Okay. Robert Simpson, are you there?
I am here, yes.
Would you like to
I think, sure. I think Councillor Hills just did a pretty good job there of clarifying things, but just let me reiterate. So there is 9 million, a line item of 9 million for marketing and promotion in the targeted rate package. That's specifically for marketing the improvements that we see in the targeted rate package. The bulk of that, 5 million, is for the bus improvements. Last week at Environment and Climate Change Committee, there are a number of resolutions passed that are relevant to behaviour change more generally. And one of those resolutions requires AT and ourselves and Council to come back to the Transport Emissions Reference Group, Reduction Plan Reference Group in March next year with a tactical behavioural change program focused on mode shift to public transport and active modes for implementation as soon as possible. So that's separate and bigger than the 9 million line item in the targeted rate package.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. That is very clear for me, and I hope clear for everybody else.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Councillor.
It's that extra amount of information, that extra amount of money that I'm seeking the information for so we can advise Aucklanders. Otherwise, we lose another year. Mr. Simpson has just expressed that.
And I think I'm hearing staff say they are unable to do that work in the time frame that you are requesting.
So my question of Mr. Simpson is that the case? I mean, how quickly can you come up with the additional information around the money to do the real behavioural change stuff? I don't mean the business as usual stuff, but the stuff we're talking about.
Well, we haven't scoped that work up yet. I mean, the resolution came through on Thursday last week, so we'll be scoping it up in the next week or two with AT. So I can't give you an answer on that other than February will be a very hard push to get it done by February, given that January, we're not fully staffed during January.
Okay. Through you, Madam Chair, I would just signal that as the countdown goes to meeting our emissions targets, there will be a critical requirement for us to work on things at speed to deliver. Otherwise, we simply will not make it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Right. We have two resolutions. Oh, we have another question from Councillor Coombe. Councillor Coombe.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And this is really just a clarification to you. The purpose of this report is to inform the mayoral proposal in the council decision making on the draft budgets for consultation. So we've already approved that proposal and what's going to go out for consultation.
Correct.
So I'm getting a little bit confused why we would now start noting what is in that budget when there's a whole heap of things that we would like to note. And I totally understand Councillor Walker's point, and it's great to hear him being very pushing for climate action, which is what we all want, which is great. But we've got a process underway. A lot of his questions sound like things he needs to bring to a workshop so that we can see how it's progressing through the year, what's in current budgets, what's going to be in the next budget. And also, we've already heard that we're going to hear further on what's happening, like with the tree work, with the TERP work. So I'm just confused. Why would we single out this thing to note, this point, and not, all of heaps of other stuff that's in the budget? This doesn't really make sense when you look at what the purpose of this report is.
You make a very good point, Councillor, and I was being very generous.
You are.
With my acceptance of Councillor Walker's passion for the subject and adding an additional recommendation.
Yeah, I guess now it's a note. It doesn't actually progress exactly what Councillor Walker is asking.
You're ahead, Councillor.
So okay. If it just makes everything kind of helps us move along, but it does seem slightly odd, out of order for this report. But in your hands, Madam Chair, appreciate your work.
I am being generous to all members of this committee and trying to be accommodating, but to that point, I have to move an extension of time. So, Councillor
second.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Second time, and let's hope that's the only one I have to do. So, I am happy to take those two recommendations, and I am now happy to have this item to the vote.
Could we speak to it before we do that?
I'm sorry. I was racing ahead. Councillor Watson, would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, I certainly would, and I would say at the outset, I'm a little disappointed at the rather dismissive attitude that's being adopted towards this resolution. If you and it has been repeated on a number of occasions now, not just by me, but by council officers, of the importance of this. Not just the importance, this is critical work. It may be $9 million, it may be more than that, but without this critical work, you do not get the transformation in behaviour that leads to change from the people we want to get on buses or walk or cycle. But if we're talking about buses, we have been told, and very pointedly, that as a consequence of research that has been done, paid for and done, that half of all Aucklanders, the people we're looking to transform, don't even know about their current offerings. They're operating on an out-of-date perception, which means the massive investment in the city bus services between 2016 and 19 has been largely lost on half the population of Auckland. So I do not see this as a trivial matter at all. I see this as absolutely fundamental to bring about the change in behaviour, and it won't happen with a couple of advertisements in our Auckland or a couple of ads in the local paper. There's a far more comprehensive, integrated work program that's required. And we don't have to go away and research it because we're already doing it. Or I should say, we have already done it very successfully in a couple of limited instances. So the model there in terms of community engagement, in terms of flyers, in terms of using social media, in terms of speaking to people in person, etc., is already there. We know what works. We just have to do it. And we don't want to wait 3 or 4 years till these new bus routes are kicking in. We want to do it to get the gains on the existing infrastructure now. That's the whole point. It's very interesting to hear some of the proponents of climate change. It seems to be wait for nirvana, wait till everything's in place, and then everyone will just come gushing. As I said earlier along, if you look at our Journey to Work data, we've got a massive job to do. So between the last two censuses, buses increased 1.1%, up to 7.1%. That was with the introduction of that new network over those 3 years, 2016 onwards. That was the extent of the increase. So we're not actually utilising and all credit to the people involved in Auckland Transport have put together this infrastructure over the last decade. We're not getting the most out of our current infrastructure. Travel to work data, 10.7%. We've got 8 years to decrease our emissions by 64%. So unless we do what they have done in places like Millwater with this kind of engagement program that is being, talked of rather dismissively here, we will get nowhere near that transformation. And that's Auckland Transport and officials saying that. That's not me. So if we're talking about priorities of work, this should be happening. It should be happening right now with our existing infrastructure, which in many parts of Auckland is of a vastly improved quality, but it's not getting the uptake that is required, nor that what should be occurring as a matter of course with proper marketing. So I take this thing very seriously. It needs to be expedited. We don't need apologists for business as usual. Business as usual doesn't work, and it won't get us to a 64% reduction in our transport emissions.
Thank you, Councillor. And I don't believe I have been dismissive. I've actually made sure I've been the opposite by having it to be discussed. Councillor Walker.
Madam Chair. So I just want to add to the comments of Councillor Watson. Our public transport system, our infrastructure is severely underutilised, now more so than ever because of COVID. It was underutilised massively before then. So Councillor Watson is right. We need to shift that situation. It is only going to shift with a substantial change, and business as usual just doesn't cut it because business as usual is not working. I would suggest that Auckland Transport does know what needs to be done, how to do it, why people should be doing it, and when. If you took a sample of many people on the street and asked them about public transport and how relevant it is to them and what options they have, they would probably not be able to give you a good answer. So the short answer is they're not even considering it to the extent that they need. This work that I'm asking for is absolutely urgent. We have a climate emergency. We continue to put everything off year after year after year. So we should be busting a gut to put some numbers up so that in the budget that we go out with next year, we can actually put before Aucklanders something truly transformative. That is what is required. The challenge to councillors is, are you up for it? Is the organisation up for the change that needs to happen? That means doing an Elon Musk, making a difference, burning the midnight oil if it comes to it. We have an emergency. Or am I wrong? Are we just going to continue doing things the way we do and significantly underperforming compared to other cities because we are falling further and further and further behind internationally? So, Madam Chair, all I'm asking for is some information that gets put up for what we go out with, so we're actually prioritising better use of what we've got, making a far better return on investment in our existing sunk capital and sunk operation, and ideally significantly improving revenues. And is that not something that we want? And I would have thought that we would have had this information before us now. If you're in a business, if you don't know what your fixed costs and your variable costs are, so that you know what to spend in terms of marketing, in terms of generating revenue that gives you an effective cost of return on sales, you really shouldn't be in business. So I'm very concerned about this, Madam Chair, and the rather dismissive way that it is being treated, because the imperative is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next comment is from Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just obviously support the item, which was on a lot of other things other than just this point. But I just wanted to just double up and make sure that people know what we passed last week. That I understand the passion, but all of us got behind it last week, and the resolutions that we put forward were around developing a public communications campaign on climate change to present a vision on low carbon transport and build momentum for action, a tactical behaviour change program focused on mode shift to public transport and active modes for implementation as soon as possible, work to ensure all capital and renewals projects on corridors designated as Future Connect active mode strategic network include safe cycling, walking, micro-mobility infrastructure, use the renewals program around sustainable transport modes, develop a pipeline of active and public transport projects that could be ready for delivery to capitalise on any potential funding injection from central government, to investigate the feasibility of different options for public transport fare reductions, and the list goes on. We did all of this work, and I think it's important, but we did that all through the TURP process and through the workshops with all members of this committee, and it is being underway, and Auckland Transport have said that this will all be done within their current budgets and our budgets working together. And it's actually the first time Council and Auckland Transport have worked together in partnership on something so significant. The 9 million is additional as part of the climate change targeted rate, and that would be amazing. Hopefully we and Aucklanders support that too. But that is all there. So there's no dismissive behaviour. There's no, we all agree with what Councillor Walker is saying, absolutely. But that is why a week ago we pushed that through together, and it will be rolled out as part of our business as usual. But obviously every dollar that comes through based on climate change will help. But Auckland Transport have said they're ready, we're ready, and we're going to continue this work as well. And then obviously every other route or new service will be done like the new network was, where we had significant information that went out to people, transport plans done for businesses, transport plans done for schools, and that's why we saw a massive uptick after the new network. But that was just a start. That was a new base for Auckland, and we need to do much, much harder with the infrastructure, but also the change. And then it'll be the parking policy. Everything that weaves into this is what we've got to do. It's every single lever, and that's what we talked about in that last. I don't think anyone's being dismissive, but I think we're already doing it. But we need to do it faster. But that's why I think last week was pretty exciting, that we all got around the table and agreed that was the way to go. So back to the main item. I support the rest of the items in the original item as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Final comment, Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, I was just sort of interested in, any of my colleagues that have any discussion around kind of the main item. I think that we've been reasonably generous as mover and seconder to put this. I don't want to minimise it. I think it's a really important thing that we're doing, and that's why we voted on it last week. Thanks.
Succinct as always. Thank you, Councillor. Right, I've got no more comments, so I'm happy to take the two resolutions to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Aye. Against B, please. Noted.
Thank you,
Because
Councillor.
of the duplication, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Noted. And I'll take that as carried with that addition. Right, now we move on to curbside refuge charging policy review, and I welcome Parul to introduce this item. And I know that we do have an amendment with this, but Parul, if you would like to introduce the item and cover that off and then put the recommendations up, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou, ko Parul Takuingwa. So really good to be here. The paper before you summarizes the results of broad and deep analysis of the options for funding Auckland Council's curbside rubbish collection service. So I've just got a bit of a brief background into where this is coming from, and then I will hand it over to Sarah to talk a little bit more in detail in terms of what the findings were. So just a little bit of that, and then we'll take questions. As you would notice that there are two attachments to the report, a summary of findings by consultants Morrison Lowe and also the local board feedback in full. As I said, we'll take the paper as read, and then we will take any questions following that. As you have heard me say this before, Auckland Council plays a significant role, or Auckland plays a significant role in influencing domestic waste reduction. All the domestic waste only accounts for a small percentage of the Auckland's waste streams, with the potential to be collecting refuse, recycling, food scraps. But it is 1/3 of that residential collections that happens across the nation. So what we do here in Auckland does have an impact on what happens across the country as well. So our Auckland's waste management and minimization plan that we adopted in 2018, as you would remember, sets out the zero waste vision for Tamaki Makaurau. And we've got a lot of actions in there to achieve it. But what we're talking about today is relating to the household waste and how do we tackle the household waste that we are producing and sending to landfill. So the plan talks about the introduction of a region-wide 3-bin collection system. It's got a bin for refuse, recycling, and food scraps. And the way it is set out with the frequency and the size of the bins is to enable maximum diversion from landfill. And as you would remember, the intention in the current waste plan is to implement a region-wide pay-as-you-throw charging system for rubbish collections. When we amalgamated in 2010, you would remember that the way we did rubbish recycling services have been different. And I guess we're still struggling to get refuse across the line. All the recycling and inorganics and some of the other services that we've had have been made standardized. But it is time to get our last collection service, which is around rubbish, standardized as well. So just to recap in terms of what we have now, Legacy, Manukau and Auckland is on a rates-funded service, and the rest of the region has a user-pays model. In the first plan, we've given the commitment to Aucklanders that we will standardize the service across the region and the way we charge for it as well. Because we believe standardizing the service is more equitable so that everybody has the same service and the same cost. And it is also much easier for us to actually communicate what are we talking about when we talk about our services. Progressive changes have been introduced over the past decade to standardize the service. However, the charging mechanism is still remaining to be done. So here we are wanting to look at how do we do that. And before we were to move to a completely pay-as-you-throw for the region, we wanted to look at the evidence to see whether it was telling us the same what it was when we did the 2018 plan in terms of waste minimization and the link to waste minimization and the way people paid for the service. That instigated the work behind what you see in your paper today. So this brings to you the evidence of what that work is telling us. And it is also requesting that we go out to Aucklanders to ask them, or get their view on our proposal to move the entire Auckland region to a rates-funded model for their rubbish collections. So from here, I'll just pass on to Sarah just to talk us through a little more detail in terms of what those findings were, what the options were that we considered, and also just to touch briefly on the local board feedback. Sarah?
Tēnā koutou katoa, Madam Chair, Mayor and elected members. E mihi ana ki ngā mana whenua huri noa a Tamaki Makaurau ko Sarah Leclerc toko ingoa. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. So I'm just going to go briefly through. We focused on our comparative analysis on consideration of what we believe a domestic curbside waste collection service needs to provide, which is a service that's both easy to use and encourages households to do the right thing to minimise their waste, that meets our commitments regionally, nationally and internationally to reduce our emissions, that provides the best value for money for all our customers and is financially resilient for council to deliver. And we also need to ensure that the chosen options means that everyone has access to a fair and affordable service, regardless of where they live or their income level. So in terms of the options considered, we compared 3 options: the region-wide pay-as-you-throw, which is our current policy direction, a region-wide rates funded, and the continuation of the current hybrid model to identify which option best delivers the outcomes that we're seeking for Auckland. Our preferred option, as presented in the recommendation to the committee, is to consult with the public to amend the current waste plan to enable a move to a region-wide rates-funded refuse collection service with a choice of 3 bins to accommodate different household needs. Our review shows that a rates-funded service enables council to achieve the best waste minimisation outcomes, as it provides the most influence over the region's domestic waste stream, is the most cost-effective, lowest risk and most financially resilient for council to deliver due to economies of scale. It provides Auckland Council with the greatest opportunity to respond to the climate emergency and meet the commitments set out in Te Tarakia Tāwhare, Auckland's climate plan, by reducing and mitigating emissions and retaining the flexibility to adapt to climate impacts into the future. And it delivers the greatest certainty for Aucklanders by enabling Auckland Council to provide a universally available, equitably priced service across the region, regardless of location or income. So under this option, households in legacy Manukau and Auckland City area would continue to pay for their refuse collection through their waste targeted rate, and households in current PAYT areas would no longer be required to buy tags and would shift to paying through a targeted rate via a staged implementation. And although these rates would not come into effect until 2024-25, operational lead times require certainty of decision making well in advance of that time, which is why we're bringing this recommendation to you now within this budget period. In terms of other options that we considered, we did consider the region-wide PAYT model. That's the current policy direction within the waste plan. This would involve shifting legacy Auckland City and Manukau City households to a pay-as-you-throw charging model. Our review concluded that this option is less favourable. It has not resulted in lower refuse volumes as in comparable areas of Auckland. And refuse markets in New Zealand operate very differently to those overseas, which affects the way we can deliver services due to the side-by-side competitive nature of our refuse market. PAYT is estimated to be more expensive, both for council and for Auckland overall, and PAYT comes with higher financial risks for council. We also looked at maintaining the current hybrid model. As noted in the report, this option was excluded from the final analysis as it was felt that it would merely perpetuate the perceived and actual inequities of variable services across the region. It would prevent council from reducing the cost of delivery by spreading the cost across the greatest number of customers, and it would continue the requirement to operate and communicate about 2 different charging models with customers. So I've just wanted to briefly come on to the local board feedback. I noted that Councillors Henderson and Councillor Hill's questions under item 8 on the agenda about feedback from local boards, so just to provide some clarity on that. The project team asked local boards to provide an indication of their preference between a region-wide PAYT, region-wide rates funded or hybrid model. We mapped the feedback we received from local boards, business meetings from their September business meetings, and the full report is provided at attachment B to the committee report, and is also mapped as figure 6 in the main report. Currently, there are 11 local board areas with refuse services paid through the rates. That's 55% of the population. 8 local boards where households who are council customers pay using the PAYT tags or WAGs in some areas. And there's 1 local board, FO, which has a combination of both, and 1 Rodney, where we currently provide no refuse collection services. So in terms of responses indicated so far, 10 out of the 11 local boards already on a rates funded system would like to stay rates funded. 2 of those advocated for the hybrid model to continue, and 1, that's Mangakiki Tamaki, expressed no preference at this time. 3 of the 8 PAYT local board areas who would like to stay on PAYT, with 1 Devonport Takapuna advocating for the hybrid model to remain. 1 PAYT local board, that's Upper Harbour, felt they did not yet have enough detail to express a preference at this time. And 3 of the current PAYT local boards, that's Franklin, Henderson Massey and Kapatiki, indicated they would like to move from a PAYT service to a rates funded model. And FO, which has both models, would like to move to full PAYT. So that concludes my presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Parul and Sarah. I note that there is a new B, which I accepted as chair of this committee, but I do note that Councillor Hills and Councillor Cashmore want to move in second. I'm going to invite Councillor Sayers just to talk to that, and then I will come back to you, Parul, for your comments, which I understand you're in support of his recommendation, but I just think by way of order and clarification, I'll go to Councillor Sayers first and then come back to you. Is that all right? Then I'll open for questions. So Councillor Sayers, the floor's yours.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for accepting B as into your own recommendations rather than having to go through the amendment process. And I think that was because of the cooperation over the last 24 hours between yourself, your staff, Parul, and the rest of the Waste Solutions team.
You didn't do it at the 9th hour, that's why.
No,
it's a learning there, Councillor.
Yeah, well, I didn't think of the other one until this morning. So, look, the messaging there is the reason why I raised it was because reading through the paper, I didn't think it was just quite clear enough, Madam Chair. So when it comes to the question, I've got another couple of clarification questions, but it was really about adding a bit of clarity for the direction that this committee's giving to Parul and the other council team. So thank you, Parul, and thank you, Madam Chair. And that's the reason why B's in there. And I'm glad that Councillor Hills and the Deputy support it as well. So thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I've got to say on the matter.
Thank you. And Parul, I think just for efficiency's sake, I should ask that Councillor Sayers' comments are correct from your perspective. You're happy. Is that correct?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, we are happy with the suggestion there, and we will make sure that the consultation material reflects what is mentioned in the recommendation.
Right, thank you. Questions then, councillors?
I did have a couple, Madam Chair.
Yep.
Is that right? Just if I can carry on. Yes. Yeah, thank you very much. Again, Parul, they're just clarification questions. The first one, just it may be Sarah that wants to answer this. Just sparked off what from the presentation, and it's really on behalf of those other local boards. So some of them wanted to keep the hybrid. Right? So my understanding is either one or the other. The hybrid's out completely. So just so the correct messaging goes back to those local boards. If we wanted to look at the hybrid today, theoretically, I'm not saying that I want to do that, but theoretically, that's not a possibility today. Is that correct? We've already resolved on that in an earlier decision-making process. That's the first one. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that is right. As per the waste plan that we've had since 2012, then in 2018, the intention is to move the entire Auckland region to standardized services. And I think we've heard quite a bit of that back from some of the boards in terms of, confusion, in terms of saying who's got what. We don't understand how we pay for waste, especially when you're paying it through rates, and some complain about why am I buying a tag. So I think it's that confusion that exists because of the mixed way we are, and wanting to say that we are one city now, why don't we have this sorted? So I think there's a clear mandate there to actually go with one or the other rather than continuing as we are.
Thank you very much. And the second question is, supposing the feedback comes back and overwhelmingly, they want to stay with the current pay-as-you-throw system, if that was retained, would that include both the bags and the bins as options in the pay-as-you-throw model, if that was a regional-wide adoption?
Based on the feedback and what you decide as a committee, as a governing body in terms of the way forward, if it was a pay-as-you-throw, what we have in the plan is to go for bins and the bag option for rural areas. So that does not change immaterial of whether we go for rates funded or a pay-as-you-throw model. So the reason why we've got bags in certain parts of the region is from a health and safety perspective, because of the terrain and the way households are placed, because we do have bag options for central CBD at the moment as well. So that is a very different issue in terms of why do we have bags in some areas. That service level would be retained, immaterial of how we pay for it.
Thank you very much for those answers. Paul, could I ask a favour just off that? Is there a map that would show, in that theoretically pay-as-you-throw regional-wide operation, that shows what those rural catchments are? I'm just interested to know if, like Snell's Beach, Algies Bay, Warkworth and other areas just in the Rodney ward are, who's in what basket. Would that be, is that possible? Do you have such a map? Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you, Paul. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Second question is from Councillor Henderson, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Does changing from PAYT to a rates-funded model sort of shift the rubbish payment and from landlords to renters to landlords, thereby creating a little bit of relief in a tough time for renters through COVID?
Sarah?
Sorry, I'm just finding my mute button. I should be adept to that by now. Through the chair, yes, that would shift that that cost from renters to landlords. Clearly, we don't determine how landlords charge renters, but that the cost would be through the rates. Yes.
Cool. Thank you.
Right. Any further questions?
Further question, Madam Chair?
Yes, Councillor Walker. Question from you.
I did indicate that in the chat bar.
Yes.
Just to confirm, with the waste bins, we're going to have the three sizes, 240, 120 and 80. And in similar fashion, will we also have three rating costs attached to those? So a different figure for the 240, the 120 and the 80. That's the case?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, it is.
Okay, that's great, Madam Chair. And I did indicate an amendment that I'd like to speak to just when you're ready.
Thank you, Councillor, and staff have given their advice on that amendment and emailed you if you could check that while I take further questions. Thank you. Councillor Hills, a question from you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And just in explaining this to others, and I actually can't find it in the detail, but I think it is there. What is the projection of the tag price going up over the next couple of years? I know it ends up being quite dramatic from what people are paying now for a 120 litre bin. So I just want that on the record because I have been a supporter of the tags, but yeah.
So Parul, shall I answer that one? Yeah, so through the chair, with the financial advice that we provided last week is that tag sort of for a like-for-like price between now and for in 2024, so when our modelling starts, the price would, taking into account inflation and taking into account the waste levy, the tag price for a 120 litre bin we anticipate would be at around $5.10.
Thank you. And there's probably an assumption that it will continue to rise if we kept the PAYT in place.
It would, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more questions? Right, Councillor Walker, do you want to put up your amendment and make it part of their substantive or go for something different?
I've said yes to the officers, Madam Chair, so if that works, that's fine.
Right, thank you. Could we please have the amendment up on the screen that Councillor Walker has, which has been amended slightly by staff, and they're happy with that. While we're preparing it, I'm happy to call it out. Have you got it, Sandra?
Madam Chair, Sandra will just be finalising that. It's on the screen now.
Oh, there we go. The amendment is that officers prepare budget advice on the costs, including carbon accounting for the implementation of incentives for homes and businesses to deal with food scraps and on-site property systems, such as worm farms, as a complementary measure to the food scrap collection program. Do you want to talk to that, Councillor?
Yes, please, if I'm able to, Madam Chair, that'd be marvellous. And this is entirely positive. So we're going out with a food scraps collection, and you know that will in part deal with the lowest common denominator, which are those people that may not want to make the behavioural change to process the food scraps on their own homes, which is what I do. There have been numerous submissions to the waste plan and also comments from local boards that the people that process the food scraps on site using things like a hungry bin are actually doing the best thing. It's the best thing in terms of the cost to council, because it doesn't cost the council. It's the best thing in terms of emissions, because you don't have the transport emissions and so on, and all of the things associated with food scraps. It's completely resilient, because if there is a hiccup with the council's scheme, all of these people are self-sufficient. It's marvellous in terms of behavioural change, because it is the best form of behavioural change that you can have, which is people taking responsibility for their own waste directly and producing a product that they can use for growing their vegetables and plants at home, because the end product is a slow release fertiliser and liquid fertiliser that is perfect for growing plants. It's the best there is. And I think I emphasised from a carbon perspective, it is by far and away the best perspective. So what I'm looking to, Madam Chair, is to have some information that we can go out with so that we can actually incentivise this. And what I mean by that is it may be, for example, that we could make various bins available to people at a discounted price that may not even necessarily cost us any money, but provide a carrot to people to do the right thing. Because as you know, Madam Chair, if somebody offers you a cup of coffee, a free cup of coffee, and you need to do a little something for it, your eyes will light up and you'll think to yourself, gee, I'm going to go for that, simply because there's an incentive. And the way that climate change is working, and the most effective schemes are where you're actually incentivising behaviour rather than not. And that's the change that we want. So that's the methodology and the reasoning behind the simple bolt-on. I'm certain that the officers will be able to accumulate the information very easily. I can see that Paul's probably already onto it, and we'll have it for the process going forward. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor, and I can tell you I could do with a very strong cup of coffee now. So,
well, I'd give you one if I was in the vicinity, Madam Chair, but I'm afraid I can't.
If I may,
okay.
Through you, Madam Chair,
yes.
If I may just respond to that. What Councillor Walker is talking about is a comprehensive program in terms of looking at reduction, on-site composting and our collections program, which is something that we undertake already. What we are looking to do by doing some extra work is to make sure that we are looking at the carbon accounting side of things and what further incentives can we provide to residents to actually deal to their organics on their property. I do not believe this needs to go out for consultation as part of this annual budget process, because it will not be possible to get that information ready in that period of time. However, what we can do is prepare the information and come back to an Environment and Climate Change Committee and talk to what we are endeavouring to do and look at the waste levy money that comes in, which is going to come in at an increased amount in the next following months, and see how we could utilize some of that to do this program if it is approved through the ECC committee. So my recommendation here would be we definitely do undertake this work, because it is worth doing behavior change in this area, and we could look at reallocating some of that money up the chain in terms of behavior change in conjunction with our collection service as well. So reporting back to ECC in next year and looking at what that budget and what that work program looks like would be my recommendation.
Right, thank you, Parul. I really appreciate that. Any other questions on the recommendation, sorry, on the amendment? Any questions? No comment from Councillor Cooper.
Madam Chair, I mean, I support this work, but I don't know whether this is the right place for it. I think it should come to Environment and Climate Change or as be part of a feedback, because we know that organised council through the local boards already fund places like organisations such as Eco Matters, Kaipāriki Project, and I'm sure my fellow councillors down south will tell me the organisations there that do all this work giving, composting, worm farming projects, workshops. They work with their local bids. They work with businesses all the time. So we're already doing this work. I'm interested in the carbon accounting, but I don't really want to have our staff using that time out of the work program to be going away and doing a whole lot of projects that are encouraging people when we're already funding other organisations who do that much better than we do and are set up to do that. So that's why I can't support this in its current form. It's another duplication. Great ideas, but they're coming at this last minute with nothing behind them, and basically demanding that we have all this sort of stuff ready by February when we go out to consultation. Well, we're signing this off today, and I don't expect our staff to be working over the holidays to do this, because that's what it will mean. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And yes, you make a very good point about the 9th hour, but I think I accept the words of Parole with what she wanted to do, with what she was happy about, and she's happy to work her out in this time. Potentially this is not the right committee, and if I had more notice rather than on the day, we probably would have dealt with that with the councillors, but it is very hard to chair and do all this and keep my eye on all these amendments coming through by email. So I'm happy to leave it.
I'm not criticising you, Madam Chair. You're doing a fabulous job.
Thank you. So I'm happy to leave it as it is if the mover and seconder are happy about that. But I have a comment from Councillor Cashmore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just backing up Councillor Cooper, she's absolutely right. Several local boards do this work already with council support about different programs that are focused on local areas. It's a far more appropriate measure. I think Parule's well aware of that work, and also support Parule just doing a summary of this and coming back to ECC. I don't think it should be part of any consultation at all, so I will not be supporting D. Please note that.
Right. Thank you. I think a suggestion has been that we add to the end of this to be reported back to a future meeting of ECC in 22-23. That came from Finance. Can you just send that through Finance to Sandra, please, so we can put it up? And Councillor Walker.
Confused, Madam Chair. Sorry, is this an amendment or is this your chair's? Because it's got an amendment here. So
I'm
are
not
you adding?
Actually, but Finance have suggested that we ask for this to be reported back to ECC, and I'm happy to do that because it's really not a finance issue.
Madam Chair, the mover and seconder need to agree to that change.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Walker and Councillor Watson? This work is not finance work. It is work that should come through the Environment and Climate Change Committee. You happy about that?
Yeah, I don't mind who it comes back to as long as it comes back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I just would like to see the work done as soon as possible because, as I've said, we're not going to affect change otherwise.
And you could take the word budget out, 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth word, but it's still advice, which because budget and costs are the same. So to prepare advice on the costs, right?
Sure. Okay.
All right. Okay. I need to ask the mover and the seconder if they're happy to absorb it into the substantive, so we don't do it by way of a separate amendment. It can be by way of addition. Councillor Hills, yep. Councillor Catsmore.
Chair, I'm happy now that it's been slightly changed because we, as you say, that we already do this. I mean, the Compost Collective, we're partners with 30,000 people are already involved with that. But it doesn't have anything to do with this consultation. But if it's about reporting back, even if it was just reporting back on all the things we do, because nearly everything in there we are already doing. But I'm happy to support it as part of the overall if the Deputy Mayor is now happy that it's not part of this current consultation.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Deputy Mayor's never happy, but he'll agree.
Thank you. No further comments. I will then take it to the vote. It has been moved and seconded and is now 4 recommendations. All those in favour say aye.
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Aye.
Chair, is this on the substantive or the amendment?
It is substantive. I asked whether the mover and seconder would take it into the substantive.
Okay, I'd like to comment on the substantive when ready. Cool, thanks.
Right, comment on the substantive. Councillor?
Cool, thanks. Sorry to hold everyone up. Yeah, look, I just wanted to really briefly thank the officers because actually this is a really huge move in the city. And I think after a long day, we should still acknowledge that you know, after over 10 years of different systems, we're actually doing this really difficult thing. And it will actually be a really controversial thing, especially in areas which have PAYT. I wanted to kind of briefly mihi to the local boards as well for taking a really thoughtful and considered approach to this, because, and in particular those that have looked at their situation and said, no, actually we want to try a different system. Because that actually takes a bit of courage and a bit of guts, because communities, as you'll know, are very passionate about this kind of issue. I did a bit of a straw poll when I was going around before COVID. In particular, we had public meetings, which was really cool in my ward, and some very passionate views and some very split views. But I do need to sort of put my head up as well and say, look, personally, at this point, I favour the rates system. People are getting sick of bin tag theft, sick of forgetting to buy them in the first place, and want a simpler system. And also, just to explain my question earlier, that the rates funded model really helps renting families and young people with just that little bit extra in their budget at a tough time. And, you know, take it from me, families can really produce waste at a much higher level than single people. And those families that are renting could really use a little help at this time. All of this would be a small price to pay if it proved to actually reduce waste, but evidence is showing that's not really the case. But despite all this, there is a status quo bias in whichever community you represent. For many people that know the PAYT system, they do want to keep with what they know, so I respect that. So despite the personal views that I have, I'm really firmly committed to listening closely to the residents on this, and we'll take their guidance next year and what they sort of want me to do and how they want me to vote. And I just really look forward to hearing from them and having a debate that'll actually get quite passionate. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Councillor Newman, I will put you next, and I'll leave the final comment to the mover and the chair of the ECC committee, Councillor Hills. So, Councillor Newman, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Chair. I'm sorry I had to step out for a short time, but firstly, can I acknowledge Pearl and the officers? It's been an interesting debate through the years now, Pearl, hasn't it, about the delivery of waste services and choice and options and methods and methodologies. And it really started in Papakura because, of course, Papakura was the first area of Auckland into the food scraps scheme, which, of course, is rate funded. And Papakura, which has long had its pay-as-you-throw based on the orange rubbish bags. I'd made a commitment to people in Papakura some years ago that I wanted to end those orange rubbish bags and get them into the wheelie bins, and we got them into the wheelie bins. My view, Chair, is, I think this is a great thing to consult on. My expectation is that, notwithstanding the Papakura local board's preference for pay-as-you-throw, the rate-funded scheme, I think, is better value for money, and two, it's infinitely more convenient than having to run out and going down to the dairy and buying tags. And so my view is that it's a good conversation to have, and I believe that the ratepayers in my ward and that part of the ward will actually they'll accept the proposition that a rate-based scheme is better than pay-as-you-throw for the convenience of it. I did want to flag, and it won't be a surprise to Pearl, my extreme caution about any move from weekly to fortnightly. I know that that's not being canvassed here. No. It is in the report as something that we could look at in 2024. Chair, I don't know where I'll be in 2024, but one thing's for sure, I don't think I'll be moving too much from my current position, which is that the benefit of the weekly rubbish collection service is that those who wish to have that service each week can put their wheelie bin out, and those who do not need it or do not wish to put their wheelie bin out this week don't have to. It's called choice for the household, and I'd sooner that the households have that choice as opposed to that choice being taken away on a proposition that it's better for the world if they only have that option fortnightly. So thank you to the officers for the analysis that's gone into this. And thank you to colleagues for your consideration of the options, but I'm certainly very enthusiastic about consulting on the proposition of moving to a consolidated rate-based scheme across the isthmus and in South Auckland as well, and Papakura and the like. And I would hope that as we can bed the option, if that's endorsed next year, that we can just hopefully put this debate around this weekly versus fortnightly where it needs to be on the shelf, and just move ahead with an option which provides maximum choice for households. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Just one correction, that fortnightly or weekly isn't until 2025 or 26, not 24, but it's...
Well, I need to consult on the discussion. We'll only have a discussion about that prior to.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll be sitting around the table potentially. So final comment now to Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Parul and Sarah for this, and team for this massive amount of work. It's been significant and a significant process too. And I think when you first came to me around standardising to rates after I'd spent many an hour replying to people about how great the tag system was, when there was a lot of opposition there around the tag system change. But I have preferred the tag system, but I think that was because we moved from bags which were often ripped open, left all over the berm. You had to, it's much more difficult and unsafe for our workers as well. So the change to a bin and tag wasn't a huge difference because we've never had a rate funded model on the shore. But our recycling, our food scraps will be to remove those 100,000 tonnes of food waste eventually. That will be rate funded. So it does make sense to move this way, especially when you start talking to people about, as Councillor Newman was saying, running down to the dairy. The dairy generally charge a little bit more for the tags, even though they're not supposed to, but they often do. And with those tag prices kind of rapidly going up and the cost to everyone being far more expensive if we don't move to rates funded. So I'm one for evidence and stats, and you've provided lots and lots of those for us. So just as long as we get the communications right to the community, understand when it rolls out, when the changes happen, and how they can go down to a small bin or up to a big bin. I think there will be concern from some smaller households, maybe single or couples may be retired. Those people who are retired who may think that it's a bad move, but they can choose that that smaller bin, and hopefully that's a seamless process too. So this is going up for consultation, obviously, but we're showing our hand by saying that the rates funded makes the most sense for our city. And I think after 10 years, well, no, longer than that, 11 years, the community are saying, why do we all have different ways of doing rubbish? Often people will say to me, hey, I hear the city and South get free rubbish. How come we have to pay for tags? And then I have to explain, no, it's not free, it's in the rates. But I think it does make sense after all this time to be moving to a standardised model across the city, and we will see what the community says. So thank you, Chair, and thank you, staff.
Thank you, and thank you, Parul and Sarah, very much. I will take this to the vote now. It's been moved by Councillor Hills and seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? That'll be a unanimous vote. Thank you very much. Committee members, we've got two large substantive items and we've still got governing body to go. If it's all right with you, I'd like to try and box on, and hopefully you can take a 5-minute break and still listen. So we're now into item 13, other rates and fees, and I welcome Andrew Duncan, Manager of Financial Policy, to introduce this item. Andrew, welcome.
Good evening.
Andrew, the red tie is for the Mayor's benefit, I take it?
Yes, and I was following the lead from the Chief Financial
Officer. Well done, Andrew. Two of us are looking
for me, I do notice. Sorry, I digress. Andrew, over to you.
So this report covers a number of other rates and fees matters. The key issues relate to waste management services, which you've just worked through the primary element of with Parul and Sarah. So this report covers the rollout of the curbside food scrap service to urban Auckland and the level of the targeted rate you've previously decided to use to fund the service. We're also proposing consultation on the standardisation of how we charge for waste services. So properties are presently treated differently across the region. The proposal for consultation is designed to deliver on the Council's waste minimisation goals at the lowest cost to ratepayers and ensuring that we're treating everyone fairly across the region. Now, we tempered this by recognising what's practical administratively and managing the change for ratepayers who are presently on alternative arrangements. Broadly, we recommend that all properties where the service is available and can be served by the Council provided the service and pay accordingly. Where we can't provide the service, ratepayers will be able to opt out for the large multi-unit developments of over 10 units and for businesses. However, all ratepayers where the service is available will pay the base charge for regional initiatives that fund things like the Resource Recovery Network and the subsidy to keep waste disposal affordable on the Hauraki and Gulf Islands. Now, in addition, there are some other minor changes to keep fairly treating properties in regard to the urban rating area. And the report also notes that we won't be applying the accommodation provider targeted rate this year, and that given the uncertainty around tourism and the budget issues you worked through earlier today, that the reduction in funding available for Auckland Unlimited's visitor attraction and major events expenditure that not be made up with general rates and that the spending be adjusted accordingly. We also cover some changes to regulatory fees to maintain cost recovery, and that includes some small changes to dog licences for responsible dog owners, and that's minor reductions, and the first stage in standardising our cemetery fees. There's quite a lot in here, and I'm happy to take any questions along with my colleagues who are here to support the discussion.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and thanks for your work on this. Look, I'm happy to move. Councillor Casey, do you want a second?
Yes, please.
I thought you might. Okay, questions first from councillors or the Mayor to Mr. Duncan. Comments? Councillor Casey, would you like to make a comment?
No, I'm all good, thank you.
Right, thank you. Oops, we do have a question from Councillor Hills.
Oh, it wasn't actually for Andrew. I don't know if parole is still there. I just was wondering, I thought the timing for the North Shore was going to be a few more months than just 1 month. Is that if we vote for this, is that locking that in, or is that just the rollout time? I thought we were going to try and get a few more months in, like with the Waitakere rollout on the food scraps.
Parole?
For you, Madam Chair, that is unfortunately the timeline that we've got. Given the delays with when the facility can be ready, that is how it has panned out in terms of the service.
Cool, thank you.
Okay, thanks. I don't think you're at that workshop, Richard. Sorry about that. Any other comments? Look, there's a lot in here. I will say thank you, Andrew. It's a huge amount of work. Thank you very, very much. I will acknowledge that sometimes council doesn't put things up, they put it down, and that is relation to the dog fees. So I'm hopefully everyone will be able to vote that. No further comments, no questions. I'll take it to the vote. It's been moved myself, seconded by Councillor Casey. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Thank you. Andrew, don't go away. You're still here for item 14, which is a rating of whenua Māori changes to financial policies. And to put it on the table, I'll ask Councillor Dalton if you'd like to move.
Yes, thank you.
And Councillor Filipaina, would you like to second? No. Do I have a seconder from a councillor? Professor? Yep. Councillor Collins is a seconder. Right. Andrew, over to you. Thank you, Councillor Collins.
The council is required to amend some of its key financial policies as provided for in the Local Government Rating of Whenua Māori Amendment Act 2021. We need to do this to support the principles in the preamble to Turi Whenua Act 1993 to support Māori to retain and use their land and to develop it. So this report's recommending consultation on amendments to our revenue and financing policy, our Māori freehold land rates remission and postponement policy, and the rates remission and postponement policy. Tomorrow's report on development contributions will address the amendments we're proposing to manage these issues in that policy. So in our revenue and financing policy, we are proposing the addition of a new principle, our obligations to Māori. And this means that when you're considering funding issues, you'll consider this obligation alongside the other principles in that policy when making your decisions. In our Māori freehold land rates remission and postponement policy, we're going to do some clarifications, simplifications and tidying up, both of that policy and the rates remission and postponement policies, to reflect matters that are now addressed by legislation, but also to do some tidying up. We're going to clarify the land that's eligible for remissions under the policy. The key change is the addition of a remission for Māori land under development. Now, this doesn't supersede the obligations in the Local Government Rating Act that were included through the Local Government Rating of Whenua Māori Amendment Act 2021. So we have a legal obligation under that Act to consider applications for remission for Māori land under development. What the policy that we're proposing be included in our MFL remissions policy, what that does is it makes it administratively easier for certain types of land to apply for and be granted remissions on this basis. So it just facilitates that process. There's a couple of other minor amendments in here reflecting a couple of other small changes to our R&F policy. The consultation on these policies will take place alongside but separate from the annual budget. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Andrew. Questions from councillors or the Mayor? We have workshopped this, but questions from the councillor or the Mayor to Andrew. Comments? I have no questions or comments. So, Andrew, that means you've done a sterling job. It's been moved by Councillor Dalton and seconded by Councillor Collins. All those in favour say aye.
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 Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Okay.
Committee members, that brings us finally to the end of the Finance and Performance Committee for today. There is no extraordinary business. I would like to thank all staff, all councillors for their patience and goodwill, and I will close the meeting at 4:59, have a 5-minute break, and I was going to ask you all to give the Mayor as much hassle as you've given me into his governing body meeting, but I won't. I'll ask you to be very prompt and saying you've done all the mahi and F&P, and hopefully GB will be much faster. So thank you very much for your attendance today. Sign off and get back onto the governing body meeting. Thank you.
Thanks,
Leslie.
We start in 5 minutes, but you've got to come out of this and go on to the GP link. Okay, join you soon. Cheers.
Thanks.